You said please. That's what I was looking for. I will now mute so you can speak. Go ahead and speak.
1 second. So I'll respond to the substance of what you said. You're right. I don't need to make it personal. I shouldn't care. So when your car blows up, you can keep it moving. What you said was wrong. That's not what affirmative action is.
I've never said that's what affirmative action is.
You see how you're interrupting me, and yet you don't have respect. All that soft voice wrapped in the matters of a shit sandwich. Please mute up, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Is that how you communicate? You think insulting someone or feeling you have to come at someone is your way of effectively communicating?
All right.
I'm asking. We're having a converse right now. So just you and I, no one else.
Responding. You got to talk about corporate culture and affirmative this and affirmative that in a culture. That's not what affirmative action is. It's always responding. CEO and I had already laid it out. You didn't add anything. In fact, you made it worse. We were clear and specific. You came in and made it hazy, vague, and nebulous. And on top of that, you've got the background sounds of the firebombing of Tokyo from the Allies in World War II. Let's move. We got it. That's affirmative action, DEI, and quotas. We'll keep moving. We're done.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
I didn't hear you state a definition or anything of that nature, though, so I appreciate
credible bomb threats that are happening at the precincts.
Ma'am, CEO and I outlined the differences between and overlap between quotas, affirmative action, and DEI. Man Coon, in the middle of the stage, said thank you, and he even admitted, although he's a conservative MAGA, that he agreed. But yeah, he's man. I don't know his last name. He's got Coon. That he agreed with quotas. I don't know how you can be a conservative Republican and agree with quotas, but he did. That's fine. Now you're saying we did not provide a definition. Why don't you do this? Finish the Afghanistan withdrawal with the plane that Biden left behind and land that bitch, and we'll keep the conversation going. I'm done.
Yeah. Anyway, so black people do need help. They can't seem to make the grade, so to speak, for some reason. And haven't quite figured it out.
So is it that you don't understand or you do understand? This has nothing to do with whether these people are qualified. They are overly qualified. Fact about it is being able to actually sit at the table, because there was a period of time that if in fact you had color in your veins, you would not be able to work in these places. So I don't understand how you come up with, black people aren't able to do for themselves kind of thing. But what's wrong? Why do you think like this? Who
to be fair to him, besides red or blue, you were probably dead. Go ahead, man.
Oh, so this is the reality of things, right? Black people fall short in a lot of categories. I'm not saying that there are not some intelligent black people. Of course there are. But there's more than just intelligence that makes you fit for a position or leadership or a seat at the table. It's something to do with a human character. And I think we lack that. As much as we know, we lack like basic human qualities. For some reason, we it's like the gentleman that was talking earlier. He kind of had like almost like animalistic, like everything is like an attack on somebody, as opposed to having a regular conversation. And we're not even in person. This is insane behavior.
Now wait.
So I have a question for you. Hold on. I won't go for first lady. I have a question for you.
No, listen,
I thought at first this was Manfinity, but is this Manfinity's evil cousin? What is this?
This is not Manfinity.
Right. So her name is Man Baby. I don't know. I know you got to read. end of the day, I'm not saying nothing that's not already evident, right? So if we get offended about our own behavior because somebody tells us, then that's on you. You got to deal with that.
So
if I call you a curse word and you call me vulgar, you're right. I was being, it is what it is.
Okay, so I apologize for being, quote, animalistic. So you said black people lacked character. So I don't know what studies you've read on black people in job applications, etc., or you've actually read about this. So I'll ask you a couple of questions. Are you familiar with the resume studies?
Nope.
Okay. So when black people have a quote-unquote black name, they are far less likely to be called in for an interview. What does that have to do with their character? Because they haven't vetted, they haven't interviewed yet. So how do they account for character? 1 second, let me finish the question. Remember, I'm animalistic. But you're done. I'll let you. When I'm done, I'll say I'm done.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. But remember, I'm the animalistic one. But you have the impulse control of a humping puppy.
You asked the question.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished the question. So how can you answer? I was speaking. Well, and that's why you wait, and then when I say I'm done, you'll know how many parts there are. Basic dialogue protocols. It's okay. So I'll start over. So you said black people lack character. Character is something that would be vetted at the interview stage. How do they vet character based off of names on a resume or organization? So you could have a nondescript name. Your name could be Steve Smith Sr. Shout out to Steve Smith Sr. Right? But if it says he was the vice president of the Black Law Students Association, he's going to be less likely to be called in. So my first question is, how do you account for character in resumes?
He said he's on mute, man.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know it was muted. Okay.
No problem.
Yeah. So what happens is this: because you're part of a group that has a reputation, when your name comes across and it seems like that name is in reference to that group, like you're part of it, that's when people start making judgment based on the group's reputation. It's that simple.
Wait. So if I'm at Yale, hold on, I'm confused. You said the reputation. Wait a minute. You're telling me the Black Law Students Association has a reputation?
No, I'm telling you that black people have a reputation. So when your name come up and it sounds like a black person, regardless of your education level, i.e. yourself, you can still be disrespectful and people don't want you around. Your character.
But that would be racist, though.
No, that's a judgment on character because you are an example of what I'm talking about. You're smart man, you're educated, but you're disrespectful.
This is a free app, bro. This is a free app. That's not how I interact.
That's your justification.
Hold on,
that's your justification for your behavior. So when your name comes up,
1 second.
You know how he is.
One second.
You know how he is.
No.
Perfect example.
Hold on, but you're extrapolating to an entire group. Man, hold on. You're extrapolating to a group, though. Hold on. You're extrapolating to a group. That would be illegal. So if you never met the person and they happen to be a black woman, and you say, well, this is how black women are, we're not going to hire them, that's illegal and un-American, by the way. Because you're a conservative, supposedly, but you don't believe in individualism? This is a terrible argument, brother. You are justifying the worst forms of racism. Are you a white
man speaking on
yes, I am.
The word black, and black does not have to do with any type of colored and or melanated person?
Yes,
please define the word black.
Yes, I am.
He's a white man married to a black woman. He's allowed. He's married to a black woman.
And y'all not telling him
because he's married to a black woman.
Yes.
Tell him to define his words that he's using.
Yes.
Say it, white man.
Yes.
Define the definitions,
This is why I stopped speaking. This is why I stopped speaking, First Lady. She needs me to define basic words.
They're not basic because one, it depends on the author and the context of the word that you're using. Basic words are not basic words because every single word that you use has a different meaning and a definition. That's why you have to clarify the context of the word that you're using and also define the word.
I'm gonna go vote.
Do that, please, so we can all be on the same page. But at this point, y'all listening to words that don't even have meaning.
Let me vote, but then I'm gonna go celebrate voting with Lacey Duvall. I'm gonna go celebrate with Lacey Duvall and Jada Fire. I'm done.
That was good.
Anyway, y'all need to leave Maggie Miso alone because Maggie Miso is valuable and y'all, no shade, are not. But anyway, I don't know if y'all heard about the bomb threats in New Jersey, but it's pretty uncredible. They're uncredible. People want to continue saying for sure that these are not credible to not, attract people from coming out and voting. And then I don't know if y'all saw Dick Cheney is dead. It's an interesting day. It's an interesting day.
Let me just address something real quick. First of all, Minister, young lady, I don't remember if your name is actually Brianna, but I heard you say minister when you first took the stage. I just want to let you know that assumptions and assuming that you know something and speaking on it is something that you need to work on. He is not a white man. Just because he articulates.
Ma'am, you don't even know what I meant by white. So if you want me to define what I meant by white.
See, I'm not going to put up with your ignorance. Because that's what happens. Because for whatever reason, Man Baby felt as though he had did something wrong to the young lady by saying, hey, listen, what's going on? And took it in a completely different way and felt as though she was being disrespected. Okay? He apologized, we moved forward. But instead, she continued to hold on to it. And it's like the conversation continuously unfolded with a bunch of already preconceived notions. And it was rooted in, I'm mad and I'm angry when I'm going to have this conversation. Because Man Baby, I'm not sure why you felt the need to say that he had animalistic kind of ways. When you were the one who was constantly being rude, coming off a mic, interrupting, interjecting. And, okay, you're doing it right now. So because you're doing it right now, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. You sit here and you lie and you tell yourselves untruths. You're doing the very thing that you're trying to tell me right in the middle of me speaking that you haven't done while doing the same identical thing. You gotta be kidding me. Like, y'all have really called yourselves adults? You must not have worked in corporate America. I don't know what you've done in life, but it has nothing to do with communication. Because the way that you communicate is not effective at all. By no means necessary. We can move forward. We don't have to stay on this. But I'm really mad that y'all pissed mega off. I am very upset about that. So, anyway, y'all get the voting. Go and do what you need to do. Yes, Dick Cheney is dead at the age of 84. He liked fly fishing and some other crazy stuff.
Shooting his friends in the head. And then having them apologize to him.
Exactly. They went out hunting or something?
Yep.
Was it he shot? I thought he shot him in the foot.
Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. The guy apologized to Dick Cheney for letting Dick Cheney shoot him.
That's crazy.
What I mean by having power.
All today showed me is one day it will be Trump and I will be so happy. But all evil eventually does die, So
can't say that. I ain't getting in trouble with you.
But I'm in New York, y'all. I was telling Spirit last night. I'm excited about the election here today. I'm also excited about New Jersey, even though it just had the little fake bomb threats. And they did this in Georgia last year to try to get Black people to not come out and vote. So we already know who's behind this.
Oh, Matt, check your back channel, please. Thanks.
So, some people think that the government will be open by the end of this week. We had that discussion. There's talks that possibly they could be forming some type of deal. Hey, Haitian, how are you? How you feeling?
Yeah, motivated.
That's good. Do you have elections in today?
Nah, it ain't going for me. Nah.
Okay.
I'm not really motivated. I'm just talking to myself that to stay motivated.
Well, you don't say that out. You don't say that part out loud. You just. I know, but you just say it out loud.
I'm rolling my feet to the ground there.
Okay.
What's new in the news? Anything? Oh, I saw Dick Cheney passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one thing I saw so far. Not at all, bro. Not at all. You know, believe it or not, I try not to disrespect the dead, but nah, I just keep it at that.
Nice for 24 hours, and I will let it go.
I guess him and Donnie, old Donnie Rumfield have a reunion somewhere.
So with this governor race in Virginia, this will be the first time that Virginia has elected a woman into office as governor. So.
Don't forget the lieutenant governor. Don't forget about Virginia's lieutenant governor. Her lieutenant governor. Sears, I say Sears, the Jamaican, she resigned from the Marine Corps.
Yeah, but lieutenant governor is different than governor.
I know what I'm saying is, okay, kind of on topic, it's on topic. It's comical that race because she had no support, not even from Trump. And she, you know, she's gonna lose. Right? But now all of a sudden she wanted the black support. When she's never been black. Are you tracking this too early for y'all?
No, we had this discussion earlier. CEO said because she dragged him in 2022. That's why he didn't endorse her.
You want to hear something funny? Dick Cheney said that there's that in our nation's 246-year history, there's never been an individual who was a greater threat to our republic. He tried to steal the election using lies and violence after the voters rejected him. He's a coward. A real man wouldn't lie to his supporters. He's talking about Trump. I guess that's the only good thing Cheney has done.
That's wild.
I want to come out and say that
Trump was alive. Good morning, Trent. Sorry, Hey, Thomas, how are you? Trent, how you feeling? You good?
You know, Trent slept well last night.
I am awesome. Another day off in poor world. Dick Cheney was a globalist, and what has happened is the nationalists, and I really don't understand how it happened, but the nationalists of Steve Bannon and Donald Trump have won the Republican Party and pushed out the globalists of old, kind of what we were talking about yesterday. And I don't, that's what Cheney, I think, was mainly against. And of course, some of the things he was doing internally with changing the Constitution. However, I'm, no fan of what happened in Iraq and all the many civilians that lost their lives in a war that was a complete lie and fabrication to the American people, trying to tie it to 9/11 that killed hundreds and hundreds of thousands of civilians. So I am very conflicted today. Sad man lost his lives. I actually really like and respect Liz Cheney, but I cannot forget the lie that was told to the American people that caused the lives of so many civilians and in the Middle East.
So, how are you feeling about the whole Venezuela? Because we might be just doing that shit again. I mean, fuck, at least they had the aid of Congress. Now we have no Congress, and we're about to do the same thing in Venezuela.
Yeah, it would be just as terrible.
Oh, it's just as terrible. Okay. I think it might be just a little bit worse, because the fact is that...
No, here I'll tell you, Thomas, why it's not worse. Because, let me preface this. We haven't seen what's going to happen in Venezuela yet, so I can't say. But I can say, and this is part of what started the conspiracy, what fueled, we already had a conspiracy part of the United States, but what fueled it in the Twin Towers, and there was nobody on the planes, just completely dumb shit, is because we lied about there being weapons of mass destruction and Saddam having something to do with Al Qaeda and 9/11, so that we can invade the country and take over the world. And that was the original sin and lies that were told. And it's part of the reason why Donald Trump has become president, because the people no longer believed what the government was saying, or no longer believe what the government was saying, because it told a complete fabrication.
You do know the 9/11 conspiracies started way before we actually invaded Iraq and did the whole weapons of mass destruction thing, right?
I do, but it's been perpetuated and repeated because of that. Had we told the truth and gone into Afghanistan and found the people who actually did this, and not tried to tie it to Iraq and occupy a country for 20 years and take all its resources. Had we not done that, I don't think that the conspiracy would be what it is. But it because we, with Dick Cheney and Wolfowitz and Don Rumsfeld and others, chose to tell this lie. We've stained the United States. It also gave Putin prerequisite to invade Ukraine. I hope Katrina's not on stage, because then she'll go off. But there are a lot of things that came out of that action that were, it was the original sin to me, and it was one of the most terrible things that the United States has ever been part of.
into Iraq off of faulty intel, right? It wasn't just somebody flat out lied. I think that's like something that a bunch of people have made up in their mind. It was faulty intel. They had satellite imagery of vans moving. The inspectors weren't allowed to, they were being pushed back on inspections. There was a bunch of shit that was going on at that time. So I think like people are just putting shit together and making these stories up, but it was a lot of faulty intel. Now don't get me wrong, they were warmongers because there was freaking, the UN even said like, let's try to do some type of diplomacy where we can freaking try to get in. The inspectors were like, we're gonna talk to them, and we just couldn't wait. We just wouldn't wait. But it wasn't just a flat out lie, right?
Even if it was still something that was passed through in Congress and there was an agreement and stuff like that. First off, let me make sure. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Patty. It's just I wanted to say good morning, First Lady. Thanks for letting me up. But the other part is now with Venezuela, Congress is closed, and we're going to most likely, we've already murdered 55 people already, and it looks like we're going to be doing operations on land without the aid of Congress. I mean, fuck me. At least you guys had intel. We just have the whim of a crackpot, and we're just supposed to be okay with it. You know, say what you say for Dick Cheney. I mean, he did shoot his friend in the face on private hunting ground in Texas. But I mean, at least there was some kind of provision of, you know, beyond it. Versus why the fuck are we bombing Venezuela again?
Wasn't faulty intel. Richard Clark and there were many people whistleblowing about the intel on Iraq. The intel was misconstrued. The intel was deliberately misfed to the American people. And the intel doesn't have to do the fact that we're talking about the intel is the problem.
The intel was deliberately given to the United Nations as well, the Security Council, because it was actually Colin Powell that read off the intel, and the intel actually came from Department of Defense.
I know they lied to you.
It was satellite imagery. It was just a bunch of shit. There was a whole investigation behind it. You read the Iranian papers, like.
I remember
the investigation was around the intel. It wasn't around me. So
here's the problem. You didn't need intel to know that Al Qaeda and Saddam had nothing to do with each other. There was no intel needed for that. You can talk about the yellow
cake. But it wasn't about that. It was about
I know what they tried to do. I know they came up with a marketing term called weapons of mass destruction.
I was there. He was there in the operating room. He was in the operating room.
This is weird.
The entire problem with the premise of Iraq was using the tragedy of 9/11 to connect it to Iraq. Not that I guess Saddam. It is true that Saddam didn't want the inspectors. He wanted people to think that he had nuclear weapons and he was developing something. He wanted to keep the region scared. That's true. But the real lie was that Al Qaeda and I can't remember his name anymore. Osama bin Laden had a connection to the Iraqis, which they did not.
Nobody with a brain at that time was thinking that Saddam had something.
Ain't nobody said no bullshit like that.
What's going on here?
Nobody said that. That never happened. Nobody.
No, y'all said that. You said that. People that don't know the history behind Bin Laden says that. Bin Laden was for his people, right? Now, he was an extremist, but Saddam was not a homie, okay? Because he seen what he did to the Turks. He seen what was going on with the Muslim population in fucking Saddam and Iraq.
Saying at no time.
No, nobody believed that. Not then.
Oh, nobody believed that. Nobody but you.
People that don't know the fucking dynamics of the Middle East. No, you believe that. You and a bunch of people that bring up
I don't know. I do not believe that. I knew it was.
No, you're saying it on this stage.
No.
So you believe it. No, nobody thought Saddam and fucking and Bin Laden were in bed together. Nobody.
Oh, okay. So
you don't believe that? People that don't know fucking the history of Bin Laden. Or know what his fight was for. If you don't know why the fuck he was going up against the United States, like back then, the senior leaders knew that. Okay, they knew this. It was something totally different.
Yeah. So
we were on the war on terrorism. Fucking Saddam was a terrorist. He was a terrorist.
Oh, he was a terrorist. He had something to do with 9/11. So again, look. What we have to level set is that they tried to connect the actions of 9/11 to Iraq. That is what happened. If you don't believe that happened, okay. But that is exactly what happened. That's why they called it weapons of mass destruction. The war on terror. Saddam was a terrorist.
They were called weapons of mass destruction the entire time. I don't know any other name.
Oh, okay, Patty. Let me ask you this: what are weapons of mass destruction?
Anything that can hurt a population of people. The mustard gas.
Tear gas.
Yeah. So yeah, it was weapons. It was.
And how did Iraq get those weapons of mass destruction?
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the price in China. We know that they chose. It was for a war between Iran. It was for them to attack Iran. Yeah. They ended up using whatever was left against their people. We knew how much we gave them. They couldn't account for what they used versus what was available. They wouldn't let people inspect. Like, make it make sense, bro.
Yeah. It was biological and chemical weapons that we provided Iraq to fight Iran in the 1980s because we hated Iran. And then we turned around and labeled it weapons of mass destruction and used it as a pretense.
Because that's what it was.
Okay. Whatever you want to believe.
So you don't know what mustard gas does to me? You don't know what
Fred is actually right. Fred is actually right. I don't know why you guys disagree with him. Like, he's spitting facts right now.
No, there's nothing factual about what he's saying. This is all conspiracy theory.
No, they didn't find any weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. It was a whole ploy.
We're not stupid. We're not dumb. What part of the world do you think we're from? We're not dumb. We know that there was no WMD found.
You pushed the whole war in Iraq in order to get the oil. Like, it's not that complicated. You know what I mean? Like, we have the benefit of hindsight. You think it's not like 2003 right now. We know what happened, you know? It was very cool that geopolitics have played out.
Pilferaging is against international law. We did not pilferage that country for their fucking oil. The oil that was produced in that country, I think it was like 1950 pumps that they were using. And the amount of oil they were producing at the time, what they were trying to do was have that country reinvest that money into its own economy so that they can stabilize the economy and build their government back up. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Like, I get it. A lot of people keep coming up with these conspiracy theories the same way I come up with these other conspiracy theories on what happened in Afghanistan. But guess what? No, you're wrong.
Okay, I won't go back and forth with you, but
I'm not going to go back and forth. I'm telling you what I know based off of facts.
Okay, but
okay. So what you're doing is you're guessing. You put out there what is actually not factual. Because I could put out there what's actually factual. What actually happened at the time.
Okay, sorry.
What they presented to the UN Security Council was actually satellite imagery. Information that came back from the UN when they were doing inspections, videos of fucking vans moving in the night when they were told that they were going to inspect an area and then they were given access to the area. So when he's playing games with fucking countries that are fucking, there's supposed to be certain things are supposed to be conducted at that time, and they're playing these games. He was playing games with these governments and didn't think they would invade, and guess what they did?
Patty, in your mind, the Iraq War was justified. It was a justified invasion.
At the time, yes. Now, what they did after, I don't think is justification for it. Like, putting in a puppet government was not the greatest idea. Well, okay, I get it. You have to have somebody take control. You're going to have an interim. But when you tell their military that they can't go back to work when they were actually doing what they were told to do by their country, that was a problem. When you told certain people that they couldn't run for certain offices, no, that's a problem.
Okay, so you're just entirely incorrect because there's been multiple inquiries into this. There was the Chilcot inquiry in 2016. There were two inquiries, American inquiries, in 2004 and 2005. One of them done by the American Senate themselves.
I read them.
And it was,
and they got a whole thing on it called the Iraqi Papers. You didn't let me speak. I let you speak, bro.
Okay, so can I speak?
This is the wrong room, so you don't tell me you let me speak. I let you speak. I go.
You feel powerful after that?
No, I'm gonna feel powerful right now. Now I told you I was gonna let you.
Period. People come in thinking that they can just make up their own rules. Right. And think that you're supposed to adhere to them. That's crazy to me. It's the privilege for me. It's the entitlement for me. What's going on? You guys are crazy.
And I said he can go. He's not gonna tell me I'll let you speak. He got me effed up.
And then gonna come back and try to be smart. Do you know him?
No, not at all. You know what it is? It's one of these.
You already know.
It is difficult for us to level with our atrocities in the United States, which we have committed, and it's difficult for us sometimes to admit that we were wrong. And I will just say, I think what the Bush administration did is still, in my lifetime, is the most disgraceful thing it's ever done. I understand why people have different opinions about it. It doesn't mean that the soldiers were bad people. We were told lies and we were misled, and that doesn't mean that we need to continue on, and that justifies things that could happen in Venezuela or anything that's going forward. But I do think we have to level set and tell the truth, just like the Nazis had to tell themselves, or the Germans had to tell them truth about the atrocities that they committed in the 1940s. We have to say what we did in this situation was wrong, and how do we rectify it and keep it
And a lot of you guys did, and that's the truth. Like, a lot of you guys did, and that's not really your fault either. I mean, you know, you guys were following orders, and not only were you following orders, you were following orders that were lies. So you guys were looking at things from a completely different perspective, and you weren't allowed to look at it from an open perspective. So I honestly, like, while I do love that vets apologize, I don't feel like it's the vets' fault, because you guys were just sent to protect your country. So that's just my opinion on it. Total lies. And then on top of it, I feel like even when you go into stuff like that, like Hillary Clinton should be charged for Benghazi. No doubt.
Oh, Lord.
What? Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
that's the shit I be talking about.
This is kind of fucking bullshit.
Okay, my man, that's too far. Hillary Clinton.
You got to be good this morning. I'm not even getting involved in this bullshit.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Hillary Clinton had nothing to do with Benghazi. It happened, right? It's not, I mean, like, you can't protect on everything. And you can't, while the death of the 4 or 5 people in Benghazi was tragic, there is a massive difference between what happened in Benghazi and the deaths of somewhere between 250 and 500,000 civilians in Iraq, the millions that were left homeless, the trillions of dollars that we spent, the I think it was 5,000 American lives that were lost. The thousands and thousands of American scarred, wounded, PSTD people, things that we are still dealing with today. Okay, so to one instant, right, a 12-hour, 24-hour instant of decisions versus months and months and months of planning, armament movement and moving armies, and then years of sitting in a situation of an insurgency are completely different things. You know, I do have to be honest about that.
See, I come from the perspective of I was actually protesting against the first Iraq War, the second Iraq War. I didn't think there was anything we should be due to go in there. I didn't think there was any justification. I'm not going to argue with Patty or military people about how the sequence of event happened and what was told and what wasn't told, because I think the whole thing was wrong. But I'm not going to dispute what military people and people understand how it went down and what we were told and what was real. I don't need to dispute it because I'm coming from an anti-war stance because I was actually out there protesting against this shit. So I'm not sure what angle you're trying to put out there, Trent, because we all know that American foreign policy does fuck up and does fucking create disasters, humanitarian disasters all over this fucking globe and has for decades since World War II.
Not according to Patty and Haitian. You ain't talking to me, you're talking to them.
Yes, so if you actually read, and I did a Google search of what Colin Powell actually said about the war after, right? And where he failed. He said the intelligence community failed him. He said, we did not find any stockpiles of WMD. He never said they didn't go into Iraq without some type of quote-unquote evidence. He said the same thing, that the intel was faulty.
I have his book. I have it right here.
Okay, well then read it. Because if you read it, then you wouldn't have been saying half the shit you're saying up.
No. The lie. It's not just Colin Powell.
Yeah, he didn't call it a lie though. He said the intel was faulty.
Yeah, Patty. I'm calling it a lie, like many other people call it a lie, because what they did slowly and through Fox News and CNN, they were both participants. We slowly tried to connect loosely. They kept doing it loosely. Connect Saddam Hussein and terror and weapons of mass destruction.
I mean, you can connect it to terror, so I don't understand why you can't.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm with you on that. But they tried to connect them to 9/11 in a country that was traumatized, and use that anger that should have been directed into Afghanistan and really ultimately Pakistan, and transferred it to a completely different nation in Iraq, which had done nothing for years. I'll disagree with Scotty on this.
So why were we trying to attach him to Pakistan? Because you do know we were getting a lot of our intel from Pakistan at that time. That was one of our allies. So I'm kind of confused.
Osama bin Laden was actually in Pakistan. So
okay, yeah, that's fine. But they were still the ones that was giving us intel on terrorist groups. A lot of terrorist groups that we have freaking, that we were able to, God damn, man. This is just too much. I think it's too much for this room or something.
I don't think it's too much. I mean, he was in Pakistan most of the time. I'll disagree with Scotty on one thing. I actually think the first Iraq War to protect Kuwait was somewhat justifiable. The second one was a complete atrocity.
Yeah, my whole ethics is kind of, anti-war. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Like, maybe the war on terror was a little much because they did try, when you're talking about Al Qaeda, there was this guy that was one of the freaking, everybody knows that, one of those hijackers. He actually did do some meetings in Iraq. But then we also would have to tie Saudi Arabia and all these other countries as well. So we didn't attack those countries.
Yeah, the Saudis were our friends. Yeah, Fahrenheit 9/11. The documentary was an excellent documentary at the time. It's not like there were many whistleblowers. There were many people that were trying to say that this is not right. But I remember well. I almost joined the military because we were incensed about what happened, and then thankfully my mother said, no, you need to look at it like this. And when I was able to step back, I remember it was March of 2003. I was headed to California as the tanks were getting ready to start racing across the desert. And I remember I was happy, that we were going in. I had some questions, but I was happy we were going in. Had lots of friends over there. I remember I was like 21 at the time. And as soon as it started, my aunt Marie, God rest her soul, she was so angry. She didn't want it to happen. This is a 7-year-old black woman. She's like, I've seen this before. We're in California. We're in Los Angeles. They're super out. We're in Leimert Park in California, sitting as the war started. We're watching CNN, and she says, they always do this. This is terrible. And I was like, why are you against this? This shouldn't be against this. And day two, it was like day one or day two, watching, because all the troop or the reporters are embedded, and there was one part of the column that split off to go protect the oil fields. And I was like, go protect the oil fields? I thought I was going to get hacked. I thought I was going to get shit wrong. Why are we going to go protect the oil fields? Right? And then I knew, like in that moment, I was like, oh, this was all about oil.
So do you know what happened in Kuwait back when they tried to invade Kuwait? What Saddam did?
Sorry.
Do you know what Saddam did when they tried to attack Kuwait back in the 90s? Yeah, you, since you're talking about protecting these oil fields.
You talked to Scott about that. I was for the first Iraq War, though I was 8.
No, I'm asking you. So what happened in Kuwait was they burned the oil fields. So the reason why your homie had to protect the oil fields because they knew Saddam was going to burn the oil fields. If he was going to die, he was going to burn it. So they had to protect it because that was going to be the economic security for that country. That's why they protected it. They didn't protect it and say let's take this oil. That's not what happened.
Sure.
No, it's not sure. That's what happened. Saddam was going to burn the fields. He did it in Kuwait. He was trying to do it in his own country. If he wasn't going to lead that country, he was going to burn those oil fields.
Okay. And then we propped up the Iraqi national oil companies, or did?
No, that's not what happened. So what happened was we put in a puppet government once they had their first elections. After their first elections, they had whoever in charge at the time, and when they had them in charge, they were the ones that gave out the contracts. They had their contracts. They're the ones that bidded the contracts. Now, don't get me wrong. When you go into a country and you freaking quote unquote liberate them, a lot of times they give contracts favorable to countries that liberated them. So yes, they gave contracts to the UK. They gave contracts to the United States. But a lot of those contracts didn't even stay in the country that long.
Oh, okay.
They stayed for 1 or 2 years. Most of them left out the country. So what's going on here?
They They stayed in the country for quite some time.
No, they actually didn't because it wasn't profitable.
We're still pumping Iraqi oil to this day, but that's okay. I mean, like, you know, it's not. If you don't think, Patty, there's no point in having this discussion. I know how you feel, and I understand why it is the way you feel.
Yeah, because I have to read. That's why I have to read. There's this thing that we do. It's called lessons learned, and not only that, we have to go through strategic leadership classes, and we don't just do research based off of fucking research that you may see in your freaking Google. We have to look at like paperwork, and a lot of us have TS clearances, so we get to see some of the documents that they allow us to see, so that we do the proper research while we're in these classes.
If you want to convince the rest of America now,
I don't have to convince the rest of America. Even with the Google search that you got available, you should be able to understand what happened. They released the Iraqi papers.
Okay. Well, now an overwhelming majority, including Republicans, think that the Iraq War was about oil.
They don't think that. They use that to feed you so that you can vote for a Trump. That's what.
It's not. This is Democrats and
the Senate Intelligence Committee is not stupid people. A lot of them actually know what the hell is going on globally.
I'm just talking about.
They know global politics. They know reality. What they do is they play these games in your face, because they know that you're just that gullible that you'll take it and run with it. That's what it is.
Patty, what I'm saying is the overwhelming plurality of the American public.
Yeah, I believe that too, because it's called gullibility. Just because you don't know what's going on, people don't want to read anymore. That's it. Y'all like to look at picture books and watch TikTok and fucking Instagram videos.
I don't think
people don't read anymore.
Okay, well,
how many times have y'all put up freaking articles in the chat and just read the freaking headline and thought that was good enough for an answer when it was a catch me and then come read it? Because you know why they put those? Do you know why they put those titles in the headline? Because they know that's what you want to hear, and then they put the information in the actual article. But they know you're not going to read the article. They just want you to click on it. You're an additional viewer, and that boosts up their. Come on, man.
Yeah, Patty. All I'm saying is I don't think you're going to get most people sympathizing that the Iraq War was justified and that Dick Cheney didn't lie.
I mean, at the end, it wasn't justified, right? Because the intel was faulty. But at the time when he decided to do what he was going to do, I mean, honestly, I don't think he should have went in. He should have said, fuck it. We had enough with Iraq at the time.
Okay.
Let the United Nations make a decision on what we should do. That's what I thought that's what I think should have happened.
Oh, all good. We can put it to bed. And we were talking about Dick Cheney, and that's my feeling on the man.
Yeah, he's a war criminal. So, no rest in peace for me.
Oh, and he is the one. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was a war. He was. Didn't he get?
Probably. But I think Trump's trying to. I think Trump's trying to make you guys say something that you don't actually believe and trying to put something on you that isn't actually true, because I think there's a lot of agreement here with this whole thing relative to the Iraq War. But he's trying to frame it like you guys are like pro-Iraqi invasion and everything was justified. So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
No, Scotty, look, I've got many Iraq War friends. I understand why especially people that participated in it, it's hard. It's difficult to say I was part of something that was wrong. Like she admits that they put in a puppet government. She admits that they gave the contract to. She just thinks that she thinks that the intel was faulty. I think the intel was faulty and that the American public was propagandized from the beginning to be pro-evading Iraq. That's what I think. It's actually not a huge difference in opinion. So that's what I think would happen. And I think we always forget about the 250,000 to 500,000 civilians that died.
I don't know who you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about us as a country. I'm talking about the United States as a country. When we talk about death, we talk about American soldiers dying. We very rarely ever talk about the totality and the effect that it has on the other people that were invaded. I think my daughter wanted to go see this movie. What's that movie that just came out about Iraq? They go into the home and the family's there. I can't remember the name of the movie. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Anybody?
I don't know.
What did you ask, Trent?
The movie about Iraq. They go into the families in the home, and there's an attack, and the soldiers are inside the home. What's the name of that movie?
Yeah, shit. I didn't. I'll have to look that up.
What's it
That
called?
just came out 6 years
It's
ago.
called Warfare.
Yeah.
And I know one of the guys from that incident. He's lives out here in Pontoon.
Gotcha. Okay. And so my daughter wanted to go see this movie. By the way, she loves Dunkirk. So she wanted to go see this movie. So we go and we watch this movie. And yes, the movie's cinematically, it's a fantastic movie. And she's all happy when she's just like, wasn't that a great movie? And I said, no, that was not a great movie. And she's like, why? I said, because it only told it from the American perspective. It didn't tell the story from the perspective of that family that was asleep in their home, that had an invading army camped out in their house, and they were being hit by what is portrayed as terrorists, but in their country, those people were patriots that were protecting their homeland. It didn't tell the perspective of the people in that country. It told the pro-American story. It didn't tell why we were there. It didn't say what they were protecting, why they had to secure that residential block. It didn't tell those things. I said, so from that perspective, it doesn't tell the story in full context. It glorifies warfare. It doesn't glorify.
This is the American Hollywood story. What is so difficult about that?
Yeah.
It's been going on since the beginning of Hollywood.
100%, Scotty. 100%, Scotty, and that's why there have been films like Syriana and others that do tell that story. Like I said, it was a beautiful cinematic, well put together thing, but it didn't tell the heartbreak and how many times things like that happened to Iraqi families, and they were killed, and they were left in streets to die, and because Dick Cheney and some others wanted all the oil reserves.
Yeah, then when they do, there's backlash. Deer Hunter and all types of shit. When you have movies that actually show what happens, that's why. We've been doing that for years. It's no surprise about Hollywood.
Ben, let me tell you why you got to criticize and tell everything. Because
Trent, we know we are years ahead of you in the thinking.
Apparently
you may have just come to this. We've already processed this decades ago.
I don't know why you're arguing with Patty. Because you ain't arguing with me. Like, I'm with you. And what I'm trying to say to Ben, here's why you have to criticize those things. Because a lot of times,
who are you speaking to, though? Who are you speaking to?
I'm talking to Ben in the chat. He says, why would you just criticize those things? Because there was a time when things weren't told from the black perspective either, right? And it wasn't until the Roots came out and some other things that told stories from the perspective of the minority and what they went through. And that's how you get breakthroughs, and that's how you have understandings. Anyway, I'm hyped up today. It's good to talk to y'all. I'll see y'all soon. I'm gonna go home.
Welcome, Trent. Welcome to our train of thought. It's great to have you here. House of Dynamite was pretty interesting, though. I recommend.
I'm gonna look it up.
It was it's a movie. It's not a series. Pretty quick, in and out.
Could be a series. It could have been a series.
Yeah. I mean, it's timely for sure.
Yes. See, so some people haven't seen it. I don't want to spoil it just yet.
Yeah, don't say anything.
What's it about?
Well, without saying too much, it's about missile attack on the U.S. But prior, what happens in the lead up to that and during.
House of Dynamite was a good movie. I just wish they would show what happens in the aftermath of a nuclear attack.
I was wrong.
Don't talk about it.
Oh shit, you're right.
You literally just said don't. Oh my god.
Trent can't hold water.
That's not to ruin the movie. That doesn't ruin the movie.
Wait, it's not actually.
So now I know there's going to be a nuclear attack.
No. It's not actually. That's not entirely accurate, but okay.
Who said nobody liked the Roots?
All right, y'all. Let me see.
That's crazy. But Roots change. They're cinematically is probably what changed America more, and it's
Before Platoon?
anything. I think
Cinematically, what do you mean by that?
as a Roots, Fly was talking about the chat. Somebody said in the chat nobody liked Roots when it came out. Roots.
I don't know about that though.
What?
Who said nobody liked Roots?
Nobody said that in the chat. That's what Fly was talking
Yeah, I was
about.
like, who said they don't like Roots? I was like, Roots is a good movie. I was like, what's wrong with Roots?
What's wrong with this boy? Yeah, Roots is what changes a lot of white Americans' perspective on
BC.
on the black
It's BC. It said Roots was plagiarized story. Look into that. That's every Hollywood story.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything?
But no, Trent, I think Platoon was what I was kind of like, whoa. Because that was like the first war movie where it actually showed like soldiers, because it was made by an actual veteran who served in Vietnam, and this was things that he saw. I feel like that was like the first movie where people kind of woke up.
Which movie was that?
Platoon.
Yeah.
Wait, so Deer Hunter, Apocalypse Now.
Platoon's the more realistic one, I think.
Yeah.
Platoon, dude, the soldiers end up like, it even shows when the soldiers start losing their minds from just being in war.
Wait, have you not seen Apocalypse Now?
Well, Apocalypse Now is a rogue soldier, though.
Okay, he didn't lose his mind?
He did, but
they didn't show the horrors of war to the soldier.
The idea of that, of him becoming this like war mongol, was very Hollywood. Platoon was.
So even like MASH, no, not that either.
MASH, yeah, but MASH was.
I mean, if we're talking about
100% putting Platoon over all these movies. 100%.
No, but you were saying first on a timeline. I'm just arguing with the timeline. That's all.
When I talk to Vietnam vets, they always mention the movie Platoon.
Yeah. Platoon.
Yeah.
How many Vietnam vets are you talking to, Trent? What's going on?
How many Vietnam vets?
Yeah, Fish Billy just said, his name was Oliver Stone. He was a Vietnam vet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He did. He also did Born on the 4th of July, about Ron Kovic, his story.
Yeah. By the way, Oliver Stone's Untold History of the United States, one of the best documentaries you will ever watch. But for me, best war movie, favorite war movie is Dunkirk. I think Dunkirk was absolutely masterful. Absolutely masterful. July was a good one too.
Today's vote day. Fuck.
Anybody seen all is Quiet on the Western Front? Anybody seen that? I did. All the Quiet on that was a good movie too. It's a European movie, but fucking good movie.
Wait, is that the one with when it stars the kid and it's like in World War II?
It's World War One. It's about World War One.
It's World War One. And fucking nothing. I like story. I like movies that tell the reality of war and don't glorify it because everybody thinks it's, I don't know, the way it's glorified. Like when we were growing up, especially when the recruiters would come to us and and give us that pitch, and then they're wearing their what do they call it, colors. You know what I mean? All the girls want to be with the Marine or with like it's very very glorified, and you don't recognize until you're older, what it actually entails. And it's I'm not going to say it wasn't for me, in hindsight. But the one thing my mom, I'll never forget, she told me, when I said I wanted to go to the Air Force, she was like, "You won't make it in the military." I was like, "Well," why not? Why not? She's like, "You question orders. You question authority. They don't want people like you. You'll be asking them. They'll say, 'Drop this bomb,' and you'll be asking, why?" and it was like that was true. That was true. I was like, "You're right. I do question authority." Yeah, Popcorn. My mother was got her master's degree from Pepperdine. Grew up in the era of Vietnam. Had friends that she'd lost. Part of it, she was brought up in Canada, so she had a different perspective on American what do we call it, exploits than Americans do. We are very, very insulated to some of the things that we do around the world. But when you live outside the country, you start to see it. Yeah, Canadians fought in Vietnam, but again, she spent time in Africa. She spent time. She was luckily, very educated, well-rounded woman. So she ended up with like a different perspectives, not just ours. And I didn't really until I started to travel and meet people from different cultures and different perspectives. One of the best things I think for me was growing up in Los Angeles, California, because I got to understand. Because even in Texas, even in Houston, Texas, it's an insulated mind. It's insulated mind thinking. But in Los Angeles, you meet so many people of different cultures and different backgrounds that have come from different places, and you don't just understand it from this part of America, and that's why so many of our journalists end up being liberal. And so many people who travel end up being liberal, because you lose that nationalist feel when you start to understand that there are people in different places that are struggling to make ends meet, just like you are here, but they have even less at times, and that we're all one humanity and not just Americans, or not just Texans or Mississippians like we think we are. We're part of a larger spiritual realm. It's something that you recognize when you travel. Yeah, I'd say my mom is woke. My mom been woke. My mom been woke since the 80s. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would say yes. My mom is woke. Tiffany, see, it's easy to say things in the chat. My mom's not completely opposite of me. You think you know me because of this app, right? You think you know me. If you sat down in front of me, it's really easy to hate somebody that doesn't agree with everything that you said. You know what I mean? And that's what happens in some of these social settings. But if you sat down with me face to face, most of you, 80% of you would probably really we'd really like each other. But what happens in rooms like this and settings like this, we're made to think that we have to be against each other. Like just the conversation with me and Patty were just having. Patty is one of my favorite people. She's an extremely intelligent person. I understand what she's gone through and why she has her views. You know what I mean? I don't hate her for her views. And that's one of the problems is we're always othering ourselves. Like it's those people over there. And one reason I hate the titles of these rooms, because it causes people who agree with MAGA, you've already alienated them. When in my mind, you should be inviting them to the space so that you guys can have a collective and understanding about each other. But we've gotten to this.
That's a bridge. Now that's a bridge too far.
Well,
why should I invite anybody to the table who literally believes that ICE agents can invade a neighborhood and terrorize children and families? Why should I have a seat at the table for anybody who thinks I should have less rights than a straight white Christian family? And why should I sit at a table that believes that women shouldn't have control over their own bodies? I don't know why I should do that.
Right. The only place you can do that is on Clubhouse. You wouldn't be coming to my house. There's no way in hell you would be coming to my house. I wouldn't break bread with you. I would no. In real life, no.
If I could just add, notice how it's kind of like a one-way street. We should invite them when, as Scotty just pointed out, not only would they never invite us, they would likely try to find
same thing. But let's attack it like one at a time with what you said, Scotty, starting with abortion. Okay, because I think that between Democrats and Republicans, left and right, I think that is the perennial. If there's one thing that puts you left or right, it's abortion. And when you
let's go to the ICE thing. Let's not do abortion. Let's go to that. Let's go of the stripping of rights of people who were here legally, and let's go to the stripping of rights of people who actually exist here as citizens and were born here, including myself. Let's go to that basic stuff and instead of getting caught up in the abortion debate, because that's another one that we don't have to go down right now.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Sam.
Trent, I just want to let you know, good morning, Trent. I just want to bring to your attention, you had made a comment yesterday about ICE and they don't come in numbers. I just want to let you know right now, in the community that you were raised, a young man got picked up in May. He's 17 years old. He was on his way to Reseda High School. You know where that is, Trent. He's in Atalanta right now, which is the holding facility for California. He's been there. He should be graduating high school. And this kid is a U.S. citizen. Yesterday, the day before, during the game, and all weekend, ICE went through K-Town, the entire K-Town. Where are the criminals, Trent?
Why is he still being held and he's a U.S. citizen?
That's the problem that we're running into, because these people do not get representation once they're in. And once they get in, they get lost in the system. And then they lose their ability to make phone calls. She's getting one call a week. We met yesterday at the Board of Education. We had an enormous rally down there. Unfortunately, everything got lost because of the Dodger parade. But we're trying to put pressure on all of the government agencies that are co-signing this going on right now. And he's not just the only one. So we've got another U.S. citizen that had a kidney transplant. We cannot get him his medication. We've got another one that's a type A diabetic on an insulin pump. We've got another one who was diagnosed with cancer, stage 4, 1 or 2 hours before they were picked up, Trent.
First of all.
No, I'm not going to even let you go there yet. Because none of this is humane. None of this
you didn't
is.
Hear what I was going to say yet.
It doesn't matter because you voted for it.
I didn't
That's
vote for
all that matters is you agreed to this.
Sue, I didn't vote for Trump, number one. But first of all, how about them goddamn Dodgers, baby? I mean, at least
I won't let you deflect. I'm sorry. I just won't let you deflect. Okay, well, you want to talk about them? They're going to go to the White House. What do you think about that, Trent?
I don't think Mookie's going.
He went in 2020. What do you mean he's not? He went in 2020.
Did he go in 2020?
Yes, he did.
Okay. He didn't go in 24. I don't think he
was the first one that went in 2020. That's what turned me off to them in the first place.
Okay, Sue, calm down.
No, I can't, because Trent, I got to check you.
Calm down. So, first of all, Sue, you don't know this, and many people in the group that don't understand this. I don't like the group. The people in the comments don't know that. No, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Biden and Kamala Harris. I did not vote for Trump. I do not like Trump's leadership. I do not like a lot of the things that are going on. But I understand the positions that some of the positions that MAGA has taken. Okay. I don't think talking to a lot of Republicans here in Texas, we're starting, I was telling Patty the other day, there is a massive amount of National Guard here. I'm not sure what they're planning. We're seeing a whole bunch of, I guess that they're ICE agents being staged here. I'm not sure what's happening, but there's obviously something massive getting ready to happen here. I do not agree with deporting people that have been here. peacefully for a significant amount of time and have never committed, any real crime. I'm completely against that. I think that there should be amnesty in the United States. And a lot of the Republicans I talk to feel the same way. They wanted a lot, and that's why I actually don't think that this works out long term for the Trump administration, because so many people now know families that are being ripped and torn apart. And we just had a 16-year-old and that was an American arrested in Houston. So Sue, I'm completely with you. So that's what I'm saying. That's why we have to have dialogue. I'm not against you, but we have to talk to other people that we disagree with so we can find a commonality on the issue. That's how we move forward.
Trent, I'm having a hard time tracking with you because you've been flip-flopping. I'm just going to call you out on this. You've been flip-flopping.
May I say something? I don't know what it means to understand where MAGA is coming from. Like, as a matter of comprehension, yeah, I understand what it's still incredibly bigoted. It's still very much an affront to basic democratic principles. Interestingly enough, years ago, the same motherfuckers who were saying that, hey, listen, we need to have due process rights and, we need to have First Amendment rights are the ones who are all up in this shit, trying to take that shit away from folks from the classroom to folks protesting. I mean, so the game has always been to not actually have democratic rights for everybody, but just for the individual that Scotty laid out, which is the Christian white male. Almost exclusively. There's a really good case in point here about what's, for example, happening in Memphis, Tennessee, where the chickens are really coming home to roost, and you have federal agents, law enforcement agents, descending upon a black city and engaging in what are likely unconstitutional stops and arrest of black folk, over 1,700 arrests. Since October 29th, black people being stopped, black people having to carry their birth certificates, right? Black Americans, okay? This is what's happening under this administration, under the name of, crime, even though, the Trump administration, these law enforcement agencies aren't keeping any kind of data when it comes to whether they're arresting violent folks for violent crimes or anything like that. So we're kind of left in the dark. Anybody supporting this kind of stuff or trying to understand MAGA, which is, I think, another word for trying to empathize with them, because, again, we all comprehend what they're saying. We just completely disagree. We think it's fucking fascistic. But anybody trying to empathize with them is just really, telling us ultimately that they have a point. I don't think they do. I don't think there's any point when it comes to eradicating basic democratic principles. There's no point to eliminating due process. There's no point to understand. There's no place to empathize. And I think that, and maybe it's from where, Trent's line of work, where you have to try to make negotiations and understand the other. I think you can't be neutral, as Howard Zinn would say, on a moving train. We are in a hell of a position. And as the old labor song goes, which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? That's where we are right now. It's not about building bridges. It's about these motherfuckers are crazy, and we need to get rid of this line of thinking.
So, Sue, again, no, I'm with you on a lot of these issues. Now, I'm going to speak from the MAGA point of view. Okay, a lot of the MAGA point of view was focused on the border, which has now been rectified, right? So a lot of them are very, very happy with that. That needed to be controlled. But you're going to find a large portion of even MAGA, and I differentiate MAGA from Republican because Marshall's Republican. He's not MAGA, but there is a still significant portion of the MAGA voter that doesn't want just what you're talking about. But if you alienate them and if you're not even willing to have a conversation on why they feel the way that they do, right? They have been gaslit in a bit, that they've been told that this country is being invaded and that they're being replaced
that they're being replaced with the white replacement theory, right? And it's fearful for their safety. And Sue, there has been some not as much as promoted, but there has been some illegal crime that has taken place that has resulted in the deaths of people. That has infuriated some of those folks, right? So we have to be able to have
that has infuriated MAGA.
Yes.
That there's been deaths of people that ICE or Homeland Security.
No.
I'm trying to explain.
Some of the people that have been killed by illegal immigrants. That's what I'm saying has infuriated some people. And so we've got to be able to sit down and just have a conversation.
Infuriate them because there's way more mass shootings and school shootings that should infuriate them.
Absolutely, I agree with you. They're to me they're both equal. To be able to have a conversation with those folks.
They're not willing to have a conversation with us. You know that? They're not extending any grace nor have. They don't give a fuck about what our side thinks about anything, and it is very clear in everything that they are doing, from executive orders to shutting down the government to you name it. Why should we sit at the table with them and try to extend grace to them when they haven't shown any of that to us?
They will. They have. There are a lot of people on the MAGA side that think I'm a bleeding, raging liberal, right? And they have, especially in Texas. Like y'all think it's bad in California, so you got to come here. Like, but they will. You can't.
What magical thinking do you have? I don't understand what we're
maybe, you know what, Scotty? You know what? Maybe you can't have that conversation, okay? And maybe the guy that just left, Black Freedom, maybe he's right. Maybe it is because of my line of work and in negotiations with people from multitude of points of views that I am able to see things from different perspectives. But I think in order for a nation to move forward, that's a democracy where you need 60 to 70% of people to be for something. And I think if we explained it rationally from that way, we don't want to be kicking down doors and deporting people in Koreatown and waitresses and agricultural people that have come here just to pick fruit and make a living who have done nothing wrong. The majority of Americans will agree with that, right? And then we say, okay, how do we put controls on our borders so we can stop the flow and give amnesty to the people here? But if nobody is willing to have the conversation, you always end up in the circle of firing the squad.
Yeah, I don't understand what that means. That whole rant, I don't know what that is. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't think you want it to. I think there's also a portion of...
I don't know what world you are living in. I don't know what your reality is. I don't know who's feeding you these MAGA talking points. I don't understand. You can say you're not MAGA. You can say that you voted for Kamala. I don't really care either way, because what I do know is that all of the talking points that you have given us since Trump has been in office, it's all MAGA talking points. It's all like, well, you don't really see, well, the Democrats need to learn this. If 95% of what you're saying is agreeing or justifying with MAGA, I don't know, maybe you're MAGA.
No, Trey, hold up real quick. He's not entirely wrong though. I mean, like I'm like extremely opposed to MAGA, but one of the biggest talking points that they campaigned on was gender reassignment surgery, and I was like, initially I'm like, nah, that's a complete fucking lie. But then I went and I had to go and look it up myself, and like here in Washington State where I live, they do allow funds to be assigned to gender reassignment surgery for inmates, and I'm like,
to me, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not like transphobic. I don't give a fuck what people do, you know, but in terms of like tax dollars being assigned to that like that, you know, it doesn't make any sense. And I think the majority of people would say that that's probably not, you know, wrong for people to be against that. You know, I would say that the majority of people would. And I also think that, you know, by being so lax on policies like that, we allowed that space for them to be able to campaign on it. You know, it's not to say that, you know, we shouldn't advocate for people to have basic human rights and everything, but I mean, at the end of the day, everybody should have a say-so in terms of how tax dollars are being handled.
How does that rank in what is important in what's going on with America?
It's not. It's not.
We are, okay, all right, I know you understand that.
Yeah, I do. I do. I mean, we're talking about less than 1% of the population. I'm with you entirely.
And that's a debate that can be had over there about that specific thing. But when you're tearing up the Constitution and then having it justified because there may be a trans person in jail getting gender reassignment surgery with some sort of tax dollars, pales in the comparison to what Doge has done, what money they have wasted, the money wasted in terms of what's going on with sending National Guard troops, Homeland Security into places in America, and it pales in comparison to all this other money that they are throwing away in the government. It's really laughable what's happening. They're ripping up the Constitution because, you know, Angie wants to get a gender reassignment, you know, somewhere in Bellevue, Washington. It's nothing.
You have to Drew's point, and Drew, to your point, to the people on the Christian right, it's a big deal because they feel like this is part of an agenda to promote gay rights and trans rights. So to them, it's a big deal. It is right. It's a small amount of money. It's a small
priority to promote gay rights and trans rights.
That's right. Their preachers are much more of an issue than what they're saying that they're worried about. Like in comparison, like it's not even close. Like what they're saying is an issue is not even close.
Hold on, before y'all don't have to get. I'm actually for the trans thing in jails because when you explain the genetics.
Let's not talk about the trans thing. This is the crazy part, is that we have to accept this conversation to talk about the bigger conversation of them ripping up the Constitution and violating our rights writ large in this country. Sending Border Patrol agents to fucking Chicago. What border are they fucking, protecting? Indiana? I don't understand what the fuck's going on, but we want to throw in some, wedge issue to make it all seem like it's okay.
And Canadians are not swimming the Great Lakes to come to America. I hate to tell you that.
It's cold in there, Patty.
Yeah. That's not. It wasn't my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't my point to try to, like I said, I didn't even bringing that up. I'm extremely against MAGA. I mean, in everything that has happened since the election, this is more so, I guess, how I think we could all acknowledge that it was a huge talking point in terms of the election. Anytime that I turned on the TV, I saw an ad.
It was a smoke screen for what they really were trying to do.
I agree.
Using people's biases. They're using people's fucking bigotry. That's all it was.
Oh, no doubt. And I think that, I think that that's one of the ways that, where we see a lot of, Black MAGA, turning that corner, because, Black men in general are extremely homophobic. And when it comes to a topic like that, a lot of people you already know are one issue voters, if you could even call them that, because they just go off of what the most extreme talking point is to make a decision that, when it comes to voting.
But I'm just real quick. Just my point in bringing it up is just to say that like it's not that every single talking point is like false, but it is a false equivalency when you compare it to what's being done in our country. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to argue with you guys like in saying that MAGA is justified in anything that they're doing. They're not. I'm just saying
you're highlighting I get it. You're highlighting that this is the talking point that they use, and Democrats would be better served by not campaigning on something like that, which they never have, by the way.
No, but I think that they should. I think that they should have done a better job of clarifying. Like, I believe Kamala Harris's point, when it came to the debate, when she was asked that question, was I'm just going to stick to how things are done or how it's done currently. Whatever's in law right now.
Follow the law, which would be the answer.
Yeah, and what Drew brought up, Van Jones has brought up as well, right? And it's big into talking about winning elections, because he was right. He was talking about why black males started to shift away towards Trump and what drove that. And he talked about the trans issue being one of them. And he said that's probably an issue that we should leave alone for the reasons that Drew brought up, right? But you see, we can't get so like involved and angry when somebody brings up just a point about a conversation. Is like, hey, if you wanna win elections and if you want to build consensus, understand where people have problems. And like Drew said, a lot of people are one or two issue voters, and when trans scares them, right? And so if you can figure out how to navigate that conversation, right, without forcing it down their throats, you'll be able to win back a lot of things that you guys have lost.
I don't think we should be. Hold on, let me jump in. Pardon me, y'all. You triggered me. I don't think we need to even tackle that trans issue. I think that the trans issue is different from the gay issue. We've put them together. We've done a mashup. They're two distinct, different things. And most America has accepted gay, right? Like, it's not, people not beefing like they used to when it comes to that. Hold on, wait. Let me. Okay, this out. Hold on. Can I finish? Many people, Republican, Democrat, poor, wealthy, all backgrounds, are absolutely, unequivocally the same, pretty much, on the trans issue, right? I've done the polling. So people don't want to be imposed upon that. People don't want to feel like that. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party has allowed itself to become the face of that. And that is a detriment to them. And so we have way more fucking important things to be worried about at this time than the trans issue. And I'm gonna just say it like come on, man, like that shit right there is not for us to be processing. It's a slimy, slippery slope that leads into separation, divisiveness, so on and so forth. We need to focus on the fact that our Constitution is being gutted. All the gray areas of our Constitution are being exploited, right, and extorted. Like they'll find a gray area and exploit the fuck out of it and push it until it ends up in court, right? This is their playbook. So the point that I'm making in all of this is this. That is not the issue that we should be worried about out of all the other issues that we have before us. Alain.
This is not about trans people. This is about the othering of everybody. And you can go down the list. Immigrants, Muslims, socialists, Jews, gays, trans, blacks, you name it.
Take trans off that list.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, you gotta take trans off that list.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because they're Americans. Because they're Americans, and they are part of the marginalized group.
Hey, Robert, let him finish, man. You were complaining about other people talking over you, and now you're interrupting. No, not hold on, man. What are we doing? No, seriously. I want to get in, and I know how you do this. I'm focused right now. Me and him go back. You're not focused because you're talking over your interlocutor.
If he has something to say, he would say it. Let him and I.
Do you have something to say, Spirit? You want him to talk over you?
He had something to say, Robert. He was talking and you interrupted. You can go right after.
I was just finishing my point that they're targeting marginalized groups. Trans is one of them. That's it. That was my point. And they're going to do it no matter what. So it's not even about trans. It's about setting populations up against each other so that they can have some type of electoral victory and superiority, get us all fighting against each other so that they can enact their racist ideologies, their xenophobic, their transphobic, their gayphobic ideologies. That's what they're trying to do. So it isn't about trans per se. It's about all those groups that I mentioned, but you want to take trans out of it?
I'm going to say this, right? Again, right? The things that you mentioned are legitimate. With this trans issue, and I'll say it again, I'm going to stand on it. I think that, I'll just say it, I don't think that men should be allowed in the spaces of women. I don't think because a man has decided that he wants to behave like a woman, act like a woman. No, that's the point. No, but that is the point. I just think and that's the point that I'm making. That right there is a decision that people make.
Right. That was on the conversation. So you got to bring it back to the actual conversation, Robert. You're off on some crazy tangent right now.
All of us, maybe I am. All of us, I respect other human beings, and I believe every human being has inalienable rights. Without a doubt, we all should be allowed to pursue our own religion. No, I didn't say that. I said all humans. No, I said all humans. That's what I said. We all are entitled to our inalienable rights. So this is not about a rights issue.
All right, I'm jumping in. So these kinds of arguments had possibly some logical weight within some mindset at some point, but now we know what they actually are doing with their power, and they're actually attacking all of the communities and more that Scotty listed. We know they're attacking those communities. You know how? Because you can see that Black women's unemployment rate has skyrocketed. They've been particularly targeted. We know that blue cities and targeted, that they're literally sending people in and indiscriminately, right? One looks a little too brown, or they just don't, they woke up on the I want to beat somebody kind of day outside of the bed that day, that they just do whatever the hell they feel like doing. That's what we actually know. And I could go on and on and on and on and on. We know that they don't believe in accountability in government, which is what you do. We know that's true when you fire all the inspectors general and you don't. We know that they don't believe in, honoring the senior military members because of how many people they've pushed out. We know that they don't care about poor people because they're literally starving them unnecessarily right now over the will of Congress, which sets aside extra money in case we have a shutdown to feed the poor, people who literally will not eat, barring some sort of miracle, right? Hopefully each community can come together, all of their people on food stamps, but how the hell is that going to happen? We know that they're attacking U.S. citizens. We know that they're trying to rig every election that they're rigged enough yet. We know that they only have a majority in the House. They already rigged a bunch of states' elections by changing the districts so that they don't represent the people. Wisconsin and North Carolina are 50-50 states. Go look at the breakdown of how those states have been sending people to Congress. And then go look at the margins between Republicans being in control and Democrats. This isn't some we're just in the arena just fighting it out. It's a politics, and it's all within the social contract, and we're going to be okay. The social contract is called the Constitution. That's like the core piece of our social contract, and they are trampling it. They're not listening to how Congress, Article 1, appropriates money. They're just deciding to do whatever the hell they want. They're not listening to treaties we've signed. just blowing people up in international waters. Like, this isn't some moment where we're like, oh, let's just come to the debate and we can talk real sweet to the MAGA people. And here's the truth. It's the Trents of the world that are actually the people that we need to be talking to. Because it's Trent and the people that he's adjacent to who actually are the ones who hold the key to being able to push back against this. Because it's when the Trents of the world wake up to the kinds of realities that I'm laying out there, which I don't know what it's going to take for you to understand that this isn't a normal political pendulum swing. This is something very different. But when people like you are starting to start to understand the stakes of the moment, what's actually going on, and that this is an authoritarian takeover, not just, Republicans republicaning, then we can actually do something about it. And every time we go down one of these dumbass tangents about some whatever wedge issue, to Scotty's point, we actually move away from that.
So look, the Trents of the world, as few and far between, the independents, yes, we are what you need in order to move an election. That is true. But you are going to have to be able to talk to some of the people. You're not going to get hardcore MAGA, right? Trump's got a 30% base that's rock solid. That ain't going to move. But there's a 20% of Republicans that will move your way on some of these issues. And instead of, and I appreciate, Your Honor, what you said somewhat. Instead of sitting in here 8 hours, 12 hours a day complaining, okay, you need to be building a base. You need to be getting some more people like Trent. Change your title, right? You need to get more people who may not necessarily agree with you on every single issue, but on some pertinent issues, maybe hurting SNAP benefits or some other things, right? On some pertinent issues, may actually agree with. Maybe they're part of a blended family, right? There are certain people that are not all the way to one side or the other. But I think the way you carry out your conversation, when you alienate people, especially you, Scott, I gotta say, when you alienate people,
go fuck yourself. How's that for alienation?
Whoa! When you speak like that, like you alienate.
I don't give a fuck. Don't you dare lecture me, bro. I'm in way more conversations with people not on this app where I don't need to take shit from an uninformed ignoramus like you who lives on the fucking border.
Yeah, uninformed. See, that's what I'm talking about.
And that's what I was highlighting. Thank you.
And so, if you're going to win elections, right, you have to be able to bring consensus, a plurality of people around you, and the Democratic Party has to build a big tent. And so, Your Honor, I actually appreciate some of what you said, because that's right. You got to bring in the independents and some of the right into these conversations, into this room to talk about that.
Hey, Trent.
I have some clarification.
Can I say something to Trent real quick?
Okay.
Hey, Trent, I think that I'm going to be honest, I'm leaning more now to where I see the bullshit on both sides of the parties. But I'll say this. I think what has hurt the Democrats, and trust me, I hate the Trump administration. They lied. It's just terrible. But I'll say this. The Democrats, the problem is a lot of the Democrats are trying to still play the Michelle Obama mantra of when they go low, we go high. They're still stuck on doing it the old way, and the old guard and the old way just isn't going to work against MAGA. You have to get down dirty and muddy and gritty and grimy to be able to compete against the rhetoric and the lies that they're telling. Because what's going on right now is the Democrats are too nice. They're too nice. They're passive in a lot of ways. I mean, there's a few that aren't, but most of them, they just kind of cowards right now. And I think they need to just go ahead and get some fresh new blood in there that's going to fight and claw to get back. And I'm a firm believer in not voting on party lines. I vote on policy lines. I vote on who's going to represent my interests the best. That's just how I vote. I don't vote on Democrat and Republican. I vote on who's the more qualified person for the job. And to be totally honest, anyone who thinks Trump is more qualified than this can of paint right here is crazy. You know what I mean? If he won that election, and this is the conversation that not many people want to acknowledge. He won the election off basic racism. MAGA is not even Republicans. MAGA is MAGA. MAGA is feeling as though every race is responsible for the decline of their lifestyle, and they want to get that shit out of here. They want immigrants gone. They feel threatened by gays. They feel threatened by black people. They feel threatened by anybody that isn't representing what they want to do. And that's the white man. That's what MAGA represents. And the white woman is going to vote where the white man votes. Let's get that clear. Even if they don't agree with the policies Trump does, they can look at the sexual assaults, they can look at the felonies. Trump can murder motherfuckers in front of them. They're going to vote with the racism. They would rather go broke, lose their health care, lose their jobs, lose their farms, lose everything they have as long as they stand on that premise of racism. I just cannot fathom the thought of black people doing better than me. I can't fathom the thought of an immigrant doing better than me. That's just what it is. They feel like they're getting minimized and eradicated, and that the white man is losing their stature in society. They feel as though they're losing the population. They feel as though they're going to be wiped out in 20, 30 years. The Mexicans coming up. The Mexicans are coming up. Latinos coming up. They feel marginalized like we got power. That's what MAGA is. They're not voting for policies because Trump doesn't have any policies. Trump has anything that he says it does that doesn't conflict with what he said yesterday. Everything he says is not thought out. His administration is Dr. Oz and Vince McMahon's wife and a whole bunch of other inexperienced nitwits who have no common sense or knowledge of what they're representing. That's all that shit is. So when I hear people get on here and cap and coon and try to defend what Trump is doing, that to me just lets me know you're a cultist, man. You're buying in the Kool-Aid like David Koresh. You can't even tell me a policy, especially when it comes to black people. They really frustrate me when they try to cap for him. You can't name one good thing this man has done for black people in this nation. And they say, well, getting the immigrants out of there, that's good for us. Yeah, it's good for you how, because you're next. It's the pipeline of what he's trying to do. He's trying to make America white again. And you silly niggas who vote for him and coon for him don't want to take that memo. You know what I mean? How many, last thing was saying, because I know I'm going on, but last thing was saying, how many black history books are you going to remove from school? How many policies in DEI and affirmative action are you going to get rid of? Voting rights getting minimized, taken out of here. Gerrymandering districts to try to cheat on the midterm. The list goes on and on and on. You eliminate Job Corps. You do every fucking thing that is hurting my people, but hurting all people, really, that is working class. It don't matter if you're white or black. You get fucked the same way. But keep cooning, keep on cooning. It is what it is, but anyone who supports that moron needs their head.
Hold on. Hold on. Hug. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I couldn't have said it any better, verbatim. And if anybody has listened to me, they know that what you just echoed, I echo as well. This is no longer about no Republicans. Anybody arguing about Republican, conservative, that is not the party in charge. The Republicans and the conservatives have transitioned into MAGA, which operates under another narrative. They have a more sinister mission. And we've seen it unfold. It's unfolding every single day. Every single day it's unfolding. And I don't know at what point, like, how bad this shit is going to get. Like, I don't know how bad it's going to get, but I agree with you. You know, you got many Americans still stuck on that argument. This is the MAGA party. We are in an authoritarian regime. There's no leaning towards it. There was no headed in that direction. That there's no if things keep. It's here. It's in real time. This is it. And we need to come to terms with that. And as far as these divisive issues, somebody mentioned the wedge issues are concerned, we in this room, despite how we may feel about some of these issues, we look at the bigger picture and what's really important, right? Because I'm not going to, just because I feel how I feel about what I was talking about earlier, that still wouldn't make me vote for a
Mr. Trump. It just wouldn't, you know. But you do have Americans that we need to echo how this country is processing what's being put out there. That's what we need to discuss. This how do Americans outside of you intelligent people in this room who we're developing our skills. We're developed. This room challenges us to dig deeper and have more facts. Right. The rest of America is not necessarily on that type of time. It just isn't. I'm sure a lot of these conversations you guys are not having with people in your lives, or you may differ from people around you. And what I see a lot of people, especially the younger generation, they literally, they lost, man. They are lost. They get their information from social media, the clever toxic posts, so on and so forth, and they run with it. And so that is a problem. And until we figure out how to communicate to people in a sensible way, someone mentioned earlier that you need to build your own tribe, so on and so forth. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm building my think tank. And my goal is alignment with like-minded people, and then preparation of litigation, policy, so on and so forth, that are contrary to what's going on in this country, and push those. That's the only thing you can do. It's the only thing you really can do. You got to get a coalition. You got to build. If you're standing so strong the way you stand on something, there are many others who feel the same way. And those are the minds that need to come together, because those are the people who are likely to take action. Otherwise, it's just talk. But thank you for your submission, Hug.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your submission, bro. You always speak truth to light, Rob. I got much respect for you. And I think the people who are against the regime just got to get louder, man. We got to get louder. And just like the lies get put out there, the truth got to be spoken just as loud or louder. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people are just stuck in the, just leaning back, passive, just whatever's going to be, whatever's going to be. And change can't be made that way. You know what I mean? And I think change is going to happen, honestly. I don't think it's going to stay where it's at. I think eventually, as the universe always does, it'll always spin it back to where it needs to be in the ultimate end days. But you know what I'm trying to say. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, we got to do our due diligence. We got to start bringing respect back in the game. We got, like I said, a president who on his social media got a meme of him flying a plane, dumping shit on top of protesters that was in the No Kings protesters. Dumping shit on them. That's so mature of a leader of the free world posting that. That just shows the maturity level of what we're dealing with right here. And there's kids that somewhere watching this thinking it's okay to just think like a fifth grader as a president. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. No real thought into any of the decision making they're doing. Even with the SNAP benefits, they blame it on the Democrats. You've got all the House. You got all the control going on. Even the Supreme Court is stacked in your favor. But you're going to find a way to blame Obama and Biden for the SNAP benefits being cut. Well, let's keep it real. No president has had the SNAP benefits cut ever since it's been in the inception of it. No one has ever had it cut but this. But he points the blame. Oh, it's the Democrats. No, it's you. It's your administration that has no compassion for anyone who's hungry, whether they white or black. Because white people get SNAP benefits more than black people do. And I've never been on it. Never been on any government assistance. But I do empathize with the hungry. And people say, well, people been cheating and scamming the system. Okay, so this government isn't? You don't think that they're hoarding money here and there and getting tax breaks and the shit that they do? Right. We watch, hey, look, check this out. We watched Brett Favre, a football player, scam a whole state and didn't do a day of jail time. It's all selective outrage. It's all selective. The law doesn't apply equally the same way. We already know what it is. We're watching a man who had 34 felonies that he was convicted of run for president, whereas if I have a felony, I can't even vote. You know what I mean? If I had a felony, I couldn't even go and vote for the president, yet the president can run for president as a felon. This shit makes sense. If that don't tell you the fight is fixed, then what the fuck would tell you that it's fixed if that doesn't? You know what I mean? This shit is an agenda that they're pushing. MAGA, like me and Robert was saying, MAGA is not the Democrats and Republicans. It is a coup
tool that they're doing right now. It is basically them just doing what the fuck they want to do and shoving it through. And until the Democrats get some span and come back with that same energy and stop this turn the other cheek shit and stop all of this old pussyfooting around being soft shit and come to war, because that's what this shit is. And like I said, I'm not leaning either way. I think Democrats are full of shit too. But if you really want a chance against the Republicans, you're going to have some spine, and you cannot come with that same pussyfooting that they've been doing the past 4 years.
What does that even mean? When you say come to a war, what does that even mean?
It is a war.
It is a
what
war.
I meant.
Even if we're talking about war propaganda.
What I'm asking is, when you're saying the Democrats need to come with war, what are you saying that they should do?
I'm not meaning it in a military war way.
I know that.
When I say war, it means the same spirit and energy that they're meeting you with. You're going to have to come in, like I said, you're going to have to come ready to fight. You got to come ready to wrestle. You cannot continue to try to take the higher ground against some pigs. Like, at the end of the day, that shit just isn't going to work. We're going to have to play the game differently. We're going to have to be more strategic.
Like, what does that mean?
So, Trent, I'll tell you what it means.
Exactly what
I'll tell you what it means, Trent. It means individuals like me. Individuals like me need to stand up. That's what it means. That's exactly what it means. It means individuals like myself, Hug. It means individuals who have the strength, the wherewithal, the intelligence, the wit, the cognitive agility have to stand up. That's what it means.
Absolutely.
So it's part of that. So I stand on that. That's what it means. More our voices. Excuse me. Let me finish. We have to elevate our voices more. We have to find a way to elevate our voices more and take the responsibility. And for me, this past year is a calling for me. I'm not going to get into details, but I know I have a calling, right? That's why I speak so passionately. That's why, like, when you hear me bumble words and all that, it's because I'm not following my calling like I should, and it's calling me every fucking day. The more that this country goes in the direction, the more of the calling that I feel. So that's what that means. I'll land.
So I just want to be clear. I hear a lot of bloviating, right?
Oh my God, is that what you're doing?
Hold up, man.
Yeah, he's trying to derail it. He's trying to spin the conversation another way.
Bro, I'm not trying
to. We know the tactics. We know the tactics.
Oh yeah, we know the spin cycle.
Yeah, but hey, let's have the conversation though. So.
Yeah. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm actually trying to get you to a solution. So if you're talking about
Trent, you take away from the conversation by prefacing it with going right after people you're speaking. You add how many attacks before you say anything doesn't help.
No, I'm just saying, I hear a lot of complaining, right? But I don't hear a lot of solutions to action, right? So when you say that you're going to speak to people, who are you going to speak to? How are you going to speak to them? How are you going to build a bigger tent in order to win an election?
So let me just say this, bro. I wish I would get on an app and break down to you what my strategy is and what I'm working on and what my think tank is about, bro. Like, you can't give me no solution. What the nerve and audacity to think that you can give me a solution is ridiculous and it's insane. I promise you, bro, you don't operate in the regions of a mind like mine. I don't even register half the time the shit that you say. I'm going to be quite honest with you, because the language that I speak, it is not for people like you. It's just not. So you can't. Don't try to shrivel us. Don't try to shrink us and try to put us in a box and ask her, well, how you going to do it, bro? We ain't giving out no playbooks over here. I don't have to prove anything to you. I land.
Why would you give the ops your playbook? Makes no sense at all. It's obvious that your stance or your premise is different than mine, Robert's, and probably a lot of other people in here. You're not going to take anything anyone says in a productive, conductive way. You're just basically trying to spin and derail the conversation to become an argument. And I'm not arguing with you on this. I'm simply saying this because I know that's what you're doing. I've been in clubhouse rooms that you've been in, and I know other ones like you that do the same thing. So hold on. Let me say this. You can believe what you believe, and you're entitled to believe what you believe, and I believe what I believe. But one world, you'll get a true sentiment to where we are right now. You know what I mean? And you know what the Stockholm Syndrome is, you'll know that a lot of times when you're dealing with racism, people don't care that they lose their house, their businesses, they don't care that they're losing even their freedom of speech. They stand on the premise of, but he hates black people though. But he hates immigrants though. So I'm going to stand with him even though I've lost everything I own. I lost my job, I've lost everything. But he hates black people though, so I'm still rolling with him. That's what we're dealing with right now. There are people standing on that more than feeding their own family. They're standing on that more than health care. They're standing on that even though you paid $4.79 for them chips yesterday, they're $6.19 today, and it just went up $1.40 in a day, and you don't even ask why or how. You just taking all this shit for what it is. So that's all I'm saying. You guys don't even have any real meaning as to why you truthfully support the man. Because more often than not, many of y'all get on these platforms and are doing worse than you've ever done in your life. In every facet. And you still cap for that administration. It is some weird shit.
I think you got me confused with maybe Amari or somebody else. No, I don't support Trump. What I was asking, and Robert, it wasn't trying to be accusative. And I was talking about when I said I hear a lot of bloviating, I was talking about the entire room. I wasn't just talking about you two in particular.
You said right? What? You said we were complaining? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I hear it all day.
Why wouldn't I complain? I don't like what I see. I think that's what people do when they don't like what they see. They complain about it. Why wouldn't I complain?
Okay, so
it makes no sense what you're saying, bro. Like, the whole fucking country is damn near complaining.
Hey, let him talk, though.
Yeah, I understand why you're complaining, and I actually agree with you that a lot of people are feeling the pressure, which is why I think it's an opportunity to have a conversation with some people who may not have voted your way or the way you see in 2024, but maybe feeling some things now. So that's why I asked the question.
I think you're missing the point. There are people that know what's going on, and they're still not going to sway the way they feel because of the racism and the hate that they have. That's why they're going so hard on immigrants. That's why they're going so hard on black people. That's why they're going so hard on anybody of color, because the truth is MAGA means making America white again. They feel like they're marginalized. The white man feels like they're losing their power in society. And this is what this shit is. It's not politics anymore. Hold on. This shit is not politics anymore. It's not policies. It's not any of that. It's strictly based on the Hitlerism of creating anger and frustration on people who look different than you, blaming them for the fact that you lost your job, blaming them for the fact that you're doing worse than ever, when in reality, this administration is fucking you over the same way they fucking us over. But as long as they keep fucking us over and making us the portrait of the fuckovers, you're okay with that. It only affects you when it's affecting you. Now, I'm not speaking for you directly. I'm saying for your people, because you're white. White people only do the No Kings protest. Hold on. White people only do the No Kings protest when the shit affects them. You got to think. The SNAP benefits affect Vermont. The SNAP benefits affect Maine, Oregon, and all of these places that are primarily white. But you know what? It took them to sit back and look at this and say, wait a minute. It's affecting me. Wait a minute. My farm is losing money. Wait a minute. My trucking industry is losing money because I'm not shipping goods to these grocery stores because of the policies that he did on SNAP. So
yeah, but I mean, like at the same time, like I mean, you're on, but we can't go and just attribute that to. I think we're all guilty of that. I mean, we've seen it, even recently with the ICE riots. I've seen many people jump on here, black people jump on here and say, oh, this isn't our fight. They weren't with us when we were, speaking Black Lives Matter. And that's true. That is true. But at the same time, it is an opportunity for us to be like, hey, this is the shit that we tried to tell you about before, and by turning a blind eye to it or saying, oh, well, that's too bad for you. You weren't with me when I was going through it. So fuck you. Like that shit it helps to continue the divide. And a couple of those points, like Trent's black, although he may come off as white. Like, I get that. I don't agree with Trent 9 times out of 10. I do feel like a lot of the time he almost advocates for right wing politics or talking points.
That's why we're not saying.
No, but my point of even bringing up like the trans point was just that I think it is important for us to have those conversations regardless of how meaningless we feel they are, because of course with the people that are voting on like as you said, that are we're not going to change their opinion. They're already there, but there are either people on the fence or there are people in the middle that don't even come out and vote because they're not enticed to do so, and those are the people. That's why it's important for us to continue the conversation. As far as being able to like heighten our voices, like the way that I think for me, just a simple way to do that is to do the same thing that they do and go through social media. I mean, that's one of the easiest avenues for us to be able to like.
A lot of shadow banning's been going on, and that's another game that they're playing. You know what I mean? When you look at CBS and you look at these networks where they're firing a lot of the black and brown journalists and they're firing a lot of the black and brown workers at these networks, and they're really scaring the networks into, if you say anything about this administration, we're going to come at you. And that's what they've been doing, whether it be the Post, whether it be CBS, whether it be any of these networks that don't say what he likes, whether it be 60 Minutes. See, the freedom of the press is no longer there because they're afraid of retribution. They're afraid if I say this, you're going to fine us, or you're going to try to figure out a way to get us off the air and cut funding and all this shit. It's like what he did to Harvard, where you're trying to cut funding because motherfuckers are doing things you don't like or standing. This is what we're dealing with. So when you're talking about that, it's just making the playing field fair. Now, I'm not saying if you voted for Trump, you don't have a right to. This is America. You can vote for whoever you want to. And if those policies align with your policies, which I don't see a policy he has, but if what he does align with you, that's your business. But when it comes down to the truth is no different than this is the Tea Party times a million. See, when the Tea Party first aligned and came together, the same premise was the same. But now they've taken it up notches and they just took the blindfolds off, took the Klan hats off, and replaced it with a red hat. You know what I mean? And they just letting it be known. We're trying to give power to the police and ICE, not to get you out of the country, but to beat your head and separate your family in the process of doing it. And if you looked at his interview the other day, he said, "I don't think we're doing enough." They said, do you feel on 60 Minutes? And they were like, "Do you feel like beating people up and doing the things that you're doing to people is doing, extreme?" So I don't think it's extreme enough. So basically you're saying that no measure that you do is strong enough. Not the fact that you separate kids from their parents. Not the fact that you beating up people, pummeling them, breaking into houses, coming to their jobs and beating them up and doing all this crazy shit. It's one thing to get an immigrant out of your country that you feel like is undocumented and shouldn't be here. And it's another thing to assault and take away the right to due process. And that's what this motherfucker's doing. And some of you are so oblivious that you don't understand if that could happen to them, that could happen to you if you're of color. If you black and you walk down the street, it could happen to you if you might look Haitian. You might just look Haitian. You might not even be Haitian, but you look Haitian. So we're gonna pull you in.
Hold on. I didn't get to say.
Oh, go ahead, Drew.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say real quick. I agree with you. The thing is I don't think that most people give a fuck when it comes to that type of shit. I think it's more. I think something that might be a little bit more productive to point out to these people or the people that are on the fence, not the ones that don't give a fuck. But it's that you could go and just straight up just point to crime statistics and be like, well, where's the correlation? You say that there was a massive influx of immigrants, and what his talking point is that they're letting in murderers and criminals and all drug dealers and all this shit. If that's the case, then where is the spike in crime? And city to city, we've seen historical lows. So I mean, that's where I like my stance is that we need to be willing to go toe to toe with them on these minuscule talking points that they use and cut them at their knees, as opposed to disregarding it because of the fact that most people aren't willing to go and do the research themselves. So it's just refuting the shit right when it comes out, as opposed to letting it gain more momentum and shit. But I'm gonna go on mute because I gotta go do some shit. But I'll be back.
You know what, Drew? I don't disagree with some of the things you said, man. But I think at the end of the day, it's just Hitler Part 2. And Hitler fed off the miseducation of the people. He basically eroded the ability. When you look at the education system getting gutted right now, the Department of Education, who you got a wrestler's wife running, and you're dismantling this shit. You know what I mean? With no real replacement. When you look at the healthcare, he's talking about dismantling the healthcare with no replacement for 10 years almost now. We're going to find a replacement for Obamacare. He said that in his first term. We're going to come up with a replacement. That never fucking happened. Everything he says is a fucking lie. The devil is a liar, right? And the whole thing is people are so caught up in entertainment and memes and insults and barbaric tossing back and forth insults at everyone around them that they miss the fact this man does not know what he's doing. Only thing he knows how to do is to cause hate. Only thing he knows how to do is to cause confusion. All he knows how to do is to get races even more livid at each other in the hopes of starting martial law, in the hopes of controlling us with the military. Why do you think he calls it the Department of War? Not even he's trying to change it from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. That's the shit he's on. And this is the man that talks about peace and you about to go to war in Nigeria. You're trying to get that initiated. This man is a fucked up guy. His administration is fucked up. But the people are cowards. If you don't stand up against this shit and it's affecting you personally, but you're so scared and pussy that you get on these platforms every day and cap for a man that every day is doing shit to make your life even more fucked up in his administration, and you still cap for him, tap, as if he would piss on you if you were on fire. It's weird behavior. Seriously. I don't care if y'all trolling. I don't care if some of you are getting some little nickels and dimes to get on these platforms on social media and tap for that man. It's really fucked up when you see the shit he's doing and supporting. You know what I'm saying? This ain't about party no more. This ain't Democrat and Republican. This is a coup. This is just basically Hitlerism Part 2. Why do you think Elon was doing a little Nazi salute? This is not by happenstance. This is the shit that they're planning. This is the shit that they've been trying to do. And a lot of you motherfucking niggas that get on these platforms, especially, I'm saying black people, we get on these platforms and a lot of y'all go room to room cooning for this motherfucker. Cooning every day. And when I ask y'all, what is one policy he's done that benefits you? The only comeback y'all color is getting the immigrants out of here. That's all you can say. They can't name one thing he's doing that's benefiting you. You know what I mean? And if anybody in here has one thing that he's done to benefit you, here's your time.
Listen. What I was saying a half hour ago is you can complain a lot, but if you don't build like
I'm asking you, what has he done for you?
I didn't vote for Trump.
I'm not talking to you. Who did? Who voted for Trump in here? I'm sure there's one.
Look, I don't think anybody here did. This is not what the question that I asked, right? I could sit in here. Yeah. Okay, Rob did. So
I'd like to hear Rob tell me one thing that he's done.
Hold on. I'll let you talk to Rob Goulet. Okay, listen. Look, if you keep talking like I've been listening to you, and you keep taking the black perspective, blacks are only 12.7% of the population. Interracial is the fastest growing demographic in the United States, and sometime in 2030, the interracial demographic will actually pass the black population. And so what I'm saying to you now is, for the election coming up in 2026 and 2028, what are you doing actively right now? Like you mentioned, like somebody mentioned social media, which is an excellent platform. But yelling in people's face and cutting them at the knees and arguing your points doesn't usually move.
What is the president doing?
Just hang on.
Does he not yell? Does he not insult?
Let him finish. Hold on.
Yeah. Yes. But yelling at people and calling them names.
Does Trump not call people names and yell?
No, yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
What's your point?
Look at him left hard.
So what I'm saying is that is unlikely to widen the populace in which you need to vote for you, especially if you're taking a hardcore ethnocentric black perspective. So
my point was, if you are going to move the needle, right, and gain more voters, you can't keep having insulated conversations and assaulting
Who on social media?
Hey, Hug, hang on a second.
Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah,
Elon, right? X is owned by Elon, right?
Yeah,
and Facebook and Instagram is owned by Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah, listen.
So you saying his social media, right? Your shadow banned thing?
No.
You need to join True Social, Hug.
Listen.
True Social is owned by Donald Trump and his people.
Yeah, you're not about True Social.
So when we talk about social media platforms, the MAGA supporters run them.
Yeah.
Hug is right. Go to the social media that's owned by the MAGA supporters.
Well,
that'll work.
Hug, can you let Trent finish though? To be fair, you hadn't been letting Trent finish.
One of us actually talks to Meta and TikTok. Okay, so listen, they're not necessarily shadow banned. Trust me, on those platforms, there are people who are just not. Everybody is hardcore. I love Donald Trump. There are people who voted for Donald Trump. Right, and if Biden had run, I would have probably voted for Donald Trump if Harris hadn't come in at the last minute. There are people that will come back and will vote for whatever the next candidate is, and really more.
You'd rather vote for a rapist with 34 felonies than a woman who's qualified.
I voted for Kamala Harris. Just hang on. But if you keep taking an ethnocentric, pro-black stance in 2026, you are going to end up in the same place that you are, right? And on this stage, if you keep drowning out people that may somewhat agree with some of your points, right? Maybe not everything. You are not building a bigger tent to get the point that you guys want. That is how you execute a plan, and that is how you are successful.
You can't make a stupid person smart, bro. It don't matter what you tell a motherfucker. That if I sat here and told you that we got a rapist man with 34 felonies who lies all the time, and you say that the other candidate isn't better than him, nothing I say is gonna change your mind.
Well,
you're already drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. At that point,
it
don't matter what I say. Now you're gonna come back to bullshit because at the end of the day, the motherfucker got y'all miseducated and misguided, the entertainment and the lies. Y'all rather have a motherfucker who insults everybody than somebody who comes with a solution to bring people together. Now, I'm not saying those presidents are perfect. I'm not saying that. We've always had flawed presidents. But when you have a person flying a plane, dumping shit on the No Kings protesters on his meat, and you try to end that shit, you need to question your own sanity. You need to question your own integrity as a person when you are going to vote for a rapist who sexually harasses women with 34 felonies over a woman who does not have a criminal record, a woman who was vice president. You would choose a rapist felon over that. That lets me know that got a hold over your spirit, bro, and over your mind. Because anybody, I'm saying what I'm saying. You motherfuckers don't have one reasonable reason to support that motherfucker. You can't even say that.
It's actually no Trump supporters on stage. I was actually trolling.
We got to stop the trolling and have a real conversation, bro.
I mean, we have real conversations all day, every day.
See, y'all niggas want to get engagement by trolling in life. Y'all just
no engagement in this. It's nine of us
talking. Get in the comments and type trolling shit, hoping somebody responds back. We in real time.
It's nine of us talking to us.
But I ain't the
trolling. Nobody's trolling. At this point, I was just saying.
You just said I was trolling. When
you asked who's a Trump supporter, and I said I do, who support Trump? No, I'm not a Trump supporter. What I am saying is this is an indicator of who Americans are. You know what I'm saying? When you got a clearly more qualified candidate in every facet. Every facet, you got a clearly more qualified candidate, but you still choose to vote for the man that you voted for. This is who those people are, Hug. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be passionate about your speech. Believe me, man, we pretty much have the same kind of ideology. So let's be clear about that. But what I have been trying to do is because I don't understand the fascination with Trump on any level. You feel me? But I definitely don't understand the fascination with Trump from lower income Americans and particularly black people. And the more that I listen to people that claim they support him or actually do support him, it sounds for really foolish reasons. It's, oh man, you know, I ain't with that LGBT shit. Oh man, he gonna give us some money. He gave us some check. Like, it's foolish reasons. Take it far further than that. When we've been recently, I've been asking like black conservatives, what is it that, like, in terms of policy that you identify with black conservatives? And all of them, I'm talking about all of them, and these ain't people that know each other. I done asked niggas on this app, I done asked niggas I know. All of them lead with the LGBT community, and it's the party of family. They can't articulate a real message other than that, or what it boiled down to, Kamala was a black woman. The fact that they went on a smear campaign trying to say that she wasn't a black woman shows you that they had some kind of issue with her. Like, that's the most foolish thing to even be doing. She done got this far in her career, and she's fake being a black woman. That don't even make sense. So it's like, yeah, we dealing with a group of people who are not only miseducated, because it's educated Trump support. Man, they're purposely misinformed because this is what they wanted. For them, this is the reality, man. They like this. They like the idea of somebody who takes control, who runs America like a corporation, who doesn't have feelings. They like that. Not understanding that a president is not the motherfucking CEO of a corporation, no matter how y'all try to splice it. Yes, he has CEO corporate-like duties, and you would want your president to be able to handle himself when it comes to business, especially when it comes to matters of war and defense. You would want to know that he's competent, that he knows numbers, those things, that matters. But man, the fact that you have a leader who is really basically saying he's only governing one half of the American voting population. Everything he says is saying that I hate Democrats. I don't care about Democrats. And it's like this, in my opinion, I'll land on this. Trump missed a few opportunities this year to show himself to actually be a president. And he couldn't do it because that's not his mission. I firmly believe that his grand mission is to destroy this Constitution. And I'm gonna land on that.
You're absolutely right, bro. And not only that, when you take in the account of it, if it's supposed to be the United States of America, then you're supposed to govern all the people, like you just said. It's not supposed to be like only my supporters and that's it. And when you look at the working class Americans, the middle class is getting broken. It's now you're rich or you're not. You know what I'm saying? Because the middle class is barely hanging on right now. It's hanging on by a dear thread and it's fading away. And all the job losses and all the different things. But I won't even go down that rabbit hole. The point is, the whole element of just even having human basic decency, bro, is gone in the presidential office, man. When you seen Obama speak, he spoke eloquently. Even when you looked at Bush or you looked at Clinton or you looked at anyone that ran for president, they didn't put out memes throwing shit on protesters. Because everybody got a right for freedom of speech, even if it's shit I don't agree with. But for you to say, because you don't agree with me, I'm going to war with you, which is what he's doing. He's doing that shit. Anybody who don't believe in what he believes or supports what he says, let's get CBS out there. Let's get 60 Minutes out there. Let's kill the Wall Street Journal. Harvard, let's take their funding away. Kill PBS. Kill any motherfucking thing that don't agree or align with what he says. That's dictatorship. That's taking away your freedom of speech. That is no longer Republican and Democrat. That is basically controlling your ass, telling you you're going to do what we say, or the military is going to be at your doorstep to take you away from here and put you on Alligator Island or some other bullshit he's going to come with. That's
let me ask Trent a question real quick. Now, on a talking audio app, now we definitely could sit down and say what solutions we come up with for, hopefully, this is the only term he runs again. So it's not about an election per se against Trump. Like, we talking about solutions. The only solution is galvanizing the voter base to get out for 2026. That's the only solution.
Right. But
it's to inform the voter base that they need to be just as involved in federal politics as they are. I mean, just involved in state politics as they are in federal politics. That's the only solution right now.
Yeah, but the voter base isn't big enough for Democrats, and with the gerrymandering, it's negligible whether you can truly take control of both houses. So if you really want substantial change, you're going to need some small government Democrats to run and lower taxation policies. When you get into a lot of, I mean, even me, when you get into the taxation discussion, that's where I depart with Dems, because I don't believe in higher taxation. So you have to have, and you hit the nail on the head with the LGBTQ for a lot of black males as well. So you have to be able to talk about small government and more the inflation issue, and for some people, what's his name, Hug did mention it. The immigration issue, it was twofold, especially for the working class. There are a lot of people on black, white, and indifferent that were being affected, especially wage-wise, by immigration. So you have to be able to speak to all these things responsibly, and the Democrats are very ineffective with that in 2024.
Man, go come up on stage then, man. It's only three of us been talking since I came in here back in here about 10 minutes ago.
Hey, I agree with what
Daddy must be asleep.
I agree with what my man said. The Democrats haven't communicated it well. I agree with you on that, bro. Like, the Democrats have not communicated well any of those points you just made. It has been, Biden did make some bad policies as far as with the immigration. It flooded in here, affected a lot of people negatively. I agree with that. Believe it or not, I do agree with that. But I'm saying there has to be a diplomatic way of doing things that I feel like this administration isn't doing. And information has to be communicated to the people better. I'm not saying vote with your conscience, man. Vote if you feel like you're wealthy or whatever, and you feel like the tax breaks and all that shit benefits you, of course vote for Trump. That's your interest. You're voting for your interest in that regard. I'm not even mad at the Trump supporters who vote for him for their interest. Now, the ones I'm mad at are the ones that vote against their own interests and don't even know why they support this man in the first place. They just doing it because you've been so hyperventilating by looking at all the social media sites feeding you false jargon that is controlled by MAGA supporters. Zuckerberg is a MAGA supporter. Elon Musk is a MAGA supporter. When you talk about all of these platforms, when I say shadow ban, if you put up a tweet criticizing Trump, and let's say you got 20,000 followers, but then you look at your shit and only 8 people saw it, that's shadow banning. That's the shit that they do. Now, if you're supporting them, if you're doing all that, your shit's going to get where it needs to get. That's what they've been doing, is playing games. And this gerrymandering district is playing games with the voters. We got to figure out a way to cheat. Same way when your ass went and voted last time and you had those voter machines that kept fucking up. There was electronic and people standing in line for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and their votes not going through because of the systematic issues that was going on. That we can sit back and arguably say, on conspiracy theory shit, that it could have been something triggering that shit to happen. Who knows? But that was the first election that we voted electronically. Every other time we just had the usual ballot where we do the shit. So I'm saying at the end of the day, there's a lot of variables we're playing against right now. There's a lot of variables. And when you look at this shit, most people aren't informed. Most people don't pay attention. Most people are caught up in social media, entertainment, reality shows, and goofy shit. But what we need to do is galvanize, like my man Rob said. And yeah, he's still in the room. Rob said it best. You better vote. Even if you don't think the shit means nothing, it does nothing. Figure out a way to vote for who the candidate you want in there. But do something. Because not voting is one of the reasons why we are where we are. Because if voting didn't matter, why do they work so hard to suppress it? Why do they work so hard to take away your freedom and your right to vote if it didn't mean shit? Stop believing that bullshit. That's the bullshit that got us where we are. Oh, vote don't matter. It does fucking matter. That's why they're trying to take away your ability to do it, dumb motherfuckers. Wake the fuck up. Any vote that you don't make is a vote for him, because guess what? Every racist hunky in America went to the polls that day for Trump. Every one of them. They went out, and just the way black people were for Obama in his 2 terms was the way they were for him. So don't believe it don't matter if you don't want to, but your local elections matter. Your judges matter. Your mayors matter. All the metro council people matter. Shit, your PPA people matter. All that shit matters. Get off your ass and galvanize and vote. That matters. But past that point, make your voice heard, because they're going to shadow ban social media. You can do that shit all day long. They're going to make sure if you say something that's against their agenda, they're going to wipe that shit out. Get off your ass and get outside.
No white person I know is going to want to vote with you the way that you're talking about.
I don't give a fuck what they do. I'm speaking my truth. I'm not trying to convert your bitch ass. If you racist and you vote for that hunky, that's your business. But motherfuckers that know what time it is really know what's going on. Nobody's trying to convince coons not to coon. Nobody's trying to convince you racist, bitch-ass MAGA supporters to switch the other way, because you're not. Nothing is going to change your mind. Not even losing your job, not even losing your health care in your house is going to stop you from being a fucking racist, because that's what they do. They don't matter with their Mountain Dew teeth and the teeth falling out and no dental care and shit. They still hate niggas. They hate Jews. They hate spics. They hate gay people. They hate anybody that don't look like them. You're not going to change an ignorant motherfucker's mind. That's why they're trying to get rid of education. That's why they're trying to get rid of all that shit, because they know a dumb motherfucker will do what we tell them to. So yeah, you keep on voting the coon shit, the dumb shit, the ignorant shit. What's going to convince me to vote the other way? Nothing's going to convince you to vote the other way, because you're a bitch-ass nigga. You're racist. I can't change you. Only thing that can change you is God and yourself. I can't change your funky Mountain Dew ass. You've been hating niggas all your life. What am I going to say to change that shit? I'm just saying, if you got any conscience, any decency, any element of respect for yourself, look at the best candidate and not some drug-using, rapist, 34 felon having ass motherfucker. I land.
That nigga Hug should have been a damn Baptist preacher in '72. He would have gave one of them sermons that had you there all Sunday.
Look, I'll just blame with it. Like, look, you're not going to win it.
Nigga ain't even go to the altar call you. He still got to preach his sermon. Shit.
You're not going to win an election without.
Good job.
Yeah, you're not going to win an election without including white people, without including Hispanics, without including people who want lower taxes. Like the Democrats have to broaden the tent. And the tent
Before Ron Albert Einstein.
Trent, why don't you run, Trent?
Hold on one second. Trent, you said that you don't know not one white person who would have voted based on what Hug was saying.
Oh, hell no.
You are a fucking liar.
Oh, hell no. calling people.
Trent got some fire in her.
Yeah. No, seriously. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
As far as I understand,
Yeah,
you have actually a family who is mixed race. My family is also mixed race. But guess what?
Yeah.
Are people who actually give a shit about their loved ones.
There are some, again, there are some white folks that would agree with that. But when you're talking from an ethnocentric perspective and not including, right, there are gripes that Caucasians have and Asian Americans have.
So then your statement, I don't know of one white person who would have voted with everything that you're saying. Like, I'm literally fucking sitting here and you know me.
To be fair, Trent, look, now I get that the nigga name is Barack Obama. You feel me? If the nigga name had been like Barry, Barry Oliver or something like that. Yeah, I think the whites might have not had as much vitriol for him. But hey, this nigga is one of the coldest to ever do it, man, in terms of orating and just presenting himself as a black man, whether you like his politic or not. No, I'm just saying this. Whether you like Obama's politic or not, you feel me? You can't really say that he ain't a man of like class and decorum. You feel me? This man I also actually agree to your point that you can't exclude white voters. You feel me? But I might have a different approach to it than you have. I liked Obama's approach, especially in his first campaign. That's why he was going in the middle of America. He was rolling his arm, his shirt up, man. He unbuttoned his shirt. He looks a little more relatable.
Let me be
You just gotta talk matter of fact to these white folks, man. I ain't saying that saying cracker is the wave, but we ain't got his pickles.
Yeah, let me be very clear. I'm sure I talk to more Caucasians, especially of wealth, on a consistent basis than many of you. Many of them are Republican voters.
Good for you.
Yeah. But if they scared of Obama, what the fuck they gonna think about some regular niggas?
Rob, hang on. Barack Obama didn't call.
Trent said y'all don't know the white people like he does.
Yeah,
He's the white people.
Barack Obama didn't call Barack Obama didn't call white people punkies and crackers. Okay.
But you can't allow a hug submission to be. Go ahead.
Hey. Let me finish.
You cut me off. It's all good.
Well, you cut me off. So
I'm not Barack Obama, bro. I'm gonna call you a bitch ass if you're a bitch ass. That's the difference. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm not a politician. So we just on Clubhouse talking our shit. But at the end of the day, bro, you can spin this shit till the moons come around and the cows start howling, dog. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You are not gonna make an idiot moron Albert Einstein, dog. If you coming in with a preconceived notion that the battle is just simply, I hate niggas, I'm voting for him. There were people that thought like that. There were Klansmen, there were MAGA people who literally are the biggest racists in the world. The whole premise of voting for that man wasn't policy, wasn't how it's going to benefit me economically. He hates immigrants, he hates black people, he hates Mexicans. I'm voting for him. There was people that thought like that. And nothing I say is going to change their mind, bro. Nothing I say, hold on. If losing your job, if losing your health care, if your economic value has decreased, and that doesn't change your mind, nothing I say is going to do it either, bro. If you looking at your life right now, hold on, bro. If you looking at your life right now, and you're a federal worker, and your job got cut, but you're a racist, though. I'm still standing behind him. He knows what he's doing. I'm standing behind my president. He's my president. That's the way they think, bro. A lot of them think that way. I'm not talking about the white people who understand what time it is. I'm not calling them a cracker. I'm calling a cracker and a hunky to these racist motherfuckers that call me a nigga. I'm going to go toe for toe, face to face with you and give you what you give me. I should take the high road. I should rise above that, like Michelle Obama said, but I'm not there yet. So you call me a nigga, I'm going to call you a Mountain Dew, no teeth, having ass, lice-infested honky. I'm going to give it back to you. That's the difference between me and you. But all the white people who think like we do, who want decency and respect, I'm with them. I support them. There's plenty of white people who stand with us. And I stand with them. But I'm not going to sit here and put on that hat that you putting on with the Coonan and the Uncle Ruckus, Stephen A. Smith shit. The enemy is the enemy, bro. And I'm not against the enemy to be my friend.
So if I could finish, look, what I would recommend, if you want to win an election, is don't approach it from the stance of a black experience. Approach it from the stance of the American working class experience, and how we can widen the Democratic Party's tent. What Trump has been very successful with is transforming the Republican Party into a working class party. right? They were able to execute that messaging, talk about how immigration was hurting jobs, talk about how taxation was hurting people, and that is if Democrats want to have a playbook in 2026 and 2028, that's what kept that. So the last thing is, look, ultimately, I think this conversation is mute because I do think Mom Duck is the canary in the coal mine. I do think that socialism will end up winning in America. So, one of my friends who's wealthy said, "I don't pay attention to politics because I got too much money," which is wealthy people really don't care about politics. It's politics is for poor people. And so,
that's people that actually are not wealthy because if they
that is bullshit, Trent.
Politics, man, that's a dangerous.
Their stuff is invested in stock market, in the bonds, and everything else. They do pay to politics, especially politics that has to do with finances.
What's a lobbyist?
Trent, let her go.
Serious?
Trent, let her go. Trent, she was talking. Trent, you went on for a while, bro. You had a whole monologue.
Okay, the reason I'm trust me, I'm leaving. Listen, the reason why I said that wealthy people, they don't care about the little intricacies that we talk about. Yeah,
so Trent, answer one question. If rich people don't care about politics, could you explain away Larry Ellison buying CBS TikTok? Can you explain away why Elon Musk bought Twitter? Could you explain away why Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post? Could you explain away what those idiots who died, the Koch brothers? Could you explain the Koch brothers? And could you explain Fox News and they do care about politics. They're the manipulators. Hold on. They're the one who set what goes into the algorithm. That's going to do towards fear, going to push you towards this, towards that. They're the one. They're the puppet masters. Yes, they do care because guess how they get to maintain their wealth? To say they don't care, they literally care more about it than poor people. Because you know why? Greedy motherfuckers. But when you say they don't care, that means you don't fucking know any really rich people.
Okay, I don't know.
It means that they fooled you.
We're not the fucking people who actually contribute to controlling the system. You don't know those people. So don't come and act like, I know rich people and they don't care about politics. All the rich fucking people I know, white people I know, they care about politics too. Because they care about paying less taxes. They care about shit like that.
People spend tens of billions of dollars on marketing involved in politics. So that's 1,000%. Let
that young lady speak, man.
Hold on, I was in the middle of talking. Hold up. They spend tens of billions of dollars on marketing for politics. So number one, that's not true. Number two, in addition to that, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is we need to talk for our own interests. So sitting there saying like, you shouldn't be talking from a black point of view, you should be talking, and then referring to the interracial group. Don't you understand that most of the interracial, unless those that are connected to black, are going to be treated as black people? So that is in their interest to bind together and try to work together, whether it's with the parties or outside of the parties. But definitely the Republican Party is not for black people. They have an agenda that's not before black people. And I'll land on this. What you just said a second ago, you said Trump did this, Trump did that. What you left out was Trump did all that from a racist point of view. He used racism to bind that group together. He used racism to get them to go along with the plan. He used racism to convince people the immigrants are murderers and killers. Use racism to say it's okay for ICE to rough them up because to say, well, these black women don't deserve these jobs. That's why we're taking them. They're not even important jobs. That's all built on racism. And for you to support that is dirty work, man.
Don't support that. No, then
you have with your statements, Trent.
No, here's the thing. You need to be more specific.
Can I finish something without you interrupting?
No. For 1 second. You're going on a very long rant. Like you have been. Right? And you have repeated your statement already 3 times that the Democratic Party needs to get everybody under their tent. And they haven't done that. No. And we shouldn't be, all hating towards white people. Listen, The people who actually understand and care and have empathy will never, ever, white people, will get offended about hearing a slur. Never. You can sit here and say a whole bunch of white slurs. I will never take it personally, you know why? Because I'm not one of them. So the people who fucking get triggered about that are the people who actually think that it hurts them. Because if you really don't believe that shit, no matter what anybody is gonna call you, you're gonna go, I'm not part of that group. Like, I'm not them. This is not insulting to me. I know who you're talking about, but it doesn't have anything to do with me. And then number two, when you're saying, oh, there's people and law and the working class and this and that. Listen, Trent, there's some people who voted for him and they realize that it's a mistake. By now, those people that are genuinely not racist, that are genuinely not sexist and pedophiles and all this other shit and corrupt, they realize by now already I made a mistake, right? Just the same way how a lot of people, a good percentage of people, realize that after his first term. Now, for you to sit here and continuously repeating that we need to get white people, we need to be nice to white people, we need to be nice to white people. I'm sorry. From this, I'm going to tell you, no, you fucking not. Because you should not respond with humility to a person who is literally wants you dead or doesn't want you around. I'm sorry. That's the white people that actually care and white people who genuinely do understand or try to understand, because we will never understand fully. You don't need to be nice to us. We're already there with you. That's the point. When you keep saying, oh, be nice to white people, be nice to white people. No, when the fuck are the white people going to start being nice to the minorities? That's what I want to know.
Are you done?
And that's the reason why you sound like you are. And that's the reason why you sound like you are literally a MAGA supporter, because you keep pointing the fact that you guys need to be nicer to white people. They have literally walked all over, stepped on your children, every single fucking day. And your message is be nice to them? Holy shit. The administration right now is doing so much to harm my child. Tell them I ain't gonna be nice to no one. Just got a MAGA fucking principal at my school. And let me tell you, I'm nice to her at all. People who want to kill you, people who want to get rid of you, people who don't even consider you as a human being, you're saying, go and bend your knee. It's stupid.
So,
Katrina, you might be white, but Trump knows more white people than anybody on stage. I'm just repeating what he said.
Yeah, and I'm in Texas. I surrounded by fucking Trump supporters and white people, right? And Trent, you know better.
Yeah, I know a lot of Trump supporters and white people. But back to what I was originally saying, and I was going to end with him. When I said, when he said that only poor people care about politics, he was referring to, this was in 2015, by the way, he was referring to like the little intricacies, because wealthy people can, to your point, can buy politicians, can buy and move things that they want, but they don't have to get into like the individual fight. So I was actually trying to agree with you when you said that, ML. But overall, I think a lot of these conversations don't matter at all, because I do think with AI and humanoid robots, I do believe that socialism is going to come about. I think Madami a friend of mine who's a Republican in Missouri, just texted me and asked me what I thought. He thinks that Cuomo's going to win. I said no, I think Madami's going to win. I think he's the canary in the coal mine. I think socialism will end up later in this part of the decade, and in the 2030s, socialism will become a big factor
in the United States because of BMI, because we're seeing white collar worker layoffs right now. We're seeing young people, 58% of which can't find a job, first-time workers under 27. And then on the opposite scale, we're seeing older people who can no longer afford health care and are going bankrupt in mass. So we have a problem. It's really like me. Or, you know, and when you're in your mid-40s, that's when you're in your 50s, you're at the highest income earning potential. It's people like me and my age group that are doing the best in the country right now, and we're the ones that are actually supporting the Trump administration. But the rest of the country is having a lot of struggle, and so that's why I'll plan with this. Don't get too caught up in it. Things are going to change. We will likely have a technological recession, and things will swing your way. But don't alienate folks on the way to getting what you want. I'll land right there. You guys have a good one. I want to leave.
So, ladies, Trent, thank you for being the white whisperer and spreading a light on the white mindset and ideology. Couldn't have done it without you.
I love you, my nigga. Hey, you know,
I would like that position permanently from now on. And I contest Trent to top. I contest you, and we're gonna fight it out. And I want that title. That's not cool.
What title? What's she talking about?
The white whisperer. So Trent, you do auras. Sit your ass in the audience for like 30 minutes. At least a repayment for everybody who sat quietly and listened to you spew your crap. But now you get to run away. It's like fattening a room, then leaving and closing the door. Why you do us like that, Trent, all the time? Why you do us like that?
I'm going to go. I said I'll stay for a minute. I ain't got shit to do today. I thought I'll stay for a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, let me go vote while I sit on here waste time with y'all. I need to go vote.
Trent, I have a question. I think you're in New Mexico. Yeah, I think you're in New Mexico. What would you're in California? Yes or no?
Was he talking to me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Did I go in the Matrix? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, I said, if you're in California, Trent, would you vote yes or no on Prop 50?
What is Prop 50?
Oh, damn.
It's not California.
God, Trent.
Yeah, but
you're from LA. Didn't you live in LA for like... So, Trent, you mean you tell me you had a white friend from Missouri and none of your white friends when you lived in California called you?
This is what white people are talking about right now, Trent. Why do they not?
I thought you know all the white people, Trent. But now, Trent, you are a white person representative in here. And you know, one of your California whites called you?
One of my good
Trent, you gotta get some new white friends. I'm wholeheartedly disappointed.
One of my good friends, Matt Jones with True Car, is in Southern California right now. Grew up in Woodland Hills. Oh, Sue's not here anymore. I thought she was still on stage. In Warner Center. I don't know. What's Prop 50? I don't even know what it is. What is it?
Prop 50 is a vote to allow us to redo our maps, basically, to emulate what Texas just did.
AKA fight fire with fire. So if you were in California, Trent, now that you understand what it is, I'm in California. It's an emphatic yes for me. Hypothetically, if you were, what would you vote? Is Brian's question to you, Trent.
Thank you, Mo.
It's a fucking tough question.
Tuck is creepy.
I'm gonna say no. Wow. Because it would really come down. That's like
why are you so?
I'm gonna say
why
no.
Are you so?
Go ahead. What? Go ahead, man. What are you saying?
No, finish. I want to hear your answer. Finish, Trent.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Finish.
I say no because I disagree with what Texas is doing. I disagree with gerrymandering at its core, and I think it's wrong. for anyone for any state to do. And to be honest, I really don't know. I really don't know if it works out for Texas the way they're doing it. They're making a lot of fucking bets that may not go their way. But I think what's up? What's up, sweetie?
Wait. I'm sorry. Let me just get one follow-up. So, but in Texas, they determined that it was lawful. Knowing that they did it, I understand your first answer, but knowing that they did it in Texas, that it's legal, you still would vote no?
It would be tough. I would probably vote no because I vehemently, I think that the reason why we have so much vitriol and like we got Marjorie Taylor Greene, like
Trent.
Oh my God,
Trent.
Hold on, let me take him out.
Stop it.
You can leave now.
This is insane. You have a pit bull that is literally has its jaw in your leg, and it's not letting go. You're screaming and you're yelling, and that fucking pit bull is not letting go. What you're saying right now is it's not okay to hit animals. So, no, I'm not going to hit this pit bull that's like pretty much ripped my whole leg already apart with this 2x4 that I found nearby, right? I'm just going to sit there and talk to them nicely because that's against the rules. We shouldn't be violent. It's really sound.
That's exactly
You mind if I finish what I'm saying? Is that okay? So what I'm saying,
You sound like that, man.
But why?
You can't ask for your school lunch money back from a bully, bro. Let's be real. That's not how it works. You can't play civil with a maniac. You just can't. You're gonna have to play it a different way, bro.
It's not my intention to get on here.
Mic, please.
Okay, it's not my intention to get on here and defend Trump all day, right? But just like you just said, one mic, like you guys keep asking him questions, and then you cut him off before he's even able to, get his point across. So, I mean, I'm interested in the conversation. That's the only reason why I'm saying anything. So, like, can we keep that in mind? If not, like, why even bother asking him a question?
I appreciate that, Drew. Yeah, and I'll be
trying to move the conversation along. Can you be a little bit more concise?
He has no intention of getting to the root cause of anything. It's just spinning it in a circle to engage.
Okay, so check this out. Whoever said that, Drew, whatever, he's right. If y'all gonna ask some fucking questions, let him complete the damn sentence. If not, don't ask some questions. Don't ask some shit.
Yeah, don't ask for shit. Move on from him.
I think it's a good question. I think Emma asked a great question, actually. And the reason why I disagree with it, I think gerrymandering is what's caused like the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Lauren Boeberts to the extreme people in politics.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of this motherfucker.
You're gonna stop cutting him off.
Let him finish.
Come on, everybody's emotionally charged.
There you go. That's what's gonna happen. I'm driving. I'm busy, but I will drop your ass if you guys can't understand simple rules. Okay?
Yeah,
don't ask him shit. If you don't want to hear from him, don't fucking ask him anything.
Yeah, and I think gerrymandering has caused like our extreme political divide. And that we should actually go back and like have a AI, like a grid that doesn't take into account like where Black people live or where Democrats live or where Republicans live, right? And try to divide out everything. So I'm just against it. And last thing I'll say is I don't know that the Texas bet that they're making, might work for this election cycle, but the way things are moving, like in the future, they'll probably have to redraw it again because I don't know that it's actually going to work out the way they are betting.
But Trent, that's bullshit what you just said there, because the fact is that you're telling us we need to accept whatever the Republicans do and don't react politically. It's a political reaction. It's like a war. They move, we move. Although a bit that we let them move first, which is we seem to be playing catch up. But for all intents and purposes, you really want the Democrats to sit idly by while Trump still House seats, disenfranchise Black people, and then just sit there. Out of the good nature of Republicans, they're going to come to their senses. They gerrymandered a whole bunch of states. That's why they've been in power. That's why in the very Congress, there's minority representation. If you decide to look at Congress based on where they represent, more people literally vote for Democrats to be in Congress than the Republicans combined. So what are you saying, Trent? Roll over and play what? A possum? I don't get you, Trent. They're disenfranchising us, black people, minorities, you, your wife. Yes, that's what they do. That's what Texas just did. And you're saying Democrats should not respond where they have the ability to. Trent, I bid you goodbye. Don't want to hear anymore. It's not a fucking question. I'm done.
In other news, Dick Cheney is dead. Congratulations.
I know. I thought 84. I literally thought he was older than that. That man has been old forever. I really thought he was in his 90s
for a
by
long
now.
time, hasn't he?
I know, 75, 20 years ago.
He looked old under Reagan. He just looked old.
But heart transplant gave out eventually.
Was it the heart? Was it the heart?
Yeah, it was the heart complications.
Oh, yeah. That's because he did have a heart transplant. So.
Did you see the Christian Bale movie where he played him? The transformation was pretty remarkable.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't agree with what Trent's opinion was on that. I mean, I think that where we're at right now, it's important for us to continue to take pages out of their playbook. Now, I wouldn't say that we operate exactly the same. I can somewhat agree with a position that he said, and of course, I didn't hear all of it. I don't think that it's in our best interest to, fight back with the same vitriol that they do. But I do think that it is important for us to use certain tactics that they've, used to their benefit. And, which is why I brought up like the social media aspect of things earlier. And it's clear that, there is an attempt on that, in that regard. When you see like how successful Charlie Kirk was and how impactful his approach was to swaying, certain demographics of the vote. We do see people on the other side, like Dean Withers, who consistently went after him and tried to debate him. And it was evident that he was, dodging that whole interaction after the first one. But I still think that, that is an important tactic that we continue to do. And those of us that are, interested in trying to sway the votes, kind of champion stuff like that. Not necessarily the person, but that approach. And as far as like, Proposition 50, I think that, that's a perfect opportunity for us to start, in terms of just, taking a page out of their playbook and, just using it to our advantage.
Yeah, what I disagreed when I don't know who said this or not, but what I disagreed is the fact that somebody said it. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at my phone. That Texas is going to gerrymander now, and then maybe for this year it's going to work out for them, but for next year they might be screwed. Well, they're going to gerrymander again. Wasn't it just 2 years ago that they gerrymandered their shit out of Houston and Harris County? Hello, seriously. 2020, we just had a census. They gerrymandered the shit out of the state already. Now they're doing it again. Next time, whatever, they're just gonna be like, oh, we're gonna lose again. Let's gerrymander again. And what? Everybody else just supposed to sit there and like, we gotta play nice. We gotta play by the rules. Like somebody's literally
how gerrymandering works though, without sabotaging like
the political party itself that is saying that they're being gerrymandered. And then can anybody break down gerrymandering to me? I've never met anybody
Why
who
don't you
said that they
Google
couldn't
it?
vote. No, I mean, you guys are having a conversation.
Okay, let me tell you what. Okay.
Yeah, because I've never met a black person or a Democrat or a Republican that said that they couldn't vote because, you know, they were
Haitian
Democrats.
It's not about
Haitian dog.
vote, it's about representation.
Haitian dog, you ask a question, but then you're gonna answer it.
I just want to finish. Yeah, I just want to. No. I'm not answering shit. I'm trying to just speak for a moment, right? The reason why I wanted the breakdown of gerrymandering is because of the following reason, right? I have never met a person who was not able to vote for anyone, you know, them being black, Democrat, Republican. I've never met this. So how does gerrymandering hinder people from voting? That's the question. What I really want to ask.
And I know you know. So the issue about gerrymandering is that it franchises you on a geographical basis. For instance, you're in a city, so you elect a mayor. Your mayor is geographically encircled a certain geographical area. That's, you know, if you have a problem in your particular city, you know who exactly you need to go to. Now, everybody in your city would normally, if you want something done, a new school built, a bridge built, you guys all go to the same city council, you go to the same city mayor because you're geographically encircled. Therefore, it's the betterment of the city. When you gerrymander, it's like taking that city, say the city is a circular pizza, and then you decide to carve up, like you carve up a pizza into slices. Every last one of those people, they vote in a city, they're in the same city, but now they get to vote for the congressional representative. Every last one of them would have a different congressional representative. So therefore, the city's issues will not be something of interest to each of those congressional representatives, because majority of the people those people represent don't live in that respective city. Basically, it's they're diminishing the power of their vote. That's all it is. And another thing about gerrymandering, which is so dangerous now. Hold on, shut the fuck up. Hold on, shut the fuck up. Let me finish.
Yeah, I got 7 minutes before I start.
I don't give a fuck how long your break is. Guess what? That doesn't mean I have to just curtail what I'm saying here. Then you have the factor that nowadays you could literally gerrymander a city down to a person, because all the information about you, about me, is known if you're a registered voter. They would link from the data brokers what you buy, the groups you're part of, what your search history looks like. Amazon sells that, Google sells that, and then they merge it all. So they have a whole person concept of who, and especially if you say who you're registered to vote for, that makes it even easier. If you're not an independent, you're a Democrat, they know that. They have all this information about you. They know the causes you've given to, blah, 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 blah. They know what your degree is, where you work, how much money you make, blah, blah. They know everything about you. So now they could say, I am going to cut it down, as they say, because I know Dom's a jackass. He's going to vote against his own interest. So I'm going to include Dom in that boundary. So now Dom and his neighbor, and his 3 neighbors, all live within each other. They might have the same issues to the neighborhood, but I'm going to encircle Dom and disregard his neighbors. Because I want. So basically, you let politicians choose their voters. That's why you got fucking partisan shit. Because they know that they will always win, especially when a district is tilted 70 to 30% in their favor. They know they're going to win, so they don't really have to do shit. They don't have to compromise. They don't have to do any of the things. Exactly. That calls for a true democracy to function properly. And you can shut the fuck up, because I told you I don't care how long you got to stay on break to go back to your job. But shut the fuck up, and I'm done, then you can go.
I ain't a job, but it would affect both parties, though. If what you say is true.
No, it doesn't. Especially the gerrymandering party is the one that's going to benefit.
Exactly. That could be either party. That's my point.
They're cutting it in a way that's going to benefit them.
I gotta get back. Hey, listen, good conversation. I gotta get back.
Go. Don't talk over me. If you can leave, you leave. But
he has to go back to his forklift job. Go ahead, bro.
What's really happening is that I'll make it as basic as I can because I literally just talked about this with my 9-year-old. If you have 20 people, right, in that area, and it's split into 4 areas, so you got 5, 5, and 5. Well, they decided one area is black, is 5. Okay, well, that's too much power, so now we're going to split it into 3. Maybe cut that down so now it's less powerful, that black vote, and we're going to cut that black vote in half into those other 2 areas. Or maybe we're going to add more areas to make the other areas more powerful, which is what they did in Texas, to add more representatives. That's what makes it gerrymandering, because you're doing it with the intention of helping your party. Now, what should be happening, you should be doing it in the intention of making it easier for people to vote. That's the only time that I support making those kind of changes, because we want people to vote. We want to hear from people, but and just the last thing I'll say is gerrymandering is what created these extreme candidates that we have, because you're getting a strong, little area full of people that are extreme for one party, usually Republican, and that's how you get what Trent was saying earlier about, I would say like Bob or whatever her name is, those kind of candidates that aren't qualified, but just want to shout out rhetoric, and for whatever reason can get enough people and a little bit of money behind them, and then it works. So gerrymandering is a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, and to add to that, this is one of the concerns which I kind of didn't understand Trent's submission. It's not like California Proposition 50 is the first time ever in the history of the Democratic Party that the Democratic Party is going to gerrymander something. I'm sorry, look at Maryland's 3rd Congressional District, right? The Illinois, I think, 4th, and others. The Democrats have been doing gerrymandering. It's part and parcel of politics in the United States. It's getting more egregious and ridiculous, right? But it's not like the first time Democrats are breaking some taboo. It's past that already.
Gerrymanders have been going on in every state for a long time. Sheila Jackson Lee's seat in Houston was a completely gerrymandered seat. It was cut out specifically so the blacks would have a Democrat seat, and they put them all in one place in Houston. And it was actually funded. Her campaign was actually funded by Enron, by Ken Lay was actually the one who put her in, because it includes part of downtown. So they've been doing it in every state all across. What I was saying, and MAGA Miso Goat is the one to have in on this conversation. There is nobody on this app better than to talk about it. But when I look at the districts, because I live on the border, a lot of the districts that they cut up are they're not 70%, they're like 55-44. And the border districts like Laredo and El Paso, McAllen, and Harlingen have voted Democrats in the past. And so they're making a big fucking gamble that the Hispanic population is going to continue to vote Republican. But the way to counteract it, right? Because these are some of the poorest counties in the United States. The way to counteract it is for Democrats to have a message to working class people that supports these areas, and you could flip. There's a part of especially at the bottom border part of the state, would all be blue again.
Okay, I'm sorry. The reason why they don't have to worry about Hispanic population on the border to flip again and vote for Democrats, it's because they're fucking getting rid of all of them. They don't have to worry about them. They want to deport 20 million of them. That's low. Obviously. Naive, Trent, I'm getting frustrated. I don't have a higher education or anything. Come on. I live in Texas as well. We have family all over Texas, on the border. What? You tell me that there is tell me right now that there is not less Hispanic people walking around on the streets.
Katrina, I'm trying to be very nice to you. You have no clue what you're talking about.
Donna, Texas. Is there less Hispanics walking around in the streets?
Ma'am, this area
The
is
conversation was about California. I don't know how we got to Texas. Trent is going to vote.
So,
Proposition 50. I responded to that because you said
Trent, let him finish.
Proposition 50 because you're normatively against doing gerrymandering, right? Because it's a bad thing. It creates like the type of candidates like you listed. Normatively, I agree with you, but why are you pretending that Democrats haven't done it before? And this is the first time that your whole argument on voting no on Proposition 50 was because you're against further gerrymandering? Like, gerrymandering has been done already. So what is your logic? California again, not Texas.
Yes, thank you, neoliberal.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong thing to do to be doing it. I think it's gotten out of hand in every state, and to continue to, like I already said before, to continue to make it worse, to counteract what Texas is doing is bad. And I just got to say one thing to what Katrina said. The border is 97% Hispanic, right? So they're making a huge bet that Hispanics are going to continue to support when just 2 election cycles ago they did not. That they're going to continue to support in mass Republicans. I think it's a fucking.
So Trent, I'm trying to understand back to California Prop 50, right? I think you probably understand basic game theory, right? If somebody doesn't cooperate, if your opponent doesn't cooperate, what is the game theoretic answer to when you're responding? Is it to cooperate back when they're not cooperating? Trying to understand your logic on Prop 50.
I don't really like talking with you.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really like talking with you. I don't like the way you pose arguments, and I don't feel like being sent to talk to somebody else.
Well, you can talk to somebody else.
Brent, that's not nice.
That's fine.
So, Trent, what he basically asking you is, because this is ridiculous, because it's already done in Texas and other Republican states where they have gerrymandered, do you think that it's okay now that it's already done to counteract for the Democrats to do it also? Is that what you're asking, Philip? That's what you're saying, right? Thank you.
He's asked me asked a million times, and I just said I think gerrymandering is wrong. What Texas is doing is wrong, and I think I got an executive calling me to come back and do it. Come back.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Just
you have to keep asking him one precise question. It's enough. Just one precise question.
Remember, he got an executive call. It's not just any call. He's not leaving. He's not running away. He literally had an executive call. Just remember that.
Good afternoon. I'm on my break as an election worker. I advise to go to myvote.gov, check your registration to make sure that you're going to the right precinct, because they have changed so many precincts. So go and check on myvote.gov to make sure that you're in the correct precinct before you go make those trips.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. I'm going back to work then.
The room is quiet. You guys done chase Trent away. Y'all can't ask you too many hard questions, people.
No, I wasn't even asking you the questions. That's the thing. Like, I said something back, but I wasn't asking him anything. It was a mission. And it's like, why are you responding to that? That wasn't a question. And that's the issue, is that even when somebody doesn't ask him a question or corrects him, he's like, I gotta respond back. then yes, people are cutting him off because it's like nobody asked you a freaking question at that point. Yeah, sometimes people do ask questions, but a lot of times he just has to respond to everything. He just wants to be the center of attention.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, you know, Patty has said it, you know, plenty of times that she welcomes people of opposing views just for the sake of conversation. So, I mean, otherwise we do just kind of get on here and, you know, regurgitate the same thing. So it's just to avoid this becoming an echo chamber. And I don't, like I said before, like I don't agree with like 90% of the shit that he says, but you know, I think that we gotta also like, you know who you're dealing with. So like neoliberal has said, like just corner him. You know, if you don't like what he's saying, just corner him, and you know, just point out how dumb it is that what he's saying, or just how it doesn't make any sense. You don't gotta be offended by it.
Y'all just start paying Trump after all. He's the white people whisperer. He knows more white people than anybody on here. So you guys are getting an insight into the mind of white people that you guys have never gotten before because of Trump. I mean, just think about that. Trump does contribute to the cause.
I gotta appreciate that.
Well, now, you know, there's a lot of times where I would share, or I hear white people say in Texas, and a lot of times the other white people would be like, no, that doesn't happen. We don't have white out open racism in this country like that. You're making this shit up.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that there is some truth to what he was saying, you know, in terms of like, you know, not participating in it, you know, for the sake of like holding what little bit of integrity the system does have in place. But I think that he just, you know, his solution to the whole problem is, you know, that's the part where he's losing most of us, because, you know, what he basically had suggested is that we just sit and wait and hope for the best, and hope that, you know, in due time, you know, the system works itself out, people start changing their votes. You know what I mean? If we allow them to do this now without any type of pushback, then, you know, what's to stop them? I think that's what Amela said, is, you know, what's to stop them from doing it the next time when the votes start swaying the wrong direction for them.
Hey, Matt. Okay, I guess you guys always seem to bring up per capita. Yes, per capita. The likelihood of more black folks being on Snap, yes, it's there. But majority of people on Snap are white people, raw numbers in America. And the thing about it is that a lot of your Trump buddies, your white people in those white states who voted for Trump, their shit's getting cut. They're the ones crying the loudest. It's not black people. Because black people live in majority blue states where they're not being fucked over. But the red states are fucking your people over. But you come on here, oh yeah, complain some more to get SNAP benefits turned on. I think you should look in the mirror, bro. Stop projecting. Yeah. You better call your mama and tell her, you know, you're going to send her some extra money this month because you know it's hard. SNAP benefits. Oh, by the way, you might call it SNAP or y'all might say EBT. They're the same thing.
Yeah, just like Obamacare and ACA. I was shocked when somebody said, I want Obamacare cancer, and they're on Obamacare. And I go, but you are on ACA. I'm not talking about ACA, I'm talking about Obamacare. Like, you, I'm sorry, these people are fucking stupid.
Trump just gave a court order for Trump to issue out SNAP, and he's saying no. But it's Democrats that are ones making your people suffer. Democrats. Are you okay? It's like, I find it so interesting when having conversation with you guys, because you guys never you guys are not in reality. You guys are in an alternate reality that your mind don't work well. Critical thinking is gone. Trump just got a court order. He's in power to reopen issue on SNAP benefits from the emergency fund, and he's saying no. He's trying to delay it. He literally had to go to court. No other president has ever in the history of shutdowns prevented SNAP benefits from going up, except for this one. But yet, it's Democrats' fault.
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
Yeah, that's a point to continue to drive home. That's the only response that needs to be said. This isn't the first time that the government shut down. As much as you want to say, oh, this is cruelty and why won't we open the government? It's not the first time the government's been shut down, but it is the first time the SNAP benefits have been withheld.
Oh yeah, and when you talking statistics, we don't believe in per capita. Per capita just shows frequency. It doesn't really show hard numbers. When we talk about people, let's talk about people. Let's talk about raw numbers of people that are affected by the SNAP cuts. They're white people now. All them jobs, them manufacturing jobs that left the Midwest and whatnot, all them farming jobs that, hey, those farms are closing down. Those are white people, man. That's your people. So your brain tells you that black folks are the face of EBT and SNAP. But that's not true because you've been lied to. It's majority white people, especially white people that are suffering now. The economy has been so bad for white people that if you look at white unemployment over the last decades, and you look at white income power, it's consistently been going down. But you want to hear all this stuff about, oh, it's black people. They're just waiting to get on their SNAP. Nah, bro. Black people are resilient. That's why they've survived centuries of cruelty in this country. Now, let me see how your folks handle the cruelty, because cruelty's being done to them by the same people. But you're too dumb.
Well, ML, is it safe to say?
Continue to vote against your interests.
So Brooke Rollins was on TV this morning, and she said the SNAP benefits will be sent out to the 21 states, Democratic and Republican, who responded to their request. The other states who refuse not to send out the details to make sure illegal immigrants are not will not get their SNAP benefits until they comply. That's what she said. I put the video of her saying that in the chat. So I hope that helps you with your analysis.
What? You posted another Clubhouse room. What? Are you okay?
No, because we don't want to flood Lisa's work chat no more.
Amari, I am lost with your point. What point are you trying to make?
So the point is that if you were watching, they would explain why they're only doing a partial. I just want to bring your news up to speed. Thank you. I'll go on mute.
Doing a partial is Trump only. Trump said he's only going to pay some of it. Is that what you say?
Yes. Do you know who Secretary Brooke Rollins is?
She's the agricultural secretary?
Yes. She explains that, why she did that. And so, again, I'll be happy to send you the video on the back channel of her explanation if that can help you maybe put more context.
Okay, so here is latest update. It says payments from the SNAP will not be distributed until the government reopens, President Donald Trump said Tuesday in a post on Truth Social. SNAP benefits will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up the government, which they can easily do and not before, Trump said in the post. That's your dear leader. I don't want to hear from his, because he's agricultural secretary going to do what the fuck Trump says to do. So come back and tell me when Trump posts again that yes, it's going to go up. Do that.
Look, the left hand might not be speaking to the right hand. That would not be the first time that happened in this administration, ML. We both can agree to that.
So, okay, if it funds partially or doesn't fund it at all, well, what's the point? He can fund it anytime he wants. Is that a good policy in your opinion? Is that a bad policy? What is the...
I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not here to talk about what's good or bad. today. We did enough of that yesterday, but I'm just here to.
It's your opinion, bro. It's a pretty simple question.
So the question.
Why you guys are always stumped by easy questions?
Who's stumped?
You are, because you're refusing to answer it. It's a pretty easy question. Well, answer it. Answer it. No. We've already moved past it. He asked the question. You said you're not. I believe you. Now answer the question.
Look,
you're not stumped, so answer the question.
Let me answer your question. You gotta shut up first. I don't think it's a good policy. I don't think it's a good policy. Does that help you? NL stands for neoliberal. NL. Does that help you? ML.
Sure.
NL. ML.
Are you okay?
Dude, why are you being childish, Amai?
I know, this sounds really weird. It doesn't even sound like an adult room. Are you guys okay? Seriously, I'm not even trying to be funny right now. Because all the name calling and this stands for that. I thought you guys were like professionals and you guys got all this shit going on. And then you come in Clubhouse and then you reduce yourself to name. It's weird. Are you okay, Omari?
I'm good. Well, you came back today, so today is a good day. You know, no barking from the dogs, no smog. And guess what? I didn't even eat the breakfast with no hog.
See what I mean? I'm gone, man.
Totally ridiculous.
Anyway, back to Snap. I think we all agree that it's a bad policy. So that's done.
The best way to keep Snap is to open the government. The government is actually, for intents and purposes, still open. It's just running on minimum personnel.
Is it true?
Individuals, man.
Is it true that Trump is not going to follow the law? Follow the court order? Is that true? I'm getting stuff.
That's what he just posted on. That's what he just posted on his broke-ass Twitter.
So he really, if this is not an eye-opening situation, what's going on right now for these MAGAs or these conservatives who say they're not MAGAs, this is really heartbreaking to hear the president talk about he's not going to feed nobody. And then, did you guys hear? You probably did. I've been out of the loop for a couple of days. He had a Great Gatsby. Is that how you say it? A Great Gatsby party?
Yes, he did. You're talking about the irony in the.
Yeah. Can you fucking believe that? We're in here arguing every day for the last 30 days about food, and he has the audacity to have a party-themed Great Gatsby. Y'all know what that is, a Great Gatsby?
Yes.
They didn't know, so I had to explain it to them, Lisa. Because they never read the book. They never read the book in high school, Lisa.
Wow. Well, if you ever read the book,
I didn't know. I'm telling you, a lot of people.
Wow. Okay, so did you also let them know, ML? There are tons of movies on Netflix about the Great Gatsby, and just Google it.
Omari said he saw the movie, so I asked him to break down what it's about, and he couldn't. So I had to explain to him the whole concept about the Great Gatsby. It's exactly what's happening currently in America, where rich folks get to come fuck shit up, then they get to retreat back to their enclaves, like Trump's gonna do when he's done fucking this country up.
Absolutely.
And the poor people are gonna be left to clean the shit up.
Clean the mess up while he's retreated back to the castle.
The main point, Lisa.
Yes, ma'am.
The main point that they're missing out and not understanding is just like in the book and just like in the movie. You could have the money, but you're not part of that circle.
Right. You still.
It doesn't matter.
You still on the outside.
You are an outsider. And I am, like, people really didn't get that point out of the book or the movie. Come on.
Yeah.
So you want these poor whites and you want poor whites to be hanging out with a bunch of billionaires? Like Dave Chappelle said, these poor whites in Ohio are not going to those parties. They're not invited.
That's not it. It's the mere fact that he even had. Okay, do you know where we are right now? Do we have restaurants who are volunteering to feed people? We have food banks that are running out of money. We have people now second guessing should they go to the hospital when they have chest pain because they don't want to be saddled with these incredible healthcare bills. We got people making decisions like that in a country that's supposed to be the greatest country, by y'all's own admission, in the entire world. We're making decisions like this, basic binary decisions. And then you have your president his wealth has just absolutely, I don't know, ML's going to tell us how he started. He came into office being a fake millionaire. Now he's a legit billionaire. And then he is the one, your president, who is denying food. I don't care what situation, how we got here, who voted for what, who didn't vote for what. You're denying the people that you supposedly represent and care about food. It's just that basic.
I agree with you, Lisa, but the Democrats also spent almost $200 million on Prop 50. That money could have been used for food as well. So, there you go.
There you go. So right now, there is an order, regardless of all else, there is an order where he can open up the funds just to have people eat. Let's keep it basic, Omari. Just to have people eat. And that seems to be a problem.
So again,
this is diabolical.
Democrats spent almost $200 million to promote Prop 50 in California. So that sounds, that's money. So I don't want to hear about money being wasted because people are.
I don't want to hear about money being wasted. That has nothing to do with the entire United States. That has to do with California. And California is taking care of their people. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. Go ahead, Spirit.
Oh, I just wanted to say
what up, Spirit?
To the rooms. Good to see everybody. And what Omari said has nothing to do with what's going on. It's a nice deflection.
It's a bad one. It's California. California gonna take care of California. We're about the entire United States of America, and you're gonna try to drag what they're doing in California with Prop 50. That doesn't even go together. Can we stay on topic?
No, listen, in his mind, it does go together.
That's a waste of money. That's the point.
Trump, that is only half of the money. I mean, they're only getting a portion of it, so they're not even getting the full benefit that was approved.
So now their response has been to ask each state for eligibility information so that they can calculate this partial payment. So what McConnell has been asked, the judge in charge, he has a new order compelling the Trump administration to provide this full SNAP benefits. Actually, I should rephrase that. Lawyers for the nonprofits and municipalities have asked McConnell to issue a new order compelling the Trump administration to provide the full SNAP benefits, since they think that doing all of the eligibility and stuff would take too long and be too cumbersome.
And Omari, you're doing whataboutism that is not even logical. It would have been logical. It would have been logical if there was no federal funds available. There are federal funds available. And there is a court order. But you want to sit here and say, oh, but the Democratic states that got screwed over, they're the ones who should be taking care of their people now, right? Oh, but they're spending money on Prop 50. Dude, the money is there. The emergency fund is there. They don't want to use it. So you can't say that it's a waste of money.
So you guys notice as soon as Trent leaves, lately I noticed as soon as one MAGA leaves, another one appears. Like you guys on a fucking schedule and shit.
Wait a minute, Trent's not MAGA. He voted for Kamala.
No. Trent, you see,
twice.
This is the stick about Trent. He says that, but then listen to what he says after that. All his policy concerns, all the stuff that he supports is MAGA. But yeah, I didn't vote for MAGA. And the thing about it, I realized that in order to separate Trent from them, to make him seem like somehow he is not MAGA or Republican, those other folks always go at Trent. but they don't really say anything. They say, "Oh, Trent's stupid." It's very much. They don't really disagree with him. They just say he's stupid or they get mad at him because he's, in all intents and purposes, doing the same thing they're doing, and they know that.
Someone in the chat said you got a big mic for the election day, ML. Are you going to be on the desk tonight, providing updates for election day?
You're about to get a shellacking in this election.
No one gives a shit. Not me. I can care less. It is what it is. It has been, as they say.
Y'all, listen. Ain't you the black coon in Virginia? Trump did not even
call that black woman a coon?
Super MAGA.
He might be the most anti-black person I've ever come across in Clubhouse history.
Anti-black.
You just called the black woman.
He is the most coonery person I have. She makes like a light coon, Omari. You like light compared to her.
An elderly man at that, a coon. Well, she's not a coon because she didn't get support from Donald Trump, so she can't be a coon because she doesn't support him.
He's like, they call her MAGA. She is Queen MAGA. Because the reason why she had made a negative statement about Trump saying that post the January 6th.
You understand anything.
And hold on, that Trump shouldn't run again. So Trump used it as an insult. So now, he's not going to endorse her. But he picked J.D. Vance as his vice president, even after J.D. Vance called him a Hitler. Okay, there's no forgiveness for you black MAGAs. Remember that. You better know your place. Get out of line.
Yeah, okay. We'll see how Madami does for y'all commies on Clubhouse.
Hey, Mel, remember when Trump used the KKK? What was this, 19?
Yo, mama, I am speaking.
No, the stage commies are strong.
I thought she was literally crazy when she...
You guys remember when Trump refused to denounce the KKK in that CNN interview?
Yeah, we remember that. You talking about the Jake Tapper one? Which one? It was the David Duke with Jake Tapper in 2016?
2016, yeah.
Yeah, we remember that. What's up? Talk about it.
What's on the table today is
why is he doing the Biden whisper?
No, that's how I speak, Omari.
Oh, my bad. No disrespect to that.
You're not genuine, brother.
See, that's what I'm saying. I was just saying this shit the other day. That's why I can tolerate Trump listening to this shit.
You gotta put that armor on.
You mean you could tolerate Trent, you can't tolerate Omari?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Man, I got so many beings in my armor, man. If I can handle you, you can handle me. Man, you gotta be tough, brother, man. You're a black man in America. Power to the people. Like, do you ever remember that movie CB4? And he was like, I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm biggity black. You gotta be like that.
Funny thing, when you say that, when you make those statements, it comes out so, you're not genuine. It comes out so wrong when you say it.
Yeah, you gotta stop cosplaying.
Try hard, Omar.
You cosplaying like a motherfucker. Like, this nigga done took a history lesson on fucking black pop culture just to be able to play in our face.
No, that's Katrina.
Drew, I'll say this though, based on what you just said. What Trent says or the way he talks scares me more because it's more believable for people to get sucked into following him. For him to say like, "Oh, I voted for Kamala," and spew out things that are more anti-black. I mean, Amari. Well, I guess it is disrespect. He's entertainment. Like, he's being goofy. His points don't be lining up. His stories don't match up. You know, first he's a Madden expert, and then after that, he knows everybody at Turning Point. I mean, just, so his stories don't be lining up. But with Trent, it's scary because when he says stuff, it's like, damn, I could see how people in my circle could fall into that and believe it. Also, I could see how white people feel justified by a Trent being around them because then they go, no, we're not racist. We just hate you black people. Trent's cool.
Yeah, no, there'll be no Trent slander while he's not here. All right, Trent's an outstanding American. He's a legend. Omari.
That's not what y'all was saying about him yesterday.
Omari, have you ever heard this one about this kid is talking to his grandfather, and the grandfather says, saw a black person by the store, and the black grandfather says, those fucking niggas are useless. And then the kid says, with all his innocence, says, but Grandpa, is Jimmy a nigga? The grandfather goes, no, Jimmy's just Jimmy. Okay, Trent. Okay, Omari, you just Jimmy. You're not a nigga. You just Jimmy.
Okay. Does Jimmy crack corn now? Because that shit was corny.
Well,
wait, I don't want to catch your mind real quick.
You're Jimmy.
So, Amari, I'm not gonna do that. I was gonna put your name on it. Two black guys were walking downtown and they saw a sign that says you could turn white for $1, and one had $1 and one had a white for 99 cents. One had $1, one had 98 cents, and the one with the dollar says, "Well, I'll go in, turn white, come out. If it's cool, I'll give you the penny. Then you can go in and be white too." So it's cool. Guy goes in, they turn him white. He loves it. Looks in the mirror, feels good. Walks out to his friend. His friend goes, "Oh, cool. Let me get that penny." He goes, "Get a job, nigger."
That's Omar.
I almost put Omari's name. I couldn't do it. But that's just me.
I mean, all y'all BIPOCs with the racist jokes is crazy work.
Omari, that's you, buddy.
Don't be bad, Omari.
This is what a half breed of
Omari, that one
racist shit.
Omari, that was apropos.
This is where your Kansas family upbringing comes into play.
Is Monica here? Monica, don't be repeating that shit with your racist ass. Is she in the goo? Let me look.
Don't worry. Omari's gonna tell that joke to Monica because they do hang out.
He's gonna tell his white clique. Like 20 years. I thought
nobody does. I don't know any black people that do racist jokes except for Clubhouse. I mean,
You took a picture with Candace Owens.
That was
You not know her?
That was more of a coon joke, not a racist joke.
That sounds pretty racist to me.
That was a coon joke. That was a coon joke.
Hey, that shit was funny. I'm definitely gonna steal that one because every time I see Omari, that's the image that comes to mind. He was given an opportunity, and he was like, "Fuck no, I got this whiteness. I'm not giving this shit up." Omari's not. We trying to help you, bro. We trying to make you come into the light that you can be a successful black man. And don't try to comport to whiteness. You could be an individual. You could be. Nobody's holding that against you, you know. But the point is that you're anti-black in a lot of your sentiments, and you're definitely anti-black in how you view the world.
You know you can get white girls over here too.
After the joke, after the jokes y'all just made, I would really probably just stay away from black.
That's what makes you anti-black is that you don't even know how black people communicate with each other. You don't even know what's acceptable between black people. So that's how we know you're not connected to blackness in any way, because you view those as racist jokes, and you don't even know how black communication works or how we see those when we tell each other, when we repeat or say jokes like that to each other. That's why we know you're not culturally black. You just
why don't you say the same joke to ML then?
I'll answer that. Because the irony in the joke is there are some black people who actually do like Kanye West said, and they get on and then they turn their back on black people. So that's what the joke is really about. It's about like they both had a chance to jump the other side. One jumped and was like, "I ain't with you niggas no more." That's what it meant. So I know you didn't get it, so now you know, Mark.
Exactly. And it was more about a troll. It was a troll of how y'all act.
Facts.
Yeah.
Hey, Omari, he can make that joke to me, and I'm gonna laugh.
So,
like,
Lisa, I thought you said the room was supposed to be mature. What happened, Lisa?
Omari, it is. We're reflecting on your coonery.
Yeah, he is so hurt right now. He is so hurt. You can hear it in his voice.
All the anti-black shit you said in this space, some directed at me or indirect, you gonna get mad about that, Omari?
I don't make anti-black
the same nigga that said I had a ghetto voice. Like, shut the fuck up.
Talking all black.
Yeah, like, come on, bro.
So, Omari, listen. You know what's funny, Omari? I had a troop. His last name was Askew. And that troop, I mean, he was not the best of looking brothers. Dark-skinned kid with a lot of acne on his face. But he was with the whites. Every time you saw him, he did not. I've never seen him around another black person. Plus, in the Air Force, there's not a lot of black people. But they did have black people in my squadron. And so he was always with the whites. He did everything. The music he listened to, everything was just uniquely white. I mean, white. And I was surprised when I asked him where he's from. And he told me that he was literally from Alabama. I couldn't believe it because he didn't have a vernacular or he's not a southern accent. He was actually from Montgomery, Alabama. So I was like, okay, no big deal about it. I just really thought he was from like California or New York or the Northeast because he didn't have Washington State. And this kid, so one time he was outside and I was stationed in Little Rock, Arkansas. And so he and this other white female airman and a bunch of other kids, there were 4 of them. And there was a bumblebee that ended up landing on her collar. And he went ahead, he saw it, and he goes, "Don't move." And he went ahead to smack it away. He moved, and his hand ended up touching her breast. That girl was not going to say anything because she knew it was an accident. But because the other white people that was there with her, because she didn't ask you, they were friends. I was like, okay. They told her, "Oh, gross. You touch your breast. Oh, shit. That is fucked up." That girl ended up reporting him to the first shirt. And then they brought that shit up to me as a commander, that he touched the breast. Good thing that one of the white kids finally says, "Sir, he did not do it intentionally. It was a mistake, blah, blah, blah." And we end up still giving that kid a letter of reprimand. Because you just can't touch somebody without asking them for permission. But he was one of them. He was an Omari. And because of that, you could see they're never really gonna embrace you as literally one of them. It doesn't work that way. Do you know what Clarence Thomas's wife's parents said when she told him that she was dating a black man? They told him, "He's okay." But initially they were like, Then he met them and they said like, "He's okay, but he's still a black man." Omari, I need you to remember that. You're still a black man. And the people you hang out with sees that, except you don't.
Is Omari trying to be white? I'm missing this. Does Omari...
Have you met Omari?
No.
Yeah, he is.
What do you mean? So, Omari, this is news to me. I just thought you were like a staunch conservative, a MAGA. I mean, as far as like you not wanting to be perceived as what? It's not even coming out of my mouth right.
Lisa, some things are not even worth responding to.
Yeah, come on now, y'all.
Lisa, you've been in the room with that man every night. This cannot be news.
Right? No. I'm saying, are you guys hearing the question that I'm asking? He is MAGA. That part I understand. But now I'm hearing that he wants to not even be culturally or either ethnically black.
Yes. I don't know. Like, if you haven't heard
some things are not even worth a response
that this man has been having, but you're aware of that about Manfinity, correct?
Come on, Jeff.
He said it. He's literally said he doesn't consider himself a black person.
Oh, yes. No, but Manfinity said he doesn't consider himself a color. That's what Manfinity said.
That's aligning yourself with whiteness. All of those are white supremacies.
I'm proud to be black. End of story.
Okay, you can say, yeah, but what your actions show is really different.
End of story. Why you gotta lie, bro?
End of story.
Omari, why you gotta lie?
Roads I could go down in which you show that you're not proud to be black, but I'll leave that alone. But doing this, going to Blexit, taking a picture with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, yeah, bro, you want to be white, like clearly, like all of those people want to be white.
It's about black people leaving the Democrats.
You want to exit blackness.
It was a lot of black people there. I wasn't the only one there. So
yes, because it's I know.
I mean, I didn't go to Blexit. I went to Blexit. There was no W in my event. It was
right, and it was a whole bunch of other goofy buffoons like you. That like y'all had a meeting. It was like, come one, come all. If you hate yourself as a black man, please come to this event, because Blexit means exiting from blackness. That's not, I mean, like, y'all use these metaphorical terms, but like, let's be for real. And this is why y'all would never like me, because I'm never gonna do the little surface level talking. I hear exactly what you're saying. I see exactly what you're doing, and you want to be a white person. First off, you too black. You black as hell, so that's never gonna work aesthetically. And then secondly, you're not intelligent enough, you're not apt enough to get in the type of circles with the white people that you want to get in. You can't even bang with the, black people in here. You want to be in the upper echelon with the white. That's never going to happen. Never. So you can keep on rooting and spooting or what to do, but you are a nigga and you're an average one.
And Blexit, literally.
Andrew was funny. Omari left? Oh, man, you need a nerve. Just you need a nerve.
But Omari's right, man.
He's still in. Okay.
You gotta be that. That is what white folks is. I cannot.
Oh, they don't mean it. They don't mean it. It's a misunderstanding. It was taken out of context. They explained it away.
So he has a photo of him and Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk at a Blexit event.
Yeah, he's posted it and proudly.
Oh,
this is not like I'm not like trying to this is not nothing I dug up. He showed us.
And how is he?
I told you. The other day he says, "Oh, I don't remember this picture." This guy one time showed us how many white women he meet, the type of white women he meet by consistently updating his PTR to show how many white women he meets. Yeah, this is the type of white women I mess with. This type of white, and he was so gleeful.
I never messed with a white person in my life. That's a lie.
But all we did was make you feel comfortable one day, and you just start showing us white woman after white woman after white woman.
I don't date white women.
That is what happened. He made you feel comfortable.
Why you have to lie when you start showing us all the white girls you thought was cute?
That's a fucking lie. I do not date white women.
I don't know if you date them, but you said you like them.
I'm not attracted to white women, and I don't date white women.
So why you gotta lie?
But if I wasn't, I still wouldn't date a white woman.
Amari, quick question.
You don't date black women?
Did you not show pictures? Did you not show PTR pictures of different men? In pictures of different white women?
Of course,
my wife is black.
She's She's Polynesian.
Okay, so why are you acting like you like I don't date white women as a, but like you don't date black women either? So let's
call it like, so ML always leaves out everything because ML's just the alpha liar.
Do you forget that you always call me your
Omari, why you gotta lie? Come on, bro. You're a grown-ass man. You're 40 years old. The thing with
ML and I'm trying to do is say that white people can't stand you, post pictures. It's like, wait a minute. I didn't run a gang of white people. They never called me the N-word. They never
said white people can't stand you. I never said that.
You always said you're never going to be. I was like, wait a minute. When I go around, guess what? They say you can stay at my house.
Oh yes, they do.
You are a coon, and this is your justification.
I can stay there with you and they have kids.
They said they can stay at my house. You such a stupid ass nigga.
They're not scared of me staying.
They not worried about it. They stay at their house.
No one said that. Listen, Omari, listen. Omari, listen. We're not saying that all white people.
I don't think that, but I would never get on here as a black man, as a self-respecting black man. I would never get on here and say, when I go around white people, they nice to me, and they said I can stay at their house. Well, yo, shut your Uncle Tom's corner face ass the fuck up. Bitch, you're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment, my nigga.
I can do what I want.
You're an embarrassment. You're a grown 50-year-old man. I would do that about a black man, let alone about a white man.
I can do what I want to.
So I would never say nothing to you.
I can do what I want to.
I can do what I want to. You're a coon.
I can do what I want to.
I know you are. The point is that you're a coon.
And I can do what I want to.
Okay. Culturally, can I just say something, please? Please. Omari. As a white translucent.
Yeah, I don't need white explaining right now, please.
Translucent woman, right? I'm gonna explain something to you. They don't say shit to your face. Right? But you would probably have to, if you notice when you're around those white people, like if you're walking,
Katrina, respectfully as a white person, let's have the conversation between black people. Thank you so much.
Oh, I should. Okay. I should.
In this situation, yes.
Because he said me to their house.
It's just not a time to chime in, really. They're having a conversation. We don't need to insert ourselves. Thank you, though.
Okay. Well, they told you the name behind your back.
So Omari, no one is saying you act like we don't have right. We have right friends. We have cool, woke white friends. We have white friends who understand, who respect our individuality as black people and doesn't want to make us comport to something that we're not. Those are the white friends we have because we have friends of all ilk. The issue is that you have to comport your way in a certain manner to be accepted by your white friends. They don't just accept you for who you are. That's the difference, Omari. I have a lot of white friends. Majority of people I work with are white. My military friends throughout my years in the military are all white because the Air Force didn't have a lot of black people. It's mostly white. And the problem is that I could have an honest conversation with them about a lot of things. Even some of my white friends who are MAGA, who voted for Trump and whatnot, we can have a decent conversation. They were like, yeah, you got a point here. That I will not vote for him again because this is crazy. And they've come to the realization that they wasted their vote on this individual. And they would not defend him in the passion and the way that you do. So when you say those things, you try to excuse away your behavior is the fact that when we call you a coon, we're not just doing it from just the mere, we want to be name calling. It's the fact that you've done things and said things that allows us to frame you in a manner that's anti-black, because you are.
And I would say you have said things and done things that
Omari, you think you're a special Omari, you remind me of the Omari. I'm not done yet. Omari, I'm not done yet.
Wanted to come back to the
Omari, and then you respond. Okay.
Omari, you remind me of, and Patty could tell you the same thing. I literally, in my career in the Air Force, I used to have, full-board colonel, you saw black full-board colonel in the Air Force. And, in the Army, Patty probably might not have that as much because there's a lot of black officers in the Army. And you see a black colonel. Yeah, and you was like, man, I need a mentor because he's like the only black colonel on base, so I need to go talk to him. And I was telling you, when I joined the Air Force, so many of those black colonels would tell you, don't fuck up now because you're going to embarrass both of us. That's what the type of mentoring they would try to give to you, because they're telling you that we're in a white club, so you don't be acting like a nigga now. Don't be acting this. It's like you didn't go to the same schools they went to, the same professional grooming they went to somehow come here and act like you're a nigga off the street and just doing crazy shit. That's how they treated you. That's how Omari acts. You remind me of this colonel at my first base who treated me that way. Make me feel like I was only good for one thing, was to fuck up and embarrass him. That's how you act, Omari.
Well, I'm sorry you felt that way. I'm sorry he made you feel that way, your colonel. I'm sure that must have had an impact on you. But I don't have white friends outside of like just social media shit. So all my friends are black. All my friends that on my Instagram, they're all black people. I don't, all my best friends who I was in their weddings, all black men. I'm not really sure who you think you're maybe talking to on this Clubhouse app, but you have me all the way fucked up with somebody I don't really understand who the fuck you're talking about, but whatever helps your medulla connects to other parts of your brain that doesn't work, have at it. I don't really give a shit because, again, this is a social media app. We're never going to meet you in real life. I don't care to meet you. So therefore, you can pretty much say what the fuck you want to say. Away with it. But for the most part, it's not true. So do I give a fuck?
So in person with somebody, I get away with it?
I didn't say I'm mad yet. And last,
I don't give a fuck what you say, bitch.
And last, I would say just listening to you and the next person that's going to say, I wouldn't even
that you
culturally.
You instantly get cussed out with your dumb clone ass, bitch.
I don't want to come back. See, if I hang around like the normies,
you're right.
Normal, the
bitch, you are normal, bitch. Look at you.
Act like they have class.
You are the most normal, basic bitch
maybe
ever.
I could come back.
Look at you. I don't know why these motherfuckers play with you. You are stupid. You're ugly. Bitch, you're not even married to a black person. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck.
Commie.
Bitch, and you're a coon. Cooney. A big, fat, funky ass, nasty coon. Did you come out to your family yet? Did you let them know that you're a fucking Republican?
All right, I'm just gonna turn you down.
Yeah, bitch, I know you gonna skate now because, bitch, I'm about to bring that shit real to you. You dumb fucking coon.
I turned my mic down.
Yeah, I bet.
Omari,
stupid bitch.
Omari, you act like we don't go back into the trenches of Clubhouse during the shutdown, during COVID. Well, you didn't act like you were part of the other side. That's who your ilk is. That's who you gravitate towards. That's
your ilk is the person next to you who gets triggered.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Because you know I didn't interrupt you while you went. Because you know what I'm talking is the truth. We went through those. We had those discussions. Although you're a bit more amenable now, you seem to have gotten you've come down a little bit because you're actually hanging around in our spaces, so you're forced to comport. But before, you were fucking egregious, OR. You would condone the racist shit from Brad, Monica, Alex, the whole fucking crew when they used to say racist shit. You condone that shit. You were giggy laughing it up. So don't act like I don't have a fucking dossier on your ass. We were in the trenches, motherfucker. You were enemy persona non grata. And we just accept you now, like, okay, Lisa likes him.
But hold on, prove to me, bro. When was I in those rooms? Prove to me. Prove it to me. When I was in the room, you have Matt.
Shut the fuck up.
Matt, was I in there doing racist?
Omari.
You can ask Monica and
Omari, I am talking. Nobody said you in there.
Because you're lying.
You were gigging and gagging and never pushed back when they said the crazy shit. You used to be martyred in there. Gigging and gagging. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my submission.
I don't know who you're talking about, Emil. You're lying again. For the 100th time, you're lying. Again, stop the fucking lying, ML. I mean, what's wrong with your brain where you just lie 24/7? Are you becoming these people who just, I don't know what's going on with your brain, but you lie so much now, it's hard to even have a conversation with you.
You used to
I don't keep you with the
what
racist.
side were you on? Omari, what side were you on? Were you not on the side of the racists?
I had my own group. You knew who they were.
Those
you
people
knew who they were, and they're gone.
Name them.
I was with Prashanda. I was with Indira. We used to have Stephen Bader in there. I used to have Brad.
Stephen Bader racist.
MG. He would have Katana. He would have even Mother. You had other people. Moose used to come in those rooms too. We had our own houses.
Omari, you acting like you went into one room. Omari, you went from room to room. We had
our own spaces.
Omari,
what are you talking about?
Like
you don't have to lie to make a point.
I'm not lying about you. That's the thing about it. I am not lying about you.
100% lying for this.
On my kid's life, I am not lying on you. You're the one that's fucking lying.
On my kids, like you're lying.
Because you literally sat in there and Gigi Gaga, where they were saying some vile racist shit. You did.
Okay.
So don't lie now.
Prove it.
I was
Prove
there.
it.
Brad,
Prove it, that that's a lie.
There you go.
Brad,
now
Monica, Joe B, then the German chick, I forgot her name.
Yep.
Then
this is the most craziest shit ever, man.
You act like we just met you.
Where's Miso? Where's Miso at?
We were there.
Is she still in the audience?
We were there, but the thing is that once we heard that shit, once we realized what type of people they are, and once I tried to like push back and like they pretty much let me know how racist and disgusting they are, we left. But you were the one who stayed.
All right. Yeah, when we start going from having normal conversations to just
Omari, you see why I call you?
We're gonna telling you real shit.
Act like I ain't got a history.
You're blatant lies.
You want to have pretend conversations, and when somebody tells you about honest things,
I know why you're doing it.
Then you want to forfeit the
conversation. Can't even name the dates. When was I there, Mel?
Why would somebody have a date when it went on this?
Because you said you had dossier. Do you anything about dossier? Have timelines.
Are you okay?
What's the dossier? What does it tell you?
I took out of my fucking professional life time to document what dumbass Omari said.
And you don't have a dossier then. Use the right word.
So, like I documented and I timestamped the dumb shit you said. And when you said it, are you fucking okay?
Then you don't have a dossier then. Then just say you don't.
Shut the fuck up.
So how about
you keep saying the fact that somehow you telling me, I know what you said. I was there. You said what you said. You did what you did.
What did I say?
Gigi Gaga with the people
tell me one thing I said that was against black people.
And you didn't say a fucking word.
I said what I said. What did I say?
Or racist shit. You just took it and you drank that shit.
Tell me what I say. What I
said. Don't fucking lie now.
What did I say?
You were there, Omari. I am not lying.
You
You fucking know that.
You could tell me what I said, or you could shut up.
Omari.
What did I say? What did I say?
Like I said,
that
you used to be on stage. It's not necessarily you saying stuff. It's you being there and not coming off mic and say, "Oh man, that's fucked up. You guys shouldn't have said that."
You just switched it up. You just moved it. So I didn't say anything, but I
never moved that. I never said you said.
So
I said you used the rooms. Listen to me carefully. I said you used to be in rooms with the racist folks who said some crazy ass shit. And you went ahead and fucking normally would co-sign that shit or Gigi Gaga did. Never a pushback say, yo, that's fucked up.
What room was I in where they were talking about race?
No, don't fucking tell me. You figure it out because you in those fucking rooms.
Because it's not true. I don't go in rooms where people are racist.
Is that your defense? Oh, food.
I don't go in rooms. When I see rooms on racist titles,
it's not true.
I don't even go into them even now today.
They necessarily did not have to have a racist title, Omari. What are you doing?
I never even sat on Pepe stages. I never sat on Sarah's stages.
Don't bring Pepe in this.
I never sat on even when Sarah was here. When Curtis and them were having rooms when they had that house.
I can give you a room and I can give you a phone.
When they had the mixed girls.
Coco? Do you remember Angelina? Do you remember Coco? Do you remember? Oh my God.
Yeah, Coco. These are politics. These are political rooms.
To do a room. Yeah. And then
Roger used to do rooms. They were political rooms.
Hold on. You asked a question to give you an example. Actually, remember this example really well.
Okay.
When you, rat ass, what was his name? Oh my God.
Just tell me what role I had to play in this room, please. Just tell me what role I had in this room.
First of all of you MAGAs ran in there, hit on them, call like the Brads and everybody else. shit on them, called them such horrific names and everything else. Then they went and opened their own room. The other guy who was like the
You're stuttering. You're stuttering and making it up. I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up and let her talk.
I have a speech impediment.
My apologies, Dan.
Okay. So, and then they open up rooms and like just talk such horrific shit about them, right? And you would be sitting there.
I would just be sitting there?
They sat there and but like Amel said, you wouldn't say and, agree with them, but you sat there quietly on stage and sometimes mocked while they were saying some horrific racist shit to the point that, like, I got so uncomfortable, I stopped going there.
This is crazy because I've never
German guy, a German girl, the German girl, the Indian guy, I forgot what's his name, and then oh my God, it was a whole group like all the ones that hang out with Roger, Matt, and all that.
So
some racist fucking shit.
Wait a minute. For one, I never sit on any stage and just shut the fuck up. I don't have a shut the fuck up bone in my body.
I do when I'm around. You said it for 2 or 3 days when I was here because you already know I'm not about to play with you, so you do be quiet.
Stop the cat, bro. Anyways, like I said, I don't have a racist bone. I don't have a quiet bone in my body. I don't care who's around. I talk a lot. Like people say, I center myself, and I've always have. And so therefore, I don't know what y'all talking about. I've never sat quietly anywhere on the stage. Actually, I actually talk too much. People say
Omari.
So that's a lie. And that's been the same over.
You don't say shit when they're attacking black women.
Exactly. That's the point we're making.
You could bring River in when people used to say shit about River, I used to defend River. MG, myself, we always used to defend River. So let's not Coco. When they start talking shit about Coco, I defended Coco. So you're a liar, Katrina.
Yes,
you're a liar, ML.
Defended everybody.
And everybody else,
Omari, we got 2 witnesses.
Racist shit about
2 witnesses.
Intelligent woman. Listen to me. When they were talking shit about black intelligent women, and they were being really racist, right? You sat there quietly. I personally have been in the rooms where you didn't say shit.
I'm not even. You know what? Okay, Katrina, you guys got it. If that's what y'all believe, that's the narrative you're trying to spin. Go ahead. Because it's full of shit. So I'm not even going to address this.
It's not the narrative. It's true.
It's not true. Okay, it's true to you, right? Whatever your brain is telling you is true. Cool. What's next? What's the next topic?
Well, you don't need it. The way you act and the things that you say are bad enough. So we don't even have to talk about what, the things you said around and allowed to happen. It's the things you come in here and speak with. You think it's funny. You think it's cute. And then you want to have like camaraderie, after you disagree with people and their right and shit to live and choices they make and shit. And you want to like chum it up like, oh, what's up, bitch? There will never be that. Like there will never be that. As long as you're standing in my way or my right to have everything that you'll have, I will never grin with you. I would never be like, oh, what's up, Omar? No, bitch, I hate you. Like, and I don't know why anybody else would, but I won't. So you keep talking about this is why the Democrats, this is why, in my opinion, this is what more Democrats need to be, is give y'all the motherfucking heat. Because you're trash. Everything you do, everything you stand for is a joke. And you're still playing at a time like this. You can watch, and these is not even black people. You can watch that shit going on in Chicago every day. Then people getting slung out of cars. Their cars getting rammed, attacked. People asking for papers like it's fucking Nazi Germany. And you still want to rock with that. You are a corny ass nigga to me. You are. And you have a non-black wife who could be subject to that. Yes, I'm gonna bring it up. You have a non-black wife, so you're a big ass coon. A big fucking coon. Because that, to me, that signals, do you give a fuck about your family, your kids? Because if that was to happen to them, I'm sure you would be fucking hurt. But you can watch that and still support this motherfucker. So no, we can't grin because I care more about your family and your fucking kids than you do.
be said, but I saw the mute button come on. So, Monica,
you're not gonna do that. You're not. So if you're gonna mute and do that, then just stay on mute. You can get cussed out, or you can just stay on mute. And this is what you just said. You ain't have a mute bone in you. You go on mute every time I'm around because you're afraid of the truth, and you don't want that little secret to that family. So whenever I'm in here, I'ma just pop up. Because bitches want you to be quiet. They want to hear the news. They don't want the fucking Amari show. And so you see how you're on mute and you stayed on mute the other day when I was here? I'm going to start doing that, homegirl.
And not trying to, I've been out of the loop for a little while, a couple of days. Can you guys, anybody, explain to me what is going on with Nigeria? I keep getting these, and I haven't opened up the stories, and I know I got the right people on stage to be able to inform me. What is this about we're going to invade Nigeria and why? You guys don't mind.
Lisa, the Nigerian government have had a really, really severe terrorist, like really extreme, it's not even Muslim. I can't even say Muslim because they literally think Al-Qaeda was not far enough. Like really, really extreme group who have been literally killing people and literally taking over territories. Like literally occupying a city, like taking over a city, like a gang. And for some reason, I guess Trump just heard about it. And he proclaims that the government over there is killing Christians. But it's actually...
I thought Nigerians were Christian. You guys, help me with that. Because most Nigerians I know over here, and I'm saying I know, are Christians.
Yeah, he just doesn't know that. So he heard that Nigerian government is basically, or something, that Christians are being murdered. And, we're going to go in there and, support, we're not going to allow Christianity and all of this other stuff. And it backfired on him because the president turned around and said, oh my God, yes, please come in and help us because we have been dealing with this group for years and we're battling them and we're not winning.
But I think what you're actually getting to is there's been allegations of mass killings of Christians by Islamist militants in Nigeria. That's why it has made the news.
Okay, all right. So there's been mass killings of Christians and militants in Nigeria, and Trump is involved because of why. And I think I need to go read because it's not making sense to me right now.
They're not particularly killing Christians. That's not the thing. Just the fact that maybe the majority of the country is Christian and they're killing Christians, that's one thing.
No. I'm referring to why it made the news, not.
Wait, stop coming off a mic. Stop because Haitian was speaking. His mic is a little. Thomas, can you just a second? Can somebody put him on mute for just a minute with the music?
I accidentally moved the moderator. I was trying to move him down to the audience. Good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, rather. What's up, Devon?
Oh my God, this is gonna turn out to end well.
I came in here earlier, Patty, you were here. I was banging on the door, and there was a brother speaking, and I'm like, bring me up, but it's okay.
Hold on for a second. Can Haitian finish his sentence, though, Divine? No, I'm just doing, because when Haitian we can't hear him. We can't hear him. I'm sorry.
All I'm saying was with the whole thing with Boko Haram, it's not anything new. The whole thing with killing Christians and just killing people over there in general has been happening, right? So that part is true, but he's trying to merge all this shit for his fucking own benefits because we all know it's bullshit. As far as him saying before, for years, that was fucking Boko Haram. And if you remember, we had soldiers killed in Niger, right? That was over there dealing with Islamic terrorists over there. If you remember, Trump told Sergeant Jones's wife he knew what he signed up for. That was during his first administration. That was in that region over there. Niger also asked for us U.S. military to leave. Maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years now. But this whole thing with Boko Haram, they're not new. It's not a new fucking group.
And it is exactly what I was trying to say. Is it's in the news for that purpose. So that's why I'm saying it's allegations that are ongoing.
Yeah.
But it isn't something. It's not a new story. It's a distraction tactic.
Yeah,
because we're entering day 34 of a government shutdown, and
it's real quick.
things are not going well.
If you guys remember when I'm just gonna go on mute. If you remember when Michelle Obama was in office and they kidnapped all those girls, and it was a whole campaign to get the girls back.
Yes.
That was Boko Haram. That was Boko Haram kidnapping.
Yeah, this isn't a new. It's not a new story. If you do want to read into it, there are an estimated, I think 125,000 Christians that have been killed by these individuals. But why is it coming up now? Convenient distraction.
But they're killing more Muslims than they are Christians. So,
does this have anything to do with the fact that Nigeria is the largest oil-producing Black African country in Africa?
I thought we were looking.
Black African country, what?
Nigeria produces the most oil, is an oil-rich country, and it's owned by Black Africans. Think about that. Trump is making an oil and energy.
I thought we were concentrating on Venezuela. We split our attentions because I thought Venezuela had more oil than the Saudis. So now we're going after Nigeria as well.
But they got bad
oil-rich producing countries.
Patty was talking though. Can I just hear? I'm sorry to be mean, but Patty, what'd you say, Patty?
They don't have the oil that. I don't know if they're trying to steal oil from Nigeria. I don't know what I think it's a distraction as well. That's pilfering, but and that's supposedly against. That's not supposedly is against international law. So, but Venezuela doesn't produce the oil that we really needed. Would be a lot of refinement have to be done.
Venezuela is a large producer of oil, but the bombings of the speedboats is certainly a distraction. And I think this is also just another distraction from our master of artistry that is now serving in our Oval Office.
But Victoria, it looks weird. I know we all want to say it's just distraction, right? But it does look kind of dumb, or I don't know what other word to put in right now, that we are focusing and making other countries a distraction when once again over here all we're trying to do is get food to the hungry. So with you going over there and saying you're going to invade this place, you're going to, we're going to put boots on the ground. This place, we're sending huge ass aircraft carriers, the largest that we have to this place. It still is not going to wipe away the fact that people over here are not eating.
Yep.
Even
Congress
are not eating.
Congress is also has the power of the purse, and they're shut down, so they're not funding any of those actions or activities. So where is the money coming from to fund the bombing of these speedboats from Venezuela?
I think they were doing okay with this Jeffrey Epstein and all this stuff as being look over here. But when you're not eating in your own country, I don't care what else you're talking about. It's not going to take away the fact that families can't get food every day. That's never going to be a distraction.
I completely 100% agree with you.
And we got money for war.
It's my point exactly.
Right. So we have money. We get multi-year appropriation. It's not month to month.
Yeah, the U.S. Defense Authorization Act, and I do understand.
That was a bad point.
But I guess my point is we don't have a Congress, we don't have an oversight committee that's actually looking at how those appropriations are being spent, and we don't have the Government Accountability Office basically is inoperational at this point.
At 12.
Hey, First Lady.
Is it quiet?
Yeah, it's super quiet. I was just trying to search up to see if I can see some exit polls. Nothing yet. We're gonna head out soon to vote. Oh my God! And there's a lot going on. You have the New Jersey gubernatorial race as well as Connecticut. So there's a lot going on in the tri-state. I know a lot of y'all don't care. Y'all know fuck me up. But I happen to live here, so I care. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything. They're usually out and about questioning people as they exit the polls. The kids are home because for those of you who don't know, we vote at the public schools. So the kids are home while people go to their local public school to vote. But I'm not. I usually see like some kind of exit poll data, but I'm not seeing anything. If anybody has heard anything.
Divine, do you mind sharing what you experience when you go to the polls? Because I'm actually quite curious with the, so-called Trump observers that are going to be showing up in California and New Jersey that were highlighted.
There is a law where you cannot have any candidate like paraphernalia or any of that within a certain amount of the school.
That would be like normal circumstance. So I'm just curious because it seems like there might be something different happening right now, and so I'm curious if you see anything different. If you don't mind just sharing, like, what was your experience when you went to the?
No, I didn't go yet. That's what I was just saying. I had to work remotely. Most of you know I do work in the schools, but. They have things for us to do. I'm done for the day. I'm just waiting for my wife to be done. She's in the stew. And so we're going to take the kids, not my grandchildren. You guys don't know. Yes, I'm a grandpa. I know I look young. Appreciate you. But we're going to have to take them with us. And I think that's kind of cool. I want them to see the process. I would definitely let you guys know. I don't expect anything crazy. I vote at the same place every time there's an election locally or as far as presidentially as well. It's pretty calm. It's pretty normal. You go in, you go to your precinct, you match your signature. They make sure it's you. We don't ID here in New York, but what they do is they have an iPad. They ask you your name, and so your signature is supposed to match the last time you signed before they give you your your ballot. You go into the little cubby thing. It covers like the top half of your body. You check off who you check off. You go over to the scanning machine. They put it in. If they think you have a nice day, they give you a pen and a sticker sometimes that says I voted. And that's pretty much it. It's nothing crazy, but I will look to see if I mean, you cannot demonstrate by a police site. They will there's police there. There's police circling. Like they don't play that here in New York. You're not going to be campaigning for anybody anywhere close to where you vote.
It would even be like good to know like how many people are showing up or how long of a line did you wait in, because I noticed, for example, just where I had voted in 2020, I spent 2.5 hours waiting in line to vote. But in 2016, I was able to go in. There was no line. It took like mere seconds. In 2024, all the same exact experience.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be quick. Let me just say this real quick. I think. All right, but we were having a quick. I hear you. Let me just respond to her. We were having a little back and forth. Okay. I'll hand it right to you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. It's a off-season election. So, what is it that you're expecting to see? It's not a general election. What is it that you're looking for, Victoria, that you think would be different? My question.
The concern was basically Trump indicated that they're going to send federal observers to the elections that were taking place in California and New Jersey specifically.
Yeah, I think maybe he laid out that when he heard
that they were going to be monitoring.
Well, I understand that they were going to send law enforcement to those same places that he was planning to do that. They were going to put law enforcement there, so maybe they changed their mind.
There's always law enforcement at the polls, at least here in New York. But I just wanted to add that a lot of people took advantage of early voting here in New York. Millions have already casted their votes up until Sunday. I wish I would have done that. The polls closed at 5. And there's some guy going viral saying, I voted for Mamdani 6 times, total cap. You cannot vote for someone more than once. And he posted this video at like 8 o'clock at night. The polls closed at 5 on Sunday. They opened at 6 today. I do expect there to be some sort of, I want to get over there early because I'm home now. It's going to get crazy later when everybody gets off of work. I know that for a fact. So I'm trying to hurry her up so we can go through this and get back home. But I do not expect anything crazy here in New York.
I'm only asking because you can only notice these things when you're on the ground, and I'll probably hear it in the news reflected later, but I'm just curious for people that are individual voters, what experience you have and if you notice anything different happening, because the idea of the federal government going in to monitor isn't new, but the way that it's been framed under this administration is quite different.
So you're going to take note of what's going on and let you guys know for sure.
I actually just wanted to answer your question earlier, Devon, which was about exit polls. As far as I have always noticed, they wouldn't release an exit poll this early because it could disenfranchise other voters. I believe that they would do it later in the day, not necessarily, by the time the polls are closing is when they would release that information before too soon could distract or deter other voters.
I am curious because we're now for day 34 of the government shutdown, what people think about the fact that we're going to approach the longest lasting shutdown, which was also under Trump 1.0, which was 35 days.
He likes to break records.
Yeah, I don't think he cares, unfortunately. I don't think he's going to capitulate. I don't think he gives a damn. I think it will take an act of Congress to actually do something to shut down this government shutdown. He really likes to play golf, so I'm pretty sure just enjoying the vacation.
Yeah, where's everybody else at?
Between the detrimental effects that we're starting to see for the fourth estate, journalist integrity, etc., going to the wayside, CBS News being taken over by Barry Weiss, who, if you have a chance, watch the John Oliver episode where he focuses on her. It is worthwhile. But yeah, I'm really thinking that maybe I have to use Al Jazeera and BBC as my major news sources at this point.
I just saw that Jennifer Lawrence said she was going to stop speaking out because she thinks Americans have become more used to him, and she wants to make sure people are watching her movies. So I think it's interesting. Celebrities are approaching it differently now.
Oh, you're talking about, was it a New York Times? Was it the Daily, or I forget? Where was the interview?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's just something I saw in my feed that she had basically said she wasn't gonna keep talking out against him.
Well, there was a really good slogan from the Washington Post that's now unfortunately dead, but democracy dies in darkness. And it is definitely dying. I think we're trying to resuscitate it, but yeah, to no avail.
How is it dying in the darkness when we're in full sunlight and it's burning your face? There's nothing dark about what's going on with this. This is straight in your face. The only thing dark is that we can't do nothing about it. That it seems like we're at an impasse here. We just all we can do is watch it happen. That's the dark part.
But it started in the dark. People was fucking.
Hey, excuse me. I was calling and I got a no answer.
Call me. I ain't see no call.
Please come on. Go look at your phone, love.
Hey, Asia, hit the ignore button.
Yeah, nah, right. I didn't see the call.
In your face, Trump has gas me dinner. In your face, take that. What are you gonna do about it?
But Lisa, she's right though. Victoria said in the dark, right? Look at all the months that we were talking about, Project 2025. Look at how long before Trump came in office, people were warning of all these things that are happening right now.
I know, but do you think this is democracy is dying in the dark? It's dying right in the full.
Yeah, now saying motherfuckers in the face is too late.
Yeah, it's certainly in front of, it's happening before our very eyes. What I'm referring to, I think, is just sorry, there's somebody else off mic. What I was referring to is really like the fourth estate, the journalists that are supposed to hold us accountable. They've been bought up and purchased by all of the billionaires that are benefiting from the tax breaks that the Trump administration placed. And so we have now Larry Ellison essentially taking CBS News, which 60 Minutes has always been, something that at least in my lifetime, that I would always look at as good, solid journalism. And we're already seeing people now leave it. Barry Weiss has been included as the editor. So I'm just saying, like, the way that people understand what is happening in the world, it's changed quite a bit. We already saw, Elon Musk put his thumb on the scale of the election when he purchased X or Twitter at the time. And, we had a then former president, now current president, say, they're eating the dogs. And why did he do that? Because of a lie that was spread through, a popular social media channel.
You forgot the cats that were being eaten as well.
Yeah. Sorry.
I can't forget the cats. Just correct them real quick. The government has been shut down for 35 days. So right now, today is the tie. Tomorrow will be the tiebreaker.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. I was thinking it was 30. We were on the 34th day. 35 days. Yeah, it's already there. That's even more problematic. More than a month of government shutdown. Great.
Lisa, I think it's more of metaphorical because I remember that they were saying, like, how that saying when you bring things up, under a microscope or under a light, like an issue, right? And it's just a metaphorical. So as he's keep shutting people down and people are afraid to speak out, there's less light. It's the issue being brought up to light, basically.
Sorry, I don't know if that was a question for me. I have no idea where you were going with that.
Nowhere. I was actually just saying it to Lisa that it's metaphorical about the light. That's.
Okay. You were basically about the democracy dying in darkness. What I was referring to was just like journalistic integrity, unfortunately capitulating. If you watch if journalists were actually to have integrity, the headlines for whatever Trump says on Air Force One would be, dementia, four-stage dementia man speaks again, and you would have to.
They're not supposed to give out unofficial medical diagnoses in journalistic reporting. No.
But he doesn't actually say anything that is worth its weight. I think if you are a journalist with integrity, you would have to. You could. Yes.
Well, apparently, a lot of news can just report whatever the hell they want.
And be mindful, not all news is news. Sean Hannity calls himself an entertainer. He does not reference himself as a journalist.
I know, and I think a lot of people, when they were talking about, I remember having this conversation, Uncle Carlson, that's Fox News. It's like, that's an entertainment. News is like from 5 to 6, where it's like news of the day, and they just report the facts. They only do that like 3 hours a day. Everything else is an opinion, a talk show, or whatever. It's not news. And just the fact that people don't understand that, I don't know. It just shows how stupid. And the education is really bad. I have to agree. It's getting worse. Oh, Cyril, I have a question for you.
Sure, go for it. What's up?
Do you follow the podcast of it's called the Diaries of the CEO or something like, or CEO Diaries?
I don't. Why?
Okay.
What happened?
No, it's this guy. He has had like tons of people on his show, from Michelle Obama to like everybody. He just did an interview with Vice President Harris. I think it came out like 4 days ago. So I figured, I don't know, he's a big business guy. He started off as like a business podcast, and then he kind of went into everything. So I thought that you would follow him.
I actually don't listen to many podcasts. I guess my time, which would be listening to podcasts, is on Clubhouse instead. But I'll check it out, though.
I don't know if anybody else saw it, but it was a really, really good interview. Like, that interview was, I don't know, to me, she was so different in that interview, but like more in a good way, like very just raw and open.
Well, so actually, you know what it brings up is, so the reason her interviews are mostly better now is because she took the time to write a book, right? She knows what the book says. She's comfortable with it. She can make reasonable extrapolations as she needs to. During the campaign, they were all building it they're building it as she was flying. So the campaign was more difficult because there wasn't as much time for that.
No, it's not even in that. It's just we're not even talking about the book. Like, there's questions not particular about the book, and the conversation's not about particularly the book. It's about specifically maybe her life, or some personal questions, or even things like, that she hasn't written in a book, and it's like follow-up questions to what she thinks now. And I don't know. It's just...
Well, she's not running for office though currently, right? And I would still think she's been able to think through all of this more. So that I would still make the case that that's why her interviews are better now.
I feel like we're having a misunderstanding. Never mind. I'm trying to communicate one thing, and it seems like it's coming off completely differently.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you were basically saying that she is better and freer and communicating with more clarity. Is that not what you're saying?
No, not more clarity, but I guess character. Like, you see her personal character. I don't know how to describe it. She could always, in Senate and even during the campaign, she was great at, spitting things out that were on point, and numbers and stats and everything else. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, like, almost like, I guess, I don't know. I saw her real deep personality.
Almost like she's unburdened, that sort of thing, or?
No, she's still burdened. Probably more than before. It's, I don't know, like, to sound like you're, I don't know. It's kind of like having you know how it is. Politicians don't sound reliable sometimes. But that, to me at least, it was like as if this is like my, I don't know, somebody that I know for a very long time, and like we're having a very open heart-to-heart conversation, like very emotionally, open.
And what is your theory on why that's the case?
Oh, I don't know. I was just asking if anybody else and what they thought about it, because that was my, I don't know what it is. I haven't even thought of why, but I don't know.
Did you get Cuomo rejected Trump's endorsement?
Well, of course he did, because Mamdani would wear it on him. But he's going to take all those people who don't vote for Sliwa and vote for him instead. That was the point of it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess we'll see how these polls turn out tonight. They said this is.
It's a tall order for Cuomo. I mean, he'd have to get like 90% of the Sliwa voters, so it's tough.
I heard that this election will show how Trump is doing based off how the people vote. Do you feel that way? Or that's just talk?
No, I don't think it will, because you're going to have Republicans who just vote for Sliwa because they don't ever want to vote for a Democrat under any circumstance.
Right.
I don't think that has anything to do with Trump.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about all across the board.
Oh, across the board. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course. It's all, yeah, of course.
Okay. Got it. What was ML in here arguing about?
I just got in here. I don't know. But it's he's been combative for no reason the last 2 weeks.
He been super hype, man. He been on their tails. I ain't never seen ML like that. I don't know what got into him.
You can't separate his chillism energy from anywhere else now. Now it's all the same.
Why y'all keep bringing that poor space up in this room? What's going on? Who them people are? Then I heard Trent got a little thrashing today. Okay. I'm gone for a little bit and y'all just act the fool. Hey Omari, happy what is today? Is today Tuesday? Oh yeah, it's Tuesday. Hey Royal, hey Rhombus, hey Aleph. Lisa, how are you? Deborah? Is Deborah still here? Deborah left? Oh no, Deborah's still here.
Hey, First Lady, I just came back to my house away, but I could have you in my headphone.
Tuesday. Oh, every time you say that, I think of tacos. That's the whole thing. I know, but I don't want tacos. Girl, go out there and get those lobster tacos, those tacos. Ew.
Octopus tacos, Lisa? Really?
Really what?
Octopus tacos?
Really what? Do you eat octopus at all? Do you eat calamari? Do you eat any? Do you?
Yeah, I'll have some calamari.
So what's wrong with put it in a taco? I don't understand.
Tacos ain't supposed to be that damn chewy.
If you make it right, it's not chewy.
Ew.
How do you make octopus tacos? That shit sound crazy.
You put the octopus on the taco. What's going on?
No. How do you prepare it? You just don't.
They even have oxtail tacos.
with the ink and everything.
Oxtail tacos.
That sounds.
Lisa, you just making up stuff now. Stop it.
Okay, see, CEO, I knew you were gonna do that. I haven't. I'm gonna put this in my PTR.
They got the bone and the oxtail on the taco.
Listen, Chef Andre is with I forgot the other the more well-known chef that does the Oscars. His assistant, Chef Andrew, is my neighbor, and I think I put it in the chat, and I also put it in the Telegram. He makes these things, and they're not just you just making up anything. Well, he's a James Beard Award chef, and he can make anything. So when I was asking him for different ideas of tacos, he's like, "Well, have you tried this? Well, have you tried that? You just don't have to have pork, chicken, and beef. These are other things you could do. And it's also what else you put in the taco to accompanying it. Did I say that right?
Lisa, just stick to your chitlin tacos and call it a day.
I didn't say nothing about I didn't say nothing about chitlin.
CEO, she gonna eat a big feet burrito.
Ew, be quiet,
nasty.
I don't even know why you're in this conversation.
So how did they prepare? You never answered the question. Ew. Oh, yeah.
Chewy. Oh, people just don't know how to make it.
No, thanks.
Same thing with deer meat.
Oh my God! See, you like to be stupid. You like to be ignorant. We're trying to have a conversation above your level in cuisine. If you go to different ways of making tacos. So this might be
the oxtail taco conversation's highly intellectual now. Okay.
So the oxtail was actually on Top Chef, sir. The oxtail taco was actually prepared by one of the Top Chef contestants. So I don't know. I'm gonna just close down. I don't need to have this conversation.
Did they say Fannie Willis just got arrested?
Cheryl, don't believe it.
Oh, she did?
No.
Why is she saying that?
Because you know that person. Keep it moving.
Did you guys hear that a season 1 member of Clubhouse passed away?
Huh?
It's been everywhere, including in my house. I have people I don't even know posting in my house about it. Yes, we've heard.
We talked about it on the day that he was.
Okay.
Who you talking about?
But I thought you was in here that day that what's her name?
I just found out today that he passed away. I had no idea. See, we're talking about Quentin. Well, I'm talking about Quentin.
Yeah, I am too. I was just trying to say, I thought you were in here the day that Alex James said that we was praying for him. And you said, oh, okay, I'll keep him in prayer.
No, when I said, what I heard was Alexander said that she couldn't walk.
Huh?
I'll keep you in prayer. Alexander.
That was yesterday. But Clinton part was like 2 or 3 days ago. When
I didn't hear. I honestly didn't hear. I didn't know Quentin was sick. I didn't know. Today, was the first time I really took a look at his picture and realized that he was jaundiced in his profile picture. I never noticed that before.
Huh?
He was jaundiced in his profile picture. There's a picture of him. There's I guess
by photo now.
No, I'm saying I never, it was blown up. The picture's blown up. Lisa, if you look at the picture, you'd be like, oh, he's jaundiced.
Okay.
I'm saying
let me just tell you this real quick. You crazy, so.
Somebody saying this is terrible. You saying that? This is so hard.
I'm not saying that. I'm just keeping
No, not you, but Spirit. And then, Point is calling me a weirdo. If Point is calling me a weirdo, that's a compliment. But go ahead.
I'm trying to help you. Listen, SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions manyfold during Crooked Joe Biden's disaster term in office, due to the fact that they were haphazardly handing to anyone for their asking, as opposed to just those in need, which is the purpose of SNAP. Will be only when the radical left Democrats open up government, which they can easily do and not before.
Can somebody translate that? Is he saying that y'all ain't eating the what? That's what I got from him. Somebody help the slow.
That from?
His True Social?
Oh, okay.
He said, "Fuck them kids."
I don't know if that's what he said, but I just read what the True Social said.
That's exactly what he
Outcome,
said.
babe. That's the outcome. Because when people say people are not eating, they are just like my neighbor. I was saying, so with this shutdown, there's going to be people who are going without food, and this person immediately started talking about. That's what they get. That's what they voted for. And then I'm like, well, children are also included in this. It's just not grown-ass, toothless adults sitting in a double wide. It is also children. How can you possibly deny food to a child who has nothing to do with this? And he's just blank, look, blank, 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 look.
More than they love America.
So, all right. Well, what do you have to say about the first part of what he said? He's saying that too many people are on it because people was just showing up and was able to get the benefit. What do you say about that?
I say that's bullshit. Go talk to the. Can I just? Okay, so you go. I'll go after you because I was speaking and then you start speaking over me, so it must be really important. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Yeah, I wish somebody would have told.
I didn't realize you were speaking. I was just saying that I don't believe that it's true that people were just getting SNAP benefits. I would like to believe that there was some kind of means test to verify that you qualified in order to get it. That's my opinion. I've never looked into that.
Well, okay, so you can actually go online and you can see what are the requirements for qualifying for these safety net programs. And if you qualify, you qualify. If there's a problem with qualifications, then change the fucking qualification. But until then, you could be people there on a slide because everything, there's loopholes, like these corporations be getting all their money, but I don't see us holding vigils about how we're bailing out major corporations and shit, and y'all in here crying about that shit, but you just want to save this for people who want food that we throw in the trash by the tons every fucking day. Food, if it's misshapen, it doesn't make it to the grocery store because it looks like your penis and it's pointing upward. Nobody wants to buy that carrot. So saying that this is disgraceful for a country excess to be withholding something as basic as food. What next? Water?
You make a great point, Lisa. You know what else? I think that the great party, they had a lot of plates. I wonder how many take-home plates
Hello, Deborah.
Those jokers took home with them rather than take the food to a shelter or something. They probably had take-home plates for them to take the extra food home because they probably didn't eat too much.
And Debbie, you see how they miss. Well, how come we didn't capitalize? This is another layup that we didn't capitalize on. This great Gatsby party that he held while withholding food. Where are the Dems? Where are them going like, look at this shit over here. We over here trying to fight for health care and for food, and the President of the United States held a great Gatsby party. If you don't know what that is, please go look up Gatsby party.
I don't know, Lisa. I'm thinking people are paying a little bit more attention, and I think more Americans outside of us who are paying attention all the time. I think some of them are grasping and paying more attention. I think that has a lot to do with the polls. So we'll see tonight.
I hope so.
Sorry, Lisa.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in regards to when you were talking about, donating that food away, I had a rude awakening. So my husband worked he worked for a company, and it's like one of those tech companies that, they had everything, the scooters, the nap rooms, they catered breakfast, lunch, and all that, right? And they always had tons of food left over. Because I would order it from a restaurant close by, and they had like trays and trays of food left over. And I remember, I think my husband asked, like, what happens with this food? Because there are homeless people in New York City, right? You see them. And I go, do we not donate that food? Or because it's a lot of food that goes to waste. They said that no, they don't donate it anywhere, because then if a person eats it and they get sick from it, they're going to be liable for it. So they just threw out like tons of food because they didn't want liable.
Well, why don't the policymakers go ahead and get rid of that policy so they can get the food out? That would be the alternative as well. Or someone can create some fancy insurance vehicle that protects them from.
So CEO, one of those woke companies was Twitter. And Elon Musk, he was on a podcast, speaking of podcasts, last week, the number one podcast in the country, All In Podcast. He was on there, and he was talking about when he took over Twitter and he went to the cafeteria, that there were more people working in the cafeteria, serving people and making the meals than actually worked on premises at the company. And they had done this for years and years and years. And, this woke company, they weren't doing anything with the food either, which is ironic enough.
I'm sorry. I live in the Bay. Twitter is not a woke company. What the fuck? It never was.
That's not what are we doing. I don't think that's what you're saying.
In addition, he literally just was saying Elon was describing it as a woke company. What are we doing, CEO?
Oh, he wasn't talking about the caterer? He wasn't talking about the caterer? My bad. I'm talking about the caterer. My bad.
The caterer was
Twitter. Well, normally there's a food service provider. So normally there's a food service provider.
Okay, just stop interrupting me. It's not a food service provider. I actually know. I have a family member who literally worked in the cafeteria at the Twitter building when it was supposedly a quote-unquote woke company. Believe me, I don't need to be told how it worked. I literally know from the inside out for that particular company. If you want to talk about Stripe, we could talk about that one too. The idea that these are woke companies is insane. Like Twitter? Are you kidding me? The one that's consistently for years and years and years had all kinds of crazy stuff going on that platform. There's nothing woke about Twitter. The only thing they ever did that anyone could point to and go I don't know about that one, was remove some of the most vile people off of their platform, which is a private platform, by the way, including Donald Trump when he did some vile shit. That's it. They're not. Why are you? Stop. First off, your audio is terrible. Second off, I'm not done. I'll tell you when I'm done. I know you can't see the screen right now. So, that's not a woke company. And second off, yes, I agree that there's things that we can do to make it easier to give food, but you know what? That's already true in San Francisco. It's not hard to give food. That's extra. This idea that they're woke, first off, one of the reasons why they give food at these companies is that they're so anti-worker that they want to keep you on site as much as possible. The culture of these tech companies is horrific. There's this concept going around of 996, of people who are working 9 to 9, 6 days a week. And this is a thing that the tech barons are celebrating. Give me a fucking break. This is ridiculous.
Are you done?
I'll go after you, CEO. Yeah, he didn't.
I'm sorry, I'm done. I forgot to say I'm done. My bad.
Okay. All right. So Your Honor, so Jack Dorsey started Blue Sky, and so is that reflective of his views, or did he just see that as a business opportunity?
What we're talking about is whether or not Twitter was being run as a woke company. So what Jack Dorsey decides to do as Jack Dorsey is not the same as what he decides to do as Twitter. There's been lots of people whose personal politics diverge from the way they run their companies. Famously, I forget the name of the guy now, but the guy who ran GM for years, for example, tried to do a lot about climate impact outside of his fiduciary responsibilities as CEO. But then later, when he was no longer CEO, did a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, you can't equate someone's personal politics to how they run their business.
Yeah, I mean, so I know, just for disclosure, I know zero about Twitter's culture before Elon Musk, so I'm just literally asking it. So you're saying, like, Dorsey's politics didn't influence Twitter's culture at all then when he was leaving?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think the main way that Dorsey's politics influenced Twitter, and what mattered the most, had the greatest impact, was the fact that he was part of the kind of techno-libertarian crowd. Now, he was a left-leaning strain of techno-libertarianism, but the basic idea was the internet should be free and you should be able to say pretty much whatever you want. And then there was some line that they eventually drew, in part because the politics of this country changed so much that it became acceptable to, I don't know, interview Nick Fuentes or otherwise embrace hateful people and their rhetoric.
Yes, I agree.
So I just want to point out that, there's this, we have a whole series written by multiple journalists, including Matt Taibbi, about, Twitter and the Twitter files that Elon Musk brought to the fore. To act like, this wasn't, like a liberal company. I don't know where you're getting this from, but we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, you don't know what liberal is.
First of all, Anthony, you said that it's a woke company that I described. First of all, I didn't even say what company it is. So based on the facts that I just gave, which the work environment was luxurious, right? You have nap rooms, you have catered breakfast and lunch, they had wine and beer access all day long, like very relaxed atmosphere to work at. And that is woke for you, right? So when people actually enjoy their time at work, they can take a break. You stayed up with a child all night and you can barely function, go and sleep for 1 hour, right? And then you feel like you can be a lot more productive after that. Like, that's woke for you, right? So, wow, low standards. I guess we should have them sitting in a cubicle and not
having to do it with your husband. I was not talking about your husband's company. I don't know what company your husband works for. I was talking about something completely different. I was talking about Twitter, Katrina. This is I don't know what company your husband works for.
Okay, but you're talking about Twitter and their cafeteria. Guess what? Google also had a big giant and probably still has a big giant cafeteria. Do you know how big the Google's cafeteria is? Do you know that they have an elevator that they bring up a fucking food truck?
I think the broader issues for these platforms, there were whistleblowers that existed before Elon Musk took over, and notably like describing the privacy and security complaints, and some of the significant practices that contributed to less privacy and less security for many of its users.
Katrina, do you know if they serve octopus tacos at?
But you guys are it shows what level of exposure you guys have. You're in here with all your smarts and all your papers talking about if the cafeteria, what they serve and how many people are there makes it a woke company or not. Well, I'm so sorry that you guys do not work for companies that feed you. There's so many companies that feed you, and we're basing this argument on what's going on in the cafeteria, what makes a company woke or not. You really, I'm missing lunch for this. This is crazy. We have companies that I work for that get fed all the time. They have people come and cater, so the employees do not have to leave the actual building. It's more of a convenience to the employees. So you don't have to leave. They feed you a little bit of lunch. Big deal.
Spend money, Lisa, and spend money because you try to go and have a decent lunch in New York City in Manhattan on 8th Street every single day.
This is a bizarre conversation.
Maybe Anthony didn't say it right, but what he was talking about, it's happened on a lot of companies where Elon didn't like the fact that there were so many people that were work from home, that didn't come into the office, He prefers a more hands-on approach. And Twitter, but I do know a little bit about how SpaceX is run. And SpaceX it's very, very hands-on. They're well cross-trained. They are fed.
This has nothing to do with a woke company, a quote-unquote liberal company. It doesn't have to do with Silicon Valley.
Go ahead.
You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Thank you, Janice. It's like, just because they feed you lunch, they
I was about to ask Janice that, Lisa.
This is crazy.
Are we clear?
Nobody said that.
Wait, let me just clarify. Are y'all saying that if they have a cafeteria like IKEA, then it makes the company woke? My.
I'm sorry.
I don't know where Lisa got that from.
Yeah. Let me just explain. So what Elon was
fucking say where Lisa got that from, because everybody else in the audience is commenting on this same topic.
What is that? So you're from the audience?
No, you're not.
Is that where you got it from?
You are not gonna. I'm speaking. You're not gonna keep fucking using me like I'm some fucking preschooler every time you want to disapprove or approve your point. Everybody in this motherfucking room heard this conversation. Don't say Lisa. Keep my fucking name out of your mouth. Ask somebody else. There's a whole stream of content in the chat talking about this.
Okay,
like I'm some fucking moron.
Okay, so what Elon didn't like.
You didn't hear any of that, Trent, did you?
What are you talking about? I went into the Matrix.
You're going to talk about something that has nothing to do with how Silicon Valley operates. You're going to talk about somebody that you know that happens to work at SpaceX, which has nothing to do with the Silicon Valley shit that we're talking about, with cafeterias, with being woke, with being a liberal. You don't know any of that.
Well, I know. I was just talking about how Elon.
Twitter was a liberal company. I feel that Twitter was a liberal company. All right.
Yeah.
That's my stance. So if anybody wants to dispute that, we can have that conversation. And I'll say these are the reasons.
Define liberal.
I'll say these are the reasons I believe it.
Yeah, so I know what Anthony's talking about. I heard I didn't hear all of Elon's podcast, but what Elon's focus from the work at home culture, he transformed that at Twitter when he took over Twitter. Obviously, cut a bunch of jobs, and it was a less lax environment.
Is work at home woke?
I personally don't consider it woke, but I can understand. Well, hold on, man. Why are you so angry? I personally don't consider it. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Okay. I personally don't consider it woke, but to Anthony's point, there are some people that consider that type of mentality as a woke mentality, and so there has been a harder focus, especially in the tech sector, some parts of it, and going back to I think it was CEO that talked about the 996 or so, or maybe it was Your Honor, but there is a harder focus on a much more hands-on focused approach and a leaner company as opposed to probably maybe what we call pre-COVID as a more liberal woke company.
Right. So basically, a company that's actually treating its people, the company that is actually giving back to its workers, right? Treating them nicely, right? Not like Amazon, right? Where you have the standard and you have the lines painted and you can't freaking leave those lines. You can't cross those lines for hours, right? So they actually treat you as a human being. Right? And they care about their workers, right? And they give them shit in return for their hard work, the billions and billions of dollars that corporation made. And you're saying people think that's woke. Oh, so basically, anything that is nice treatment, right, is woke now? Is that what it is? Because that's what I'm getting from you.
Me?
because you said, or Trent, who was it? Trent.
Someone stupid.
Oh,
Can't someone
working
stupid.
from home. They're working from home. There are.
Nobody said working from home is woke. Nobody said a company feeding its employees is woke. No one said any of the above. Damn, unfortunately, replays ain't on, but no one said that. I can't fix stupid.
Okay, somebody said that Elon Musk went.
Okay, so how do we get on this? How do we get on this?
You listen to the chat, I guess.
Nigga, you don't listen to the chat, you read the chat. Okay? So you sound
that's a fact.
Okay. You listen to what you read.
Started.
You listen to what you read.
You getting ready to, okay, you're going to outshit me, go try to help me out. Okay, proceed at your own peril. That's all I have to say. I didn't start this conversation. I just jumped in it and started talking about, are we really talking about cafeterias? That's what I did. So don't try it today. I'm not the fucking one. Who started it? Talking about the fucking cafeteria. It wasn't me, and they aligned it with liberalism. Am I correct, people? These motherfuckers, they try to think you as stupid as hell.
So I
heard cafeteria.
Katrina started talking about the cafeteria. I mentioned that Elon Musk was on the podcast, and what he said that there were more people working in the cafeteria than they were serving food to. And I also mentioned that pre-Elon Musk, that it was a liberal company. Your Honor disagreed, and he's entitled to disagree.
What's a liberal company?
Okay.
That's what we're trying
to do. So that's a whole, okay, yo, Scott, Spirit, whatever your name is, I'm happy to have that conversation. But no one asserted that by them serving food in the cafeteria or people working from home makes them a liberal company. This shit is funny. When I was addressing the liberal company, I mentioned the Twitter files that Elon Musk released. Matt Taibbi has written a bunch of copious reports on this company. All right, it was so like he had to rebrand the company. This shit was so foul. All right, so if you go read the reports that Taibbi wrote about, the email exchanges and everything that this company did, and you come back and tell me that they were not a liberal company, well, cool. Let's have that conversation.
You haven't said anything other than go read what Taibbi wrote.
This is all you people say cafeteria makes it a liberal company. People working from home makes it a liberal company. Assertions that were never made.
Okay.
Oddballs.
It might not have been you, it might have been Trent. But somebody did say that
I still don't know what it is.
Yeah, but anyway, Lisa was saying how shame it is that these big companies actually will not donate their food because they are liable for somebody getting food poisoning, right? And then somehow we got into this whole woke company. I have no idea.
I'm really tired of the let's just say whatever crowd. It's like they live in those echo chambers where they say shit like, woke and BBI and all this other stuff. It only means anything within their own context. And the minute you expose it to any amount of like logic and interrogation, it just falls apart and becomes like just them yelling and complaining that you don't understand. It's so obviously frustrating because it's just bullshit. And it's also all about creating these false equivalencies. Like, oh yeah, we're starving the people who were too poor to feed themselves. But I mean, do you know about trans people in sports? We're the pro-business party, but we're also pro-tariff. Like, it's just these concepts that just don't make any sense empirically. But within MAGA brain, it somehow adds up. It's endlessly frustrating.
I just want to know what a liberal company is, though. Like, how do we define that? I mean, it would make sense if they said Patagonia. Then, like, I can
That's
get
the
with that.
only one I was thinking.
Like, I mean, nobody has answered that. I want to know what that is. Like, I don't want to know what other people are saying. I want to know what it is.
Abuse.
Like, what defines, what are the characteristics of a quote-unquote liberal company? What is that?
Okay, let's not move from there. Let's address that. Okay, let's address that. Right? Cool. The Twitter files are a series of internal documents released by Elon Musk and published by journalists with Matt Taibbi being a primary reporter. They purportedly show a pattern of content moderation decisions, interactions between Twitter and government agencies like the FBI, and how the company handled the 2020 Hunter Biden laptop story. Taibbi's releases argue documents reveal how Twitter, under pressure, suppressed controversial news and accounts, while others contend the files show executives debating difficult policy decisions in the face of a potential unconfirmed story. So the decisions that Twitter consistently was on a liberal agenda. Everything. Who they the Hunter Biden laptop story. All right?
I feel like people are misusing the term liberal, and you're really just trying to describe. You're trying to describe the term ethical. So, are there ethical corporations? Yes.
And if those are characteristics of a liberal company, then that would mean that there are other companies who do the exact same thing. So what you're describing is what they did. That's not the description of a liberal company. A liberal company would actually be
liberal government.
But that is literally liberal company.
Okay, that was my point. Okay, this is silly.
I agree. It's absolutely silly.
I mean, just to talk about the Twitter files for a second in a more honest and earnest way. So some of you may remember that social media companies have been implicated in things like, I don't know, genocides in Myanmar, the acceleration of mis and disinformation that's led to like really, really damaging outcomes. And at one point, before Donald Trump decided that no one needs to be accountable to anything, like you can just do whatever the fuck. Before that happened, they were actually considering like maybe it's bad for us to be the platform on which a genocide is promoted and carried out, or maybe we should think about it before we allow mis and disinformation around vaccination and a global pandemic. Like maybe that's something we should consider. And a lot of what's in the Twitter files basically applies to those kinds of considerations of like how should we run our own private platform ethically or not. There are other things that implicate politics that I think are definitely thornier issues, and they were engaging with the blameless of those issues. And that is its own thing as well, right? So, for example, if the Hunter Biden laptop thing that's among the right laws to go on and on about, but it wasn't confirmed, and should they essentially, let their algorithms seem to spread a story which may or may not be real, or certainly the ways that it's being presented may or may not be real? That's actually a difficult ethical question. But the right likes to pretend that it's just some sort of liberal bias to be ethical, to be responsible, to actually engage with thorny ethics in that way, as opposed to, I don't know, trying to grift the Department of Justice for $230 million because they've done awesome crimes and got, investigated for it. Like, and that's what's so stupid about this, is that you can talk about how, how liberal and unethical or whatever else you think the Twitter files are, but you will look the other way. The president demands $230 million of the people's money. Sell a crypto coin to curry, typically so that foreign officials can bribe him. And that's why you're not serious. Because if you were serious, you would look at that far worse ethical lapse and have something to say, but you never did.
And I understood that it was meant to imply.
You just went before him. I'm going now. Thank you. So here's what's up. Right? Thank you. I appreciate it. So we have media that we would label as being liberal media. We'll have media that we'll label as being conservative. So people will say, Fox News, that's conservative media. Oh, CNN, that's liberal media. Now we're going to act like we don't have social media companies that To act like we don't have liberal-leaning media and conservative-leaning media would be a lie. This is and the same thing applies to the social media companies as well. So, no, okay, cool. I'm in the middle of talking. I'm losing my thought as people interrupt me. Quinn. Because you don't have a thought. You're dumb. I understand. Thanks a lot, Just. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bitch, I told you I'm gonna beat you. Every time you pick on girls, I'm gonna pick on your bitch ass. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Just. It's amazing. Absolutely. Yep. You complete me. You complete me, Just. Yep. You complete me. No, picking on women you complete you. But I'm here to complete you. Yeah, Just, you're stupid. You don't have anything to say. That's why you're losing your voice. I have nothing of substance to say. Yes, I have nothing of substance to say. You stumbled over that thing reading aloud. You don't read it. I know. Yes, I don't read it. The point was I stumbled all over it. I know. I'm not bright. So what do you understand? You're not. I'm broke, dusty. You're amazing, Just. Yeah. I know you can't say broke, but whatever. I don't know whether you're broke or not. I know you're stupid and unattractive. Yeah, exactly. I'm stupid and unattractive, and you're a paragon of virtue, and you're amazingly handsome, and God bless you. True. Yes. Thank God. True. Thank God you're all of that. Thank God you're all of that. That's amazing. Yep. I get back to your lame ass point that you don't have. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to my lame ass point that I don't have. Yeah. Cool story. Yep. To depress you. Yeah. You be picking on Sonny. I'm so pressed. You be picking on Sonny. You be picking on girls. As soon as a nigga comes at you, you wanna slide it off. Just you, bitch. I have cooked you plenty of times. There's no need for me to go into it. You haven't cooked shit. There's no need. You cooked a lot of food with your big fat ass. You cooked a lot of food with your big floppy ass. That's what you do. That's what you do. You big floppy motherfucker. There's no need for me to engage. There's no need. I'll be all of that. I will be all of that. Because you everything you say. And make people's life as miserable as your floppy ass life. You can't cook this bitch. Bitch, I understand, Just. Fat hoe. Okay, yes, Just. Yes. Damn brother ass bitch. Yes, sir. I got it. The problematic fag that you ate. Yes. Yep. Yo, it's all good.
We don't hate you. You're entertainment.
The thing is,
bitch, shut your faggot ass up. You here too? You want me to blow up your family again?
Exactly. You entertainment.
You want to talk about that family again?
You're not even.
Where your apologies to wife? Where your apologies to wife? Your motherfucking women that you had out of wedlock. Where your grandkids that live with you? Where they at? You need to go and take care of them. You don't have time for me, baby. You have family. You have family that ISIS is after. You need to go and watch out for them.
Your whole team says you're worthless.
What the fuck is this? I don't give a fuck what your bitch is. I read them too. You know what they say is when I'm not here. Because they asked the fuck out too. So what's up?
You're not a Matt. You're never.
What's up? What happened?
You're the bottom of the bottom.
That's right. You're a bottom of the bottom. Bitch, you live in a house that don't like you.
You're a whole bottom.
Come out the closet. Come out the closet.
Even your own team.
Come out the closet. I don't give a fuck what none of these motherfuckers say. I don't give a fuck, and they won't say it to my face.
They have told you to.
They won't. No, they won't. No, they won't.
They have. That's why you're not getting the same love that you used to.
That's why I'm not. I don't need a much. I cook you without one.
Yeah, okay.
Any bitch who got anything to say to me already know how I give it up.
You're a room killer.
You exactly right. And I kill bitches. You're exactly right.
And so
what else? What else, ho?
For once.
What else?
I think for the record.
And you a culture killer.
Okay. A culture.
Okay. Yeah, bitch, you mad. You mad.
Like Anthony.
Mad. Go come out to your family, ho. Come out to your family. Your son is out here fucking bitch having kids out of wedlock, and you're talking to me. You live in a family with 3 generations.
I'm lowering my mic down.
Your son, yeah, go ahead and mute it, because you know not to play with me, bitch. You know what a good ass whooping feel like, ho.
So back to the actual topic.
Yeah, bitch, I just beat both of you motherfucking bitches up.
Yeah, so back to the actual topic.
Marshall, I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind? Okay. I actually think...
And that was the fucking topic.
You're right. It was. They just couldn't shut the fuck up. All they had to do was shut up, but they couldn't. So here's a thing. Anthony, when you were saying liberal, right? I'm going to ask you, what definition are you using? Liberal in politics or liberal in social culture? Because, I mean, again, when you just...
Right, Katrina, you're not right.
So
what do you think I mean?
Definition.
What do you think I mean? It's self-evident, Katrina. What do you think I mean?
No.
So when I talk about the liberal media, what am I talking about?
I don't know. You explain it to me.
You're not bright then, Katrina. If I'm talking about the liberal media, what do you think I'm talking about?
I am a Barbie.
I'm talking about politically, Katrina. I'm talking about partisanship. That's what I'm talking about. Partisanship.
Liberal. So you're
politically.
Republicans came to liberal. That liberal means only.
Okay, I give up, y'all. I'm not entertaining this anymore. This is a bridge too far.
You can't, bitch. Because you're dumb.
Okay.
You can't. A bridge too far for your mind. You're stupid, bitch.
Like, you could be Republican and be liberal.
So much about...
Can you be Republican?
When we talk about the conservative party, we contrast it with the liberal party. When we talk about Democrats, it's synonymous with conservative. When we talk about Republicans, I mean, it's conservatives that we're talking about. When we're talking about Democrats, we're talking about liberals. These words are synonymous. All right?
Not true. I don't think about conservatives and
very
liberals.
wrong. There's Republicans and there's conservatives.
Because you're on stage now. These words are interchangeable. They're synonymous. Words make a difference.
No, they're not. They mean
nobody is calling the Republican Party the liberal party. If you say that, you're an idiot.
Be a liberal Republican.
No, Anthony, but the Republican Party has liberal members of it, which it does. I am one of the liberal members of the Republican Party, right?
That's your definition, Marshall. That's not a popularly held opinion.
No,
you know what a rhino is? Republican in name only. That's what a rhino is.
Subjective is held by people who cannot deal with the fact that somebody else holds different views than they do. It's a purity test.
Okay, Republican in name only. Why do you think they coined that phrase, Marshall?
Get the fuck out.
Okay, exactly. When we're talking about in like popular culture, when we're talking about in conversation, there's generally two parties. That's it. And they identify with a side. And oh my God. So then you're independent. So then you fall into an independent category. You're not liberal, you're not conservative, you're independent.
Party is known as a blue dog Democrat. A blue dog Democrat is culturally conservative, right? Where I live, we call those culturally conservative Democrats Tejano Democrats, right? But they're culturally conservative, right? So when they approach politics, they sit on the conservative side of the Democratic Party versus its more progressive side. Whereas, for example, I sit on the more liberal side, you sit on the more conservative side, right? But each party has wings that are liberal and conservative. Not nearly as much as they did in the 50s and the 80s, but we still have the wings.
He only understands partisan through one.
Marshall, when people talk about the Republican Party, I was talking to Marshall, Katrina. I was responding to Marshall. He addressed me. I'm responding to him. Katrina, I am addressing Marshall. He just addressed me. All right. So Marshall, here's what's up. When people are talking about the conservative party, they're talking about Republicans. Typically, if we're just having a casual conversation, no one is going to refer to the Democrats as the conservative, and vice versa. This would be a lie. It would be totally false.
That depends on who you're talking about.
These are popular held terms. You can define yourself however you want to define yourself. Marshall, you can say you're a potato. Katrina, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Marshall.
Yeah, don't do that.
So
I am a potato.
Okay, you're a potato. So cool. That's how you identify. You can identify yourself as however you want to identify yourself. It doesn't make it so.
That's what.
Again, he only understands part of it.
Can I please just finish talking? That is why you blew the fuck up as soon as I asked you, what definition of liberal are you using? Because there's many definitions. There's one in political aspect and governing a liberal democracy, for example, or there is a cultural society definition. And you told me that I am stupid and there is no definitions and I know exactly what you're talking about. The fuck up.
I told you that I was talking about partisan shit. I told you I was talking about government. I actually answered the question, Katrina.
Liberal. I am asking you what definition.
Question. You asked me and I answered it. I said partisan government.
I'm not giving my definition of the word liberal.
Hey, stop. We're not going to spend this much time on one person's misunderstanding. You're crazy. Can we move on, please? Thank you.
So, having talked with, and there's a dichotomy between it all, but if you talk to people that from TikTok, from your social media companies, they usually trend more what we would call liberal. If you talk to people from Marathon Oil, they trend more conservative. So I don't know why this is like a, Marathon is conservative. Let me just say that. What do you mean? I don't know.
I mean, people from TikTok and Marathon, I forgot,
the people from Twitter either. You don't know that either. He's just this.
He's saying stuff like, I don't know, like maybe I'm just cynical, but y'all just say stuff and it's like, well, if you're like, who do you know that works at the board of TikTok or is a CEO of, like, who? I'm just curious because you just said it like, if you talk to these, like, this is just known.
Yeah, there's nothing verifiable about that. That's just your opinion.
Oh, okay. So I've talked to
my have a productive conversation, brother. It's a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, Anthony, shut your big fat funky ass up. Nobody was talking to you. So go ahead, Trent.
Yeah. All good.
Sour power.
Yeah. Yep, that too.
Yeah. Anthony, do you want to get smacked, bitch? Because I can smack you. We live in the same city, bitch. Why do you keep playing with me?
Do what you want.
Do you want to get smacked?
Do what you want.
Do what you want. Let's do that. Let's do that, bitch. Let's do that, big fat
Do what you must.
Let's do that. Because you want to stop talking to me. I'm not talking to you. I'm downtown right now. Why will your fat ass down here and I'll smack you and you can go back to work?
Me.
You big fat bitch. Stop talking to me, nigga.
Before I smack you for real.
Before I smack your big ass for real.
I am whatever you say I am.
Shit, you pick on girls, not me. Don't play with me like that.
Whatever you say I am.
Now back to what I was saying to Trey.
I haven't responded to you.
Yeah, bitch, stop talking to me or when I'm talking, ho.
Arrest me first.
Y'all better get y'all this big angel mama looking bitch.
So the original comment, Trent, was that the company itself was a liberal company. That's why I asked the question, because there is nothing that indicates there's nothing from a company aspect that indicates that it is or was a quote unquote liberal company. But also the definition of whatever a liberal company is, that would suggest that the company itself participates in certain things, which hasn't been identified yet. That's why I asked the question, because it actually does have an answer.
It's not a conclusive answer, but it would be a better answer than the one that has been given. So that and what would be verifiably identified as would verifiably identify a company as a quote liberal company hasn't been discussed here at all. So that's what I'm saying. It's just that people's perception, just like what you just said anecdotally about some of the people that you quote unquote know, or people that you speak to, that's very vague. There's nothing conclusive about that. It's just your opinion. And I'm not trying to be. I wasn't trying to be antagonistic. I'm just saying that it's inconclusive. That doesn't confirm that this company is a liberal company. And then even that definition is very vague. So I'm saying it just doesn't make any sense.
He also was basically, I think he was incorrect.
Politics.
Do I have to?
He was incorrect.
Really? Okay.
Sorry, he was incorrectly using the term.
No.
He meant ethical.
On purpose. You're being muted on purpose.
When you practice partisan politics.
Hey.
Okay, I'm going to shoot whoever goes off mute. Just say a word. I'll at the bottom. Okay. Thank you. Patty, were you trying to jump in? If you were, I will defer to you. Otherwise, I'm
I was trying to jump in for a second.
Go ahead.
So I think most of the time, like, you know how we'll blacklist these companies or Republicans, but I think they look at the donations, right? Like the C-suite donations. And that's how they like say, for example, what was that? Chick-fil-A leans red because of the donation they made. Like, I'm just assuming that's how we do it, right? You look at the suites.
That's definitely a good way to do it. Trent.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that would be a good measurable way to do it. Would be to look at, say, open secrets, where you can see who's donating to whom. That definitely works. Another thing would be to look at the owners. So let's talk about social media right now. We've got who owns Instagram and Facebook. He, as soon as DEI fell out of favor, was so thrilled to cut anything involving DEI, and has been supplicating himself in front of Trump. Even I think he said he was going to invest tens of trillions or something crazy, or hundreds of billions, in front of Trump the other day just to try to curry favor. Is an embarrassment. And he basically, I don't think he's particularly political. I think he just blows with the wind because he cares about money. Next, let's see, Twitter, or X, as it's now called, Elon Musk. I think we know where he stands. TikTok was just bought, at least in part, by Larry Ellison, who's another person who definitely leans to the right. We've got the whole magosphere of Truth Social and the other crazy shit that they've got. Let's see, what have I missed, Jill?
Google, Amazon.
Google. Okay, so Google's another one that has YouTube. If you count that as a social media platform, which I think should. Google's very clearly motivated by money. I mean, they're not a company with a strong political stance. Don't regulate Google, let us make all the money. So, I don't know what we're doing here. These aren't run by liberals in a liberal way. They're not run by conservatives in a liberal way. So, how could you call any of the social media companies at this point?
That was my entire point.
If I could finish what I was saying. So the people I've met, and yes, it's anecdotal, and yes, it's subjective, and yes, it's limited to the people that I've met. So Meta, I've been talking with probably since 2015. I don't speak to them as much now, but in general, the disposition of those folks is relatively liberal. I mean, they're a lot of them are from California. They have. Okay, but let me finish. A lot of them are from California. They see a lot of topics, so they have a wide range of things. Same thing with people that are often in the media, often lean left, right? Because they're exposed to a lot of different stories. When you get into the reason why I grew up in Houston, so I know a lot of people in oil and gas. One of the girls I dated, her husband, or not her husband, her father was vice president of BJ Services. And so oil and gas, because it's dependent on Republicans and conservative politics, you'll find that they are not everybody inside the corporation, but they are pretty well lean to the right.
May I ask you a question, please? In the midst of your discussion, because a company happens to have a disproportionate amount, and I don't know how you determine this, by the way, but because a company hires a disproportionate amount of people with a political ideology that leans one way, this makes the company's ideology that? Is that logical to you? Let me repeat the question. Because the company has a disproportionate amount of liberals working on it, that makes the company liberal?
No, yeah, I mean,
that's what you're saying.
I would say so. Yeah, I mean,
that's very stupid, Trent, and I'm just being candid. That's really silly. There's plenty of people who work for Fortune 500, 1,000 companies who have varying political ideologies, and that doesn't make the company that.
I would concur with that, but I don't think anybody would have in the 2010s would have disputed that Facebook is kind of a liberal company. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg.
You mean except Zuckerberg?
Well, Zuckerberg was, while he wasn't overt about it, it was kind of known. Like, and you get this sense when you're around different organizations.
Brand, what you're talking about, hold on 1 second, but what you're talking about is geographical. If you are in Texas and you open up a company and, I don't know, Toledo, I don't know, like the whitest freaking, the reddest Republican area, city, then of course majority of your workers are going to be people who are leaning Republican.
This is getting a little nitpicky. I mean, like, of course, companies in oil and gas, like, these companies tend to lean right, and companies in the social media sector in the past, I don't think it's as true today, but in the past, they lean left. I mean, I don't know how this is done. I don't know how it is. Oil and gas companies don't lean right.
There's ways to measure, okay?
Do oil and gas companies
indefinite. There's ways to measure. Look at Ben and Jerry's ice cream. What do you think they do? There's certain companies that support like social causes. Like, you think Ben and Jerry's right?
And is Chick-fil-A centric? Is Chick-fil-A centric?
Right. So, like, come on, y'all. We gotta just stop being disingenuous. There's little things that we can look at, and we can say this is the measurement on why we believe that they're leaning blue.
And on Texas, like, look, you look at companies
but it ain't from his homeboys that he had a conversation with on TikTok.
Let me ask you this. Like, Chick-fil-A is known to be very religious, right? But there's a lot of liberal religious Republicans and liberal Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, what religion now is going to identify now? Like, why are we? That's the whole point. I guess I'm saying is that why are we conflicting political term in regards to social? I guess the social definition of it.
The same reason why we had Target on boycott. That's why.
So see, if you don't mind if I can
Exactly.
So like when you look at a company like Freescale or Tesla inside Texas, when you talk to those guys, they're actually pretty level. They're also very educated. So the more educated that they are, the more liberal the companies tend to be. It's not always right. In talking like space, I'll say one more time, this like SpaceX down here. I wouldn't say that these guys have like really, really hard political views left or right, but you get the sense that it is a well-educated, slightly liberal-leaning class, just like Elon used to be. So that's all.
So here's the question: so would we consider Facebook? Would we consider Amazon? Those companies are right-leaning companies now. That's exactly my point. You just proved my point by not being able to answer.
It's a good question. I mean, so I think that you have to say that it seems like Facebook is evolving. Amazon I won't comment on, but I think Facebook you have to say that you can see how they're evolving because they weren't like this
during Trump's first term. It's a very different approach.
That's exactly my point, CEO.
Versus the first one.
They're doing what is in the best interest of the company.
But they
don't have an ideology.
But they didn't do that in Trump's first
right, because it wasn't politically expedient. It's not. They didn't do it to this extent, but they did it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
With it.
You're essentially saying they're being pragmatic, which I understand. But like, if we look at the oil and gas industry, I think their political leanings are always clear over time and pretty consistent. Do you disagree with that?
You said in terms of
said about the tech companies.
I think consistent.
No, tech companies hasn't been.
Yeah,
but the oil company is going to be consistent.
Exactly, I agree with that.
Get rid of regulation. They're going to want to get rid of. Oh, go ahead, CEO.
No, all I was going to say was we need to do what Your Honor suggested. Look at where their donations go, right? Which adds to CEO's point, which is oil companies mostly donate on the right in the last 10 years.
And not only that, some of the policy that they need to operate and make more money is going to be dependent on Republicans.
Is you trying to say something?
No, it all depends with the tech companies, especially the ones in California. They're going to lead with.
In the Matrix, Lisa.
Well,
okay. Well, why are you cutting me off though?
You were in the Matrix.
Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna get off the bridge and then I can.
So I was just gonna say, and Quinn, the question also, like, don't you feel like Trump kind of moved towards them because of his interest in AI, right? So his interest in AI kind of moved him towards them.
Right.
I don't disagree with that at all. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they will do what is politically expedient. They aren't. Now, if we're talking about social media companies, now it has been in the interest of oil companies and the like to stay leaning right because their policies tend to favor those companies. But when you're talking about people, they're demonstrably different because people don't necessarily have a direct influence on oil companies. People have a direct influence on tech companies and the way that they sway. So their interest has been swaying with basically however the wind blows.
Yeah, but you got to remember too, Republicans are not trying to regulate tech either.
Yeah,
Democrats are. So like that could be why they are like they're going towards red now. Like a lot of these companies, when it comes to regulations, when you start putting regulations on them, they're going to go for the guy that's going to support them. And right now, tech support is going to come from Republicans. Like those damn investigations, that were done. All that was under Democrats. Yep. The antitrust investigation. What else happened with us where we put them on the fucking the TikTok ban? Even though it was a Trump move, you got freaking Democrats that's still saying, yeah, they may need to be banned because of this, that, and other. When it comes to privacy, we are the ones that say we want privacy on this, that, and that when it comes to data. And Republicans are like, sell your fucking information. Make money off of other people's information. So like right now, tech is going to be red because as technology evolves, it's more access and they don't want to be regulated, period.
Yeah. So let me explain. It's actually a left and a right issue, and that's the biggest. What Patty just said is the biggest part of it. So because of AI, for Facebook, for Microsoft, that's why Bill Gates is sitting next to Trump. The next fight, it's $1 trillion fight, and that's why Peter Thiel and Elon Musk got behind Trump. All the states have individual corporate governance on biometric and the way that your information is shared. Okay, this impacts AI driving, autonomous robots. I'm trying to think of there's another huge one that's coming. But just anything related to AI is governed by states right now. And the problem is in competing with China, we can't compete with China if we don't have a unified measure. So that's why they put that in the big beautiful bill. The problem is now some of the Republicans, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, rebuffed against that and wanted to be want it to be regulated at the state level, right? And so one of the major reasons that people got behind Trump and the crypto is because of that AI legislation, and we need to have that passed so that we can have a clean bill across the United States.
You know, if you Google whether or not like Twitter had a left-leaning bias, it clearly states that they did. They talk about the algorithm left-leaning. There's multiple examples of this, but it is what it is, man. And then now, like the European Commission is saying that under Elon Musk, it's right-leaning. And they've opened an inquiry into that. To act like these companies don't have, biases, it's odd. Oh, what is a liberal?
But
what is a conservative?
Nobody.
Okay, Lisa, I humbly disagree with you. All right.
Did you guys say that?
No.
Lisa,
I must be listening to a whole nother app.
So, Lisa, first and foremost, Katrina literally said, well, she doesn't even acknowledge what liberal or conservative is. We don't even have an agreement on those terms. How are you going to say
that nobody said that? But that's Katrina. That's one
Katrina
person.
Somebody on stage? Nobody said that.
But nobody did say that, and they got 3 people that just said it. Okay, I'm not going to argue.
Said that. We don't even have we have no agreement on what conservative is.
I asked you for a definition. You still haven't given me a definition.
We don't care about definitions at this point. Y'all don't know what a conservative is and a liberal is.
Well, that's what he said.
At this point, y'all. Why are y'all yelling about this shit? Who cares?
I don't know. Look, Patty, I'm just enjoying the conversation while I'm driving. But can I just say, no one said that. As soon as I say it, 3 people come off mic and say they didn't say it. And so I don't even know what this is turning into. But thank you for the entertainment while I'm driving. I appreciate it.
The point was that we can't say whether or not a company is liberal or conservative. That was Quinn's whole point.
No, that was not Quinn's whole point. I simply asked for
All right, so this is to Roger Batat. Now, the biggest part of this fight and the $1 trillion question, when I say trillion, I mean $1 trillion question, is what happens with AI. I am for national legislation in AI because it is too confusing to have different states that have different laws. When you have that, like you can't grow that way. So we do need a national regulation on AI. It needs to be pretty hands off. We have individual states that are governing your biometric information. We'll have retinal scanner. We'll be able to walk into a store pretty soon, pick up whatever you walk up to scan you and deduct it from your account. That is going to happen. It's happening now. But in order to have all those things that we'll have in the very near future, we have to have like regulations that are not different between each state.
Trent, I agree with the assertion, but I don't even think that that's like germane to the topic right now. I agree with what you said, but as it relates to the concept of a company having like a political leaning and to deny the existence of it, and then we're going to have a whole conversation about what's the definition of liberal versus conservative. Like, these are not productive, serious conversations. And people want to like it's Anthony.
But you in it though. But you right here in it.
Lisa, initially when
Anthony, you're right here in it. That cracks me up also. So you want to disrespect the conversation that you're right in the middle of.
Okay.
We've been talking the whole time.
Lisa, my response to you, Trent, let me land, Trent. Just let me land.
We're always landing.
No problem, Trent. So are you. Yeah, so Lisa, when Katrina initially brought it up, I said, listen, this is not productive. It is a waste of time. She said to me, are you saying that you can't have a liberal conservative? This is the level of discourse. This is, and then Marshall supported her because this is the stuff that Marshall does, and it's real disingenuous. This is really disingenuous. It's not.
No, what I said specifically was that each party had it.
Marshall, you said you're a liberal conservative. That's what you said.
What I said specifically was that each party had it.
I'm changing names around. I'm daycare. At this point, it's a daycare. We already said let it go, and then Anthony comes off mic to fix it, and then you come off a mic to fix it too, and then Marshall got like, come on, y'all. Y'all are too goddamn old. All of y'all older than me, to be honest.
No, here's the thing. I just don't like when
they might be older.
Like, come on.
They might be older, but that don't mean they're more mature or smarter. So we just have to deal with what the Lord provides us with. And this is what we got on Clubhouse. This is funny as hell, arguing about nothing. And then get mad because they in the argument.
That's true. So,
all I was gonna say, is that when somebody is disrespecting you and they're literally saying shit that you did not say, right? And cursing at you, calling you names, right? Like, I'm sorry. Yes, I am a big girl, but I'm also not gonna let somebody just walk the fuck all over me.
Right, you already cussed them out though, and it's like y'all just gotta keep going back and forth. It's like y'all, who got to have the last word? What's the problem?
Yeah,
it's not the last word, but he's keep lying about things that I've said.
Man, you keep going too. But the thing is, the real big thing that the definition of left and right is changing in this country, and you know, I do talk about AI a lot, but it's probably the biggest thing. It's probably the biggest uniter between the left and the right, because it's going to affect us all, regardless of what our beliefs are. It's affecting us all, and so if I see any opportunity, especially for Democrats to gain a following, it is by talking this issue and talking about the joblessness. There was a great interview by Bernie Sanders, you got to pull it up, yesterday, and he talked about the effect that AI is having on jobs, and it might not even be in his lifetime that he sees it come to fruition, but it is absolutely the most important issue that this country is facing.
Okay, so I guess all of us are quite aware that AI is going to be a problem. And just like robotics is already a problem for people who are not prepared. So instead of us regurgitating the same thing over and over, how about coming in here with some fucking solutions at sometimes? Because it's the same old shit. If y'all ain't heard it by now, I don't know where the fuck you've been under some goddamn rock. But I think at this point in time, especially for our community, we need to have solutions, solution-based conversations. The rest of this is just poppycock.
Solution one will do a 30-hour.
I'm sorry?
Solution one is somebody calls a 30 or 32-hour
Listen, AI is too powerful for us to do anything, right? The person who created AI, who created AI is the only person who can do something about it. We can't do shit about it.
No, yes, you can. That sounds crazy. Lord, that sounds crazy as hell.
The nigga who created AI, he's the only one who can do something with it.
Wait, can I just say something?
We can't do nothing with it.
This kind of talk right here,
What you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about AI? What are you gonna do about AI?
Can you go on mute, sir?
No.
See, this is a stop.
What are you gonna do about AI?
But you shut the fuck up. You said that 3 fucking times. This is the problem. come in and tell us we can't do nothing about something that's already here. Yes, we can. We make sure our kids get trained in STEM. Make sure our kids get trained in robotics. Make sure our kids get trained in AI. This is the shit talk that we get from people. Maybe he can't do nothing about it. Maybe it's above his pay grade or his mental capacity. But yes, we can. We can excel in that like we excel in everything else. And I'm closing my mic.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can have this conversation with people that actually have some idea of technology and, the iterations of AI. But like what this guy said was like ridiculous. I agree. I think more education is necessary for our young people because this current crop of adults is lost as fuck. And they don't have the ability to determine. Like I'm seeing like earlier, I saw something where I think it was a Chinese official speaking about nuclear war, this, that, and the third. And someone had sent it to me, and I had to really point out to him that information was false, so on and so forth. But the issue is that people don't have the cognitive lens to really decipher between AI. People are consuming nefarious AI-generated content, and it's having a negative effect. Like they're just running with these they'll see some shit and just run with it. So that's the scary part right now. I think ultimately, when we train our young people, they'll have the skills and the lens to really know bullshit when they see bullshit. So I mean, it's out of the bottle now. But and even before it got to this level, ChatGPT introduced a lot of people to it. But we're here now. And so one of the worries was exactly what we're seeing today. Fake videos, and so on and so forth, what we have. So education is the key.
I'll piggyback on what Robert said as far as that last part. I mean, we all need to be educated, and we need to see the differences between what we see on social media and what is fake. And I'm glad that some places, some platforms are stepping up and saying that it's generative AI, but there are others that don't display that as such. And I think sooner or later they're gonna have to adapt as well. All I can say is not just the kids have to be educated, it's adults too. And men my age, which is being 53, adapt as well. AI is still new technology. It's going to take a while for all of us to get used to it. We just have to be ready and just not treat it as something that's going to kill us, but to have it help us move forward. Venture. Because we don't, we'll be just left behind.
Where's a guy who said there was one AI creator?
Okay, so CEO, he got moved down, but here's what's up, man.
Darn it.
No, he got moved down, but here's what's up. Like, the genie's already out the bottle, all right? We're not going to stop the development of AI, which is what a lot of major AI scientists are calling for. They want us to pause the development and then come up with like a standard rules for everybody. So the United States is going to feel that China is going to continue to do their development behind the scenes. China's going to feel like the United States is going to continue to do their development behind the scenes. It's going to stop. All right. It's going to be so transformative that, we can't educate ourselves past this. When we get to AGI, all bets are off, man. We don't even know what AGI is going to decide to do when we get to that stage. To act like this is a simple solution to the problem, I humbly disagree. But you guys know best.
This is what I like about this. See, this is different than politics, right? This is something that you literally. I don't know. I fucking love technology, all forms of it. But that's just me, and I'm sure so we can read, study, and absorb the changes with technology with great ease. I think that's kind of dope. But yeah, I think AI what's going to happen, in my opinion, I think we're going to have to see, we know the power of AI in terms of its positive impact, and now we're going to learn what the nefariousness is. And then once that happens, then people are going to have to come together and figure a way out to mitigate that negative impact. I just think we just got to go through the fucking cycle, and then later on it's all going to figure itself out. But to those of us that love technology, I mean, we'll be okay. You know, we'll be all right. And I think AI is going to create jobs as well. This elimination of jobs, I don't think. What I've been studying lately is the AI bubble, where you have a lot of companies investing in AI, and what they're seeing is they're getting this. There's a term that was, and I was speaking to algebra about it. It's called cooks. It's a term that refers to a lot of people. Officers are being charged and mandated to use AI. However, the outcome, which is bad, is not being realized yet. And teams have to go back and correct the output that they're getting from using AI. So that hasn't really surfaced yet, that part of it, but that is the next thing. So there is an AI bubble that someone Wall Street feel is brewing. And it's not going to be everything it was cracked up to be. That's just like with, what was the other one? What's the other one? Tokens and things of that nature. Yeah, so I think we're in the bubble. I think we literally are in the bubble.
Yeah, Robert, and this isn't towards you, but I just kind of am not in love with people framing it that way, because, like, people said the internet was a bubble, except for it's been around 30 years later and it's created trillions of dollars. So AI may go through a cycle, right, where too many companies were funded and a few of them won't work out, but it's not a bubble that's going to pop and then you never hear from it again. It'll just go through a little bit of a down cycle for a moment and then pick right back up, because the marketplace will adjust and understand, hey, guess what? You don't just fund every company that has an AI idea.
That's the only bubble I was talking about, CEO. Financial investment.
Really, what we're probably looking at is a rotation, not a bubble, or a series of bubbles, probably.
Yeah, look, so when I say you need to have a 30 to 32-hour work week, I am talking about inside this decade. I'm not talking about your kids. I'm talking about you. And I just got off the phone with an executive that's looking to turn half their dealership into an agentic AI as a replacement, and they think that it's a theory, but they think it can work, and I can tell you it can, because of the voice communication. So the reason why we need to scale back on our work week is so people can still get full-time benefits and full-time pay, because we're going to be working less. There is just no doubt about that, and you want to do that before human robots are introduced. My unfortunate theory is that people are lax on this. Like, it's, you guys, even the way you're talking about it now, you're talking about, well, when this happens, it is happening like as we speak. And it's something that I think both parties, but especially the Democratic Party, can unify on. And I think you can get a lot of people to focus on this issue, and we can be prepared for it so it doesn't, end up in an economic catastrophe.
What's up, Invisible? How you doing today?
Hey, what's up,
Invisible? How you doing? What are your thoughts?
It's an interesting conversation. I mean, it's very difficult to join in. I mean, depending on the connotation that's being attached to AI. So, I mean, I like what CEO was saying earlier. I mean, a lot of people say it's a bubble. It's like, well, it's not a bubble. I mean, there is a bubble, but to say that AI is a bubble is actually factually incorrect, because I mean, there's obviously utility and benefits from the technology. And I mean, I think where I probably disagree with you, Robert, is I like technology as well, but everything is political. So just the regulation and determination of how the technology can be applied and how it's being used, and whether it meets ethical standards, and whether it's disenfranchising particular groups, and whether it's allowing opportunity for everyone. I mean, those things are political. So I mean, I think that conversation is just starting. And I mean, obviously, availability and access to jobs and who is able to access those jobs is an important one. So, I mean, it really depends. What I hate when people do is what that person was doing earlier, referring to AI as this persona or thing. I mean, I think it's a technology, it's a process. I mean, there's a lot of different types of AI. So, I mean, when you say who created AI, I'm like, okay, what is he talking about? A lot of the people who actually were instrumental in the research that developed the technology are not even the most influential. A lot of the people who are actually handling the influence right now are the people in control of the companies and, the Altmans, the CEOs, etc. Lumber. So, I mean, I think that's where it's getting extremely political right now, where those people are making a hard bend towards the right because of the fact that they don't want to be regulated. And I think regulation is actually good at this point. So I think that's probably where we're at politically. I mean, it's how can we regulate what ethical regulation looks like, and how we can actually ensure that as the technology evolves, we don't exacerbate the disparities between different groups more than it already is.
So one of the biggest differences between the internet bubble and the AI bubble is that the internet bubble did not have companies that were profitable. Companies are profitable and also, in some cases, hugely profitable. The other difference is that it took 3 years to get to the usage rate of what took the internet 13 years to get to.
Well, it's a great point, Olaf. And I'll say this, look, Lane is one of the few people that I will listen to on issues. He's well versed on it. Lane, I'd love to hear what you're hearing. What do you think about the 30-hour, 30-hour work week in the United States?
No, I mean, we definitely are going to be able to work less. So what that means in terms of productivity is my concern. So, I mean, does it mean, for the companies who are willing to implement that, that's great. But a lot of them are going the opposite direction where they're just getting rid of the employees. So, I mean, this is something that obviously is going to have to be regulated as well. So, I mean, if you think it's a good idea, I mean, I think it's a good idea also. But how you're going to get the politicians and the companies to agree?
Well, one of the things you can have them agree on is that the companies can take some of the profits that they're generating from AI and offer AI training for the workforce so that it can be sped up. That would be useful.
So I have here an article that I read that I came across last week. It's from Fortune magazine. And I'll read to you a brief excerpt. Returning this week, the news has all been about investor fears that we're in a quote-unquote AI bubble, and that it is about to either pop or deflate. Nervous investors drove the shares of many publicly traded tech firms linked to AI-related trades such as NVIDIA, CoreWeave, Microsoft, and Alphabet down significantly this week. To me, one of the clearest signs that we are in a bubble, at least in terms of publicly traded AI stocks, is the extent to which investors are actively looking for reasons to bail. Take the supposed rationale for this week's sell-off, which were the Altman comments that he thought that there was an AI bubble in venture-backed privately held AI startups, and the MIT report, which found that 95% of AI pilots fail. Altman wasn't talking about the public companies that stock market investors have in their portfolios, but traders didn't care. They chose only to, and I'm closing out, they chose only to read the headlines and interpret Altman's remarks broadly. As for the MIT report, the market chose to read it as an indictment of AI as a whole and head for the exits, even though that's not exactly what the research said. So I read this in another article. I'm going to try to get the other article and post it in the chat so you guys can
Robert,
read it.
you know what this is like is, have you ever dated a girl and you was like, man, everything can't be good, and you started thinking and wondering what the dirt was? You ever done that, Robert?
No. Nah, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Well, you're one of the few who have. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So it's the same sort of emotion here, like it really is. So you have to understand that when things are good for so long, people just get worried that they're not going to be good. And there's a whole thought leadership industry around people predicting downturns, right? So a lot of people make money writing that sort of comment.
Well, again, I don't move with emotions, right? When I look at something, any topic, whatever it is, fuck emotions. Like, you got to go where the facts and the data lead you. Otherwise, you'll just be a fool talking what you don't know about, like that gentleman that we heard earlier. The purpose that I was mentioning earlier is, in fact, that, again, a lot of money has gone into AI. And the executives and officers at companies have been tasked to use AI. And I got to get algebra in here, but because he and his team were talking about how now they are incorporating a mandate for their engineers to use some portion of AI in their work, and they're going to be it's going to be part of their yearly performance evaluation. And according to algebra, he's saying a lot of times, like, you can just go in and do whatever, and it counts towards your production. Like with AI, you can use it for whatever, but the whether or not young engineers are really building new skills, so on and so forth, they don't think so. They think that, that it's messing up their learning curve, actually, and it's distracting them from that learning curve. So this is what I heard.
How's it distracting them, though? How they're not learning?
Well, you have to let them explain it. Like I said, that's why I want one of those. I'm trying to ping him in here now. He can better explain it to you. I'm just saying what our conversation is centered around. So I'm not here to I'm just saying what the conversation.
Because in tech, I don't see somebody in tech having a problem with it.
We're talking about somebody that's an engineer, so the daily job of an engineer.
So I'm in cybersecurity, Robert. So I have an IT background as well. So I understand what you're saying.
But that's not about cybersecurity. I know about cybersecurity.
Okay.
All right, Trent. I'm going to picture it.
I was saying my husband is in tech, and he's an engineer, and they have been asking him to use AI.
Yes, no shit. That's not what I'm saying. What I was saying was not hurting anyone. Okay, great.
He is against it, though, because what happens is that these new engineers come in, right, and they're pretty much like, oh, we're gonna hire. Basically, what is it doing to the job market? They're hiring fresh out of the college young students who barely know shit, and then they're just basically saying use AI to build programs.
So, Katrina, as somebody who's in IT, that's a bunch of bullshit. Because what happens in IT, right, is you get people that get hired right at college, typically, unless they have certifications and have experience with a portfolio or they can show they did work, they're not going to get those jobs that you think they get it. So you have to be competitive, not only with your degree, you have to be competitive by showing that you're continuously changing and getting new fucking certification. Because certifications change all the time. So what's in demand? What's in demand today? What's in demand today in the IT sector might not be demand 6 months later. So at the end of the day, go ahead, y'all fucking got it. And it's funny how people in this fucking room have some time with hold on, Robert, hold on. It's funny how some of y'all know every fucking thing. It's like you're the master of everything. But go ahead, y'all got it, Robert.
Yeah. So Haitian, now as a cybersecurity professional, your job is to, when you get a job, is to go in.
I'm good.
No, I got what he's saying. I mean, it's not.
I'm good, bro. I'm not even crazy. You got it, bro.
Okay, we so cybersecurity, you go in and you assess the threats to a company. Your job on a regular basis is all about assessing threats, testing the system, so on and so forth.
There's several different. First of all, Robert, when I'm talking, Robert. So when I'm talking, you might know everything, like you say, and Trent might know everything, but I'm trying to get stuff to the room, right? So when you say cybersecurity, that's all you do is with the threat. No, it's not all you do in cybersecurity. Do you understand about pen testing also? Do you want to go through that, Robert? You want to explain that to us, this class? Pen testing?
Keep building, bro. Keep building, man. Keep building.
I'm saying, can you tell us what pen testing is?
I'm gonna stay on mute.
Okay.
No, listen. My argument is this. It's really simple. It's really simple. My argument is really simple. It's not to undermine anybody in technology. It's simply saying a lot of resources are being put into AI. A lot of resources, and we can't predict whether or not all of this investment is going to pan out. That's all I'm saying. I ain't slipping on the tongue.
So real quick, and I'm as far as the bubble, but y'all saying that the ones I'm saying is a bubble. It's not a fucking bubble. What's happening is every company wants to get their fucking hands in there, right? Every company wants to be the first one to come out with this shit. Every company wants to. First of all, a lot of the AI you're seeing are running off the same fucking API, which a lot of y'all don't even understand. Okay, so a lot of these AIs that you see every day aren't necessarily that fucking new. But if you go and look online, you will see a new AI probably about 80 a fucking day that's coming out online. If right now, if I wanted to sell you a fucking AI package for your company, Robert, I can white label one for selling more right now. And you would probably think it's the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread. Meanwhile, 500 other people have it already. But y'all got it. You got it. Wait, Trent, you talking about me or you talking about Robert? As far as not knowing pen testing.
I said Robert doesn't know.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say.
I'm not claiming. See, here's the fucked up part. I'm not claiming that I know. Hold on. I didn't make no claims that I know everything. Like I didn't make no claims at all.
That was the whole point, Robert. It was being sarcastic, Rob.
Okay.
That was the whole point. If you don't know, let someone who knows speak.
No, I can't speak on the fact that we've seen many times where bubbles are created and they're created different ways. So if look, I saw the .com bubble, I've seen freaking the housing market bubble, I've seen many bubbles. So I don't have to say anything. I know what history has shown us, right? So you can't argue history. And I'm not simply trying to I'm not saying I'm a great technologist, but I know just because people are being told to invest in this, to make this move, do this, do that, a lot of people may invest in stuff and don't really fucking understand that shit. They task their team and they task their companies with figuring out because somebody told them that this was the way to go. And they're not doing the proper analysis to see, like enterprise platforms. When you get on the AI, this is how they measure engineers' performances, right? They're in the enterprise platform and they can measure how the engineers are utilizing the AI platform, the enterprise. They can tell what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how much is going into the work that they're rendering. That's all I'm saying. And I'm going to let y'all deal with it after this. That's all my concern is that a lot of money is being invested into AI, and we don't know if that investment is going to pay off. That's it. That's all.
Thank you. LF, sorry, would you mind waiting just a sec? Invisible Lang's been trying to get in, and you go after him. Lang, are you still there?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to respond to Asian's question.
Yeah.
I think he left. Yes, I mean, it's an interesting question because, I mean, I think what you were saying to Robert, I mean, the fact is that, I mean, all of the development companies and engineers right now are utilizing the technology. So, I mean, it's not even a question as to whether it's going to be incorporated. Already it's being incorporated. 50% of the development in most of the tech companies are actually being done by AI right now. But to what you're saying that Algebra stated, their issue is the black box. A lot of these engineers don't understand what the AI is actually doing. And there's a possibility that they may never do, right? So, I mean, there's an anecdotal example right now about an engineer who, vibe coded a feature into production, it passed grade, it went to production, and then after it went to production, they realized that it was actually vibe coded, and they didn't understand coding behind it. So they had to do 3 months of refactoring, and the engineer was actually fired as a result. So that black box issue is actually the issue that a lot of people are concerned about, because when the engineers don't understand the code, then there's very little accountability, and that's an issue.
Can I just say, Invisible, when I was saying my husband is actually very against it, is for that reason, is that there are hiring people who don't understand just the basics of it, right? Who have never even, people who, and no, you don't have to have a degree. You really don't have to have a degree to be a programmer. If you are just talented and you're self-taught, full stack engineer, you don't need a degree for it. Your work speaks for yourselves. But what's happening right now is my point was that they're taking junior developers and replacing the developers that know the infrastructure, they know the pipeline, they know all of that, right? And they're just putting these green people who barely understand the basics of it, and here is AI that's going to write code for you, and they're trying to save money that way. I don't know if you're in that industry, Invisible, but have you noticed how specifically in developers, with all the layoffs, how much they drop their salaries now? Because they're just going to hire somebody who is super green and just, hey, you use AI, that's it.
I think that's one boom that's actually definitely over, which is the developer engineer boom. We saw it with Wall Street, and then it went to tech, where these engineers were getting $300,000 a year to work from home, and that's changing again. So there's definitely that issue. But I'm in the field, and I think the opportunity is, because I don't like to always look at just the negatives. The opportunity is there's a lot of people who can develop applications and do engineering now that wouldn't have been able to prior. So the concern is still the same. They don't have the level of accountability because they don't understand the process. However, if you're just looking at the output instead of the actual process itself, then you might actually consider it to be a net benefit. So I've actually been building applications for the past 6 months, which is something that I wouldn't have been able to do 2 years ago.
So Trent, is there an AI bubble or there is not? And what specific bubble are you referring to? The stock price of the AI companies or oversaturation of AI? I'm confused here, Trent.
There's an AI bubble in the stock price of some of those companies, just like CEO was saying. Same thing we have with the internet, but there's no doubt that AI is working. That's where I kind of disagree with Robert completely, because I'm watching it physically now. I'm watching it work, and I distinctly remember having a conversation.
You got an AI trend?
Yeah, I have actually.
You got a robot?
Yeah, I have an AI avatar. I've got two of them.
You have a what?
An AI avatar.
Oh, you have an avatar. Is it just like you, or is it a better version of you?
It is just probably a better version.
So you got two Trents in the world now? Dang.
Trent, serious question. What did you say earlier? Can you explain again what you said earlier about you were on a phone call with the executive and he is ramping up to do what to dealerships with AI?
No, so what they were proposing is, could you replace how much of a Salesforce could you replace with agentic AI? And while it's not possible today, it's not far off, right? And that's what we're talking about. So you have AI voice, AI video. A lot of what you're seeing from Sora, that's AI video, but that'll be fully conversational soon. And so because so much of our economy is service based, when AI can communicate in a conversation, which it can somewhat now, but when it can communicate in a conversation, we're in an entirely different it's not like AI is not working, and the problem is it's not as if there is a replacement coming for these jobs. There will be people building humanoid robots, but when you get to humanoid robots at scale, humanoid robots will be replacing a ton of jobs, right? Like there'll be maids, and like a maid right now can do 3 floors in a hotel, right? I'm just putting that out there. And so she can do 3 floors in a hotel. Well, soon it'll be the maid in the hotel, and she'll have her own assistant robot, and she'll be expected to do 5 floors in the hotel. So that's where we're headed. And so there's not enough replacement of that working capital or jobs available once we get to scale with humanoid robots and AI.
So I'm trying to decide who's the AI expert here because there's so many. Who's next?
You're crazy.
Oh, Mara, not you. I already know you're.
Let me. No, you don't. I don't think there's any such a thing right now as an expert on AI.
Have you met the people on this stage?
Not personally.
A whole bunch of experts here.
I don't see any certified AI experts, but okay. How do you know? Did you check their certification?
Well,
hey guys, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in the chat one of the articles, and this is from Fortune magazine. This is what we're discussing. I don't know who in here is an AI expert, right? I don't know, but for some reason, instead of us having a conversation, I think we are jostling. I don't know. I don't want to have a peeing contest with nobody. I'm just speaking about an article that I read. I just put it there. So you guys can go in, read for yourselves, and then we can maybe unpack the article because it ain't about fucking me. I'm just talking about an article I came across. That's it.
Well, an article from MIT, so it's a pretty reputable article. So good job, Rob.
I just put in is from Fortune magazine, and then there probably some links in there for MIT. Again, this is just unfolding. I mean, I just read this like last week, and I began to have discussions. And I'm asking, I'm learning. I don't know everything. I'm just asking. That's it. It's a conversation. But I don't know people take fights for some reason.
That article is also countered by the Stanford research, which shows that companies they're not hiring junior people because their experienced people are able to do more with AI.
You read it that fast, that article?
No, I've already. AI.
I know, but I didn't see any of that mentioned in the article that I just posted. Well, I mean, you read it. What article? This article just came out.
MIT report. I've been aware of that MIT report for months.
So,
I'm
talking about the article.
I'm just saying both things are actually happening, Alif. So, I mean, I don't know this, but I don't know for her name. But I mean, what she's actually speaking to is her anecdotal experience as to what is happening at her husband's company. So there's definitely some companies that are applying that methodology where they're like, okay, instead of because what you have to acknowledge as well is there's a lot of senior engineers, like the person that Robert was referring to earlier, that are actually resistant to the technology and don't know how to use the AI tools. So, I mean, even the CEO of Cursor was talking about that and saying, so the people who are not versed with the AI tools, they try to at least give them time to adapt to it and adjust before they make a decision. But I mean, as that person was saying earlier, which was actually correct, is that, I mean, utilizing AI tools right now in development is actually mandatory. So if you're going to use the technology, then of course you have a lot more experience and skills than a junior person would. But if you're resistant to the technology, then they figure that, I mean, in terms of trajectory of the technology, it's much more stable strategy for them to hire a junior person who knows the technology, who will actually develop and learn the skills that you have. So I mean, there's both things are actually true.
I'll say this. Look, and I know you guys think I'm a know-it-all, but part of my job is assessing AI companies. So, which I've been doing since 2023, And a lot of us didn't think that AI, that was 36 months ago. We didn't think that AI would be anywhere close to its capability. And so when talking with these executives, these developers, these CTOs, and seeing what is now possible, it is part of the reason why I'm ringing the bell on it, because I'm like, we shouldn't hide the fact of what's happening. And I'm glad that people like Bill Gates and Dario Modi and now even like Bernie Sanders are coming out and talking about it, because the public is so ill prepared for what is changing very, very rapidly.
I think Bill has already been wrong. I mean, Amazon laid off 14,000 corporate employees last week. So, I mean, if that doesn't send a signal as to what's coming, I don't know what will.
I mean, do you guys remember it was like 2 years ago, there were in Vegas, I forgot, I'm terrible with names, the company that made the humanoid robot, and they're planning to use them in service industry. So your hostess is going to be gone. Your busboy is, so basically like, and they had the, in Vegas, they had had them out and people could interact with them. I mean, yeah, you could easily use them for jobs like that and replace human beings.
The Amika robot, that's the robot that you see. I've talked to Amika. It's the ability for it to conversate and probably transition, and we'll probably see them in like old folks' homes at first, because they can hold a conversation and hold memories. They'll also be able to pick people up, do the laundry and sort of things, but they're only going to get better. So the Neo robot, I think, went on sale last week, first time. And then we'll see Optimus and some other figure AI's robot will come about. It's going to be a huge impact to a lot of industries, and we're just so ill prepared because a lot of people don't understand what is possible and what can happen.
That I agree with Lisa on earlier. I mean, I think learning the technology is probably the most strategic and beneficial thing an individual can do at this point. I mean, what somebody was stating earlier, I mean, I don't consider myself an AI expert. What I am is AI literate, which is what most people need to be going forward. Because, I mean, if you don't use the technology, then there's going to be a growing disparity between the people who are using the technology and the people who are not. So I think everybody needs to become an AI literate. I won't say expert, but literate.
I like that term, and I agree with you. Definitely should be literate like that. Anybody running, sticking their head in the sand and they worrying and all of that, panicking and all that, you better fucking learn and expand your mind. Like, that's the least you could do, no matter what. That's the least you could do. Yeah, AI literate. I like that term. Thank you.
Hey, what's the chances of that Omar Fatah, I think his name is, winning in Minneapolis? The other DSA person. Has anyone been keeping track of that other representative?
Can you give us some background? I'm not familiar with the story. Can you give us some background?
Yeah, there's another race for mayor in Minnesota, but in Minneapolis. And the individual's running. He's also part of the Democratic Socialists of America platform. So I was just kind of wondering, has anyone heard anything about that? Her name is Omar Fatah. And then there's another one in Seattle tonight too. So I didn't realize there's multiple names. Her name is Katie Wilson. She will be also running for mayor. And Seattle also DSA, so they're doing pretty good. Let's see.
Elected in Seattle would mean social housing, a $1 billion bond for affordable housing, mental health professionals,
this is not bad stuff,
and defending illegal immigrants from deportation.
So yeah, so there's two other DSA. So DSA is taking over the Democrat Party. Maybe if they win, they would turn the tables 3 for 3 We know Madami's gonna win. It'll be interesting to see if those two win.
So we headed towards so we got MAGA, the offshoot of the Republican Party was MAGA. So is this new surge of the Mamdamis, is that going to be an offshoot of the Democratic Party? Are these going to be two new things going on? That's interesting. It's a good conversation. The versus them, I guess, right? That would be the new Dem versus Republican. I don't know.
You can put my name on this as a prediction, Omari and Robert. I 100% believe socialism will win out in this nation. I already said it earlier. Socialism is going to win, and it's going to be because of everything, all the technology that's coming. But Mondami is the canary on the coal mine. I believe he wins tonight, and the nation is going to gravitate more and more to socialism at the end of the decade, and probably be full-blown socialists in the mid-2030s.
And who's the opponent now? So MAGA is their opponent. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I think MAGA's gone when Trump is leaving. I think MAGA's gone with Trump.
MAGA's gone with Trump.
Like short term. Well, MAGA's been here before Trump, right? Technically, but that's what I'm putting on the floor. Like I have no fucking idea. So, but and Trent, your statement, it bears some thought. I mean, I don't think anybody can deny that. Like, I think that would be pretty ignorant, but it's something that we can definitely entertain and dissect. Absolutely.
I'm a full-fledged capitalist. Voted Republican many times. But when you look at where we're at as a country and what is and what isn't working, and I've told my Republican friends, they think I'm crazy. I'm like, no, socialism is going to win because there's no way. And Elon's telling you too. I mean, if you listen to what Elon is saying when he's talking about BMI, they're talking about socialism. They're talking about socialism. It's the only. Go ahead. Somebody was speaking.
You said BMI. You meant UBI.
It's the only answer to when you get to scale with humanoid robots. I don't see another. But I definitely don't see the form of capitalism that we have, and partially, possibly, not even democracy that we have right now. Once you get to scale with these technologies, it will change everything. Anyway, I gotta go get a drink.
Because I mean, remember, we kind of went through that, not to this degree, probably not to this degree, but when car manufacturers, right? Like, well, remember, all of the car parts were put physically by hand by people, and then all of a sudden, now we have machines that are doing that, and conveyor belts and all this other stuff. So now, compared to before, you don't even have that many physical people who are actually putting a car together. But now we replace that industry. We need people to make those conveyor belts and the machines and then service it and everything else. I don't think it's catastrophic, but yes, there is going to be a good amount of people who are going to lose the jobs and the skills that they have known because they're going to have to learn something completely new.
That's a good point, Katrina. This is a new day. I agree with you. What do you think, Pat? Does the military, with the robots that they have, replace robots, troops with these robots?
Not human. I don't know about humanoid, but if you look in Ukraine, they're pretty much, it is drones that are fighting against drones right now. Literally, there's no human. There's barely any human contact on the front lines.
Omar, we have treaties against that. No country is going there yet because once one does, they all do.
Well, you heard about I don't know if you heard the conversation, CEO, but I mean, there was actually an interesting commentary I was listening to this week, because I mean, this is where it gets political as well. So I don't know if you're familiar with Lucky Palmer. I mean, he's the founder, Andrew Hill, previously the founder of that Meta VR system that Facebook now uses. It was Oculus at the time. So he's developed this new. Yeah. So he's developed some new, military weapons that are using AI technology. And his issue is that, I mean, there's the human in the loop concern, which is that, in order for AI or artificial intelligence robots to kill people or carry out particular executions, there needs to be a human decision in the process. And he's saying his concern is that, I mean, if that is actually required, then you need RF, and the RF frequency can be jammed. Therefore, his argument is that, I mean, these autonomous weapons should be able to carry out execution. Yeah, so I mean, I was thinking about it strategically, and I was like, okay, I understand how it makes sense, but the issue with that, like you said, the international regulation, he thought it was ridiculous because of the fact that, I mean, if you're now saying, okay, we're going to use these autonomous drones or autonomous humanoid robots to kill people, but we're going to have a regulation that it's going to be illegal, then that's not going to work either.
Invisible, I was gonna ask in regards to the jamming. I mean, I don't know that much about it, but in regards to the jamming the signal and everything else, and this is obviously like on a very, very, basic level right now, but between the Russia and Ukraine, we're seeing how they were using the regular, Mavic drones and stuff like that, and to even like robotic dogs, and they were building their own little drones. That would walk over and blow up, basically, like would walk. Now,
Damn, the AI Matrix got her.
It was just me. Yeah, you're in the Matrix, Katrina. I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, we were just letting you fight Neo for a little bit. We just wanted to see if you can come out.
But yeah, I mean, the thing though is that, I mean, it's a concern. I mean, okay, all right, so if you can jam the frequency, then that's actually a way of interrupting. But I mean, should the AI be or the robot or drone or whatever be able to the mission without contradiction?
Absolutely not. That's one of those points you don't want to cross.
Well, I mean, he wants to cross it. I mean, he's the one developing the technology. So I mean, that's my concern. It's like, who's going to stop him?
Yeah, and CEO, they said also Elon Musk is doing the same. So just to that point, Elon Musk is allegedly building his own army as well. I heard him and Peter too.
Well, I'm sure they're building it based on the contingency that someone's going to be dumb enough to let this be approved. But Elon's really very pro AI regulation. He thinks AI should be very heavily regulated.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't.
I think it's a point we shouldn't cross. But I mean, he's arguing that, I mean, the same argument with everything else, that if we don't cross it, somebody else will, and China will.
Well, I think you have to be prepared to cross it, but you don't actually cross it. You let someone else go first. That should be everybody's attitude.
Well, yeah, I agree. There should be some things we should never do, and putting robots on the battlefield, even though they can probably put them on the battlefield and they look like human beings.
What?
Yeah. Okay, don't derail. And so that even though that
I thought his consciousness was generated by AI.
Exactly. I got the narrow.
I think so. In the AI version of Amari talking now.
Yep. I went and got it inserted when after the conversation with you. With that being said, you know, we are living in times where they're now not going to have the nuclear treaty anymore. Like, they're going to probably let that shit go. Like, so who knows? So y'all don't always expect the unexpected.
Well, I mean, look, but there's some lines where it's just like, okay, so we're just going to destroy humanity, right? And like the nuclear line is one of them. If a country decides to use a nuke, all use nukes, and it's all over. Right? There ain't no discussion. There ain't no planning. You're just done.
Hey, CEO. So what are you guys saying? Y'all saying humanoid robots is going to rule the world and we're going to kill all of us? I'm curious.
No, I'm saying that's not going to happen because no country will cross the threshold. Because once one does, all of them do.
Like militarized humanoid robots?
Correct, yes.
But what if you can't tell the difference between...
I think the Chinese already started doing some shit like that, so good luck.
Yeah, but they're not actually at war. So, I mean, like...
The Chinese got robots policemen already, so...
Well, that's different. You can do what you want in your own country.
You know the funny thing, CEO?
You can have robotic
any advance in technology... Hey, any advance in technology, people will take it and find a military application. It's human history. Any advance.
Okay. Mel, how many times since the end of World War II have we used a nuke? How many times have we?
Oh, I'm not talking about the nuke aspect. Obviously, you're talking about, a house full of dynamite. But the point I'm making here is that if there are advancement in AI, especially in humanoid robots, some people will find a military application for it. I'm saying some people.
Of course.
Will, and that's just human nature. I'm saying
I'm just saying that it's another nuke. Having AI robots engaged on the military field and killing people, that's another nuke.
What we're talking about, ML, was the human in the loop process. I mean, should these autonomous be able to make the decision to make the kill without human intervention? That's what Lucky Palmer was talking about. That's what I was discussing. And I think CEO was saying it shouldn't. And I'm saying, and his argument is that someone will.
Ukraine is supposed to be fully autonomous, not just testing. They're already testing it. They're supposed to have fully autonomous targeting and navigation systems by 2026.
So I have an update for you guys. Here in New York, I just went to vote. It was quiet. It was starting to fill up as I left. There was a lady in there who was very upset that she was saying that she is a registered Republican and she has been purged from the system. They can't find her, and they were offering her an affidavit, which she declined. So I'm going to see if I know anybody else in that particular situation. And looking at the ballot, the party that Cuomo was under is called the Fight and Deliver Party. So that's something I learned today. They kept saying independent, but it's actually called the Fight and Deliver Party. I never heard that in my life. And Mandami under the Democrats are trying to give you guys updates on that election. But yeah, back to the AI robots conversation. They're pretty intense.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, hopefully she votes. I mean, she took that time. I don't know if y'all remember. Again, I'm one of the oldies here. I remember 1983. Maybe Alette might remember. They did that. Yep, they like, would you like to play chess? That shit was crazy. Yeah, one of my favorites as well. As a matter of fact, I think I might watch it. And then I haven't seen the new Tron, but hopefully that movie will come. I'll check it out when it goes. That's supposed to be using AI, so that you can't even kill them. They just regenerate.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a wonkish and boring conversation. I only brought it up because I think it actually appeals to the point we were making earlier about the policies of the different parties and how they're going to apply ethics to these policies. I mean, that is one extreme example where we're going to have to make ethical decisions as to what is an okay application of the technology and what is not. And I think both parties are going to have to develop their AI policies. So I think that's coming down the pipeline pretty soon.
I mean, one of the things that AI is just, I think, was it Fox News or someone, like they posted some, about the hunger, like with the shutdown, and they fell for an AI video. I'm seeing people fall for AI videos every day. That right now is the emerging issue. AI is getting so much better, just on the video side, which is crazy.
Yeah, that needs regulation like yesterday. I mean, there's actually a book where they talk about these ethical concerns and how they're being applied. Like, I mean, eventually you're going to have politicians, with deep fakes, and you won't be able to determine whether it's the actual politician or not. So, I mean, all of those things need regulation, like now, because the technology is developing a lot quicker than the legislation.
I saw something kind of dangerous. It was a university using the 3 top LLMs as jurists for mock Claude, or you say Gemini, Grok. Yeah, those are LLMs, large language models, right? And so they were using those to be the jurist for them.
You guys get technical. I have to write that in. And Dr. H.E. says LLM is also a degree in law. Is that?
No.
She just said that.
She's right. I don't know. I wasn't talking about that, but yeah, she's probably right.
This context was large language model. Yeah. Well, I think people knowing that differentiation is actually a good thing, because a lot of people talk about AI and they think ChatGPT. I mean, but these programs, they fall into a classification referred to as LLMs, large language models. So ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, Perplexity are all examples of LLMs.
Yes, and you build what was referred to, I think, by you, Invisible, as AI literacy. You'll start to, gain from knowing those differences.
Can this is a dumb question, I'm just being silly at this point. Can an LLM represent me in court or represent you in court?
I tried that.
I'm asking, I'm being silly.
Yeah, it's been tried. Sorry, go ahead.
So it wouldn't necessarily be the LLM, that'd be the large language model, which would translate the text, right? But what would really happen would be a model, right, that was fine-tuned for legal representation. And believe it or not, there are already models out there that do that. I don't know their name right off my head, but I remember seeing them. So there's so many models. There's like hundreds of model types right now.
There's one gentleman who actually tried it. I mean, it wasn't the LLM itself representing him, of course, but he was doing self-defense, utilizing the LLM. It was a very useful application for that. And in a lot of cases, I mean, the arguments that they were making were actually better than the legal consultation. So, I mean, I wouldn't have one. I mean, I don't think legally they're allowed to do it, but you can actually defend yourself with the support of AI. I mean, some people have already tried. Some people have had moderate success, while others not so good. And there's one particular anecdote about a lawyer who used the LLM.
Cautionary trade. One was another court. I think it was in Arizona, and they used AI to and also image and video generation to actually have the deceased victim speak. So that was very that could have been very influential to the jury, right? If you're looking at
what? You said have the deceased victim speak through AI.
Yeah, like a resurrection. There's a company named Reflector.ai. They're actually in archival photographs, video, even books and journals and stuff. They can build a simulacra of that person, right? So that now, like this one, replicates that. And it's called Reflector.ai.
actually heard of that recently when they were about this company. You can basically, while you're alive, you can go in there and basically describe yourselves, put videos, photos, give your history, how you feel about, just everything. Basically, you describe your personality to saying stuff that you would normally say. Literally. It's kind of scary.
Jump on it, probably, yeah. Probably. I don't know.
I'm looking as well. I don't see anything yet. I'm even looking for exit polls. I think this thing is going to be neck and neck. It's the old against the young. Like here in New York, older people are going to vote for Cuomo. This is my opinion. And the younger people are going to vote for Mondani. So it's how many people are going to actually go out? Oh, wait, this guy.
And are more people going to vote like after 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock?
Well, that's the thing. When we look at the over the weekend in early voting, the majority of early voters has been astonishing for older voters, and younger voters haven't come to the polls in the early voting. Then there's no possibility of an upset. But I think the fact that older voters have come out in droves, I was looking at the numbers.
It's possible that the Republican voters know that Sliwa cannot win, and they may lean towards, meaning the Sliwa voters, the Republican voters know that Sliwa can't win, and they may lean towards Cuomo. And if that happens, it's going to get even closer. Another one to watch is the Democratic side against Jack Ciattarelli, who is the GOP candidate. And the ads are crazy, man. Like every other ad here in the city right now is either a mayoral ad, and because of the tri-state area, it's a governor's ad for New Jersey. Because, we share television stations here, New York, New Jersey, and parts of Connecticut. So this is going to be interesting, guys. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm all queued up for Decision 25 on NBC News. So I don't think they've started. I think maybe probably about 6 o'clock or so they're going to start showing the results and predictions.
The Harris Institute for Public Opinion is showing that Andrew Cuomo leading Zohran Mamdani by about 10 points, 55% to 45%. RP, that's from New York, found that Mamdani maintained the lead in certain surveys, but many older voters, like you said, are undecided. It's a head-to-head. So looks like it's pretty close.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question to change the subject for 30 seconds? Who would be for, yay or nay, having a tunnel that connects the United States and Russia?
What is the question?
Why you have a problem? I'm for it. It gets open up the world. The whole world gets to be connected.
With Russia?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It's not like you have an unmanned track.
Yeltsin wasn't like Putin, right?
Yeah, and he's hated. Absolutely hated.
So a tunnel from America to Russia, is that what I just heard?
Yes. Yeah. So the news is...
It's easier when you say Alaska to Russia, Robert.
Right. No,
that's what I said. The Alaskan border.
Oh, that's not what I heard. I didn't hear Alaska. Okay, that's what you said. Okay. I don't even have any comment on what was just said. I'm just going to wait till the next topic comes up. But I put a link in and we all can.
This was in an article.
I'm just surprised. And Elon Musk is going to build the tunnel. So
okay.
I think
Okay, so for tonight's discussion, I put a link in there that we all can look at in real time and unpack these numbers as they come in. Right now, they're all at zero. So I'm just suggesting that we can all just have this tool later, so we can have a lively conversation. It's just going to be fun.
Are you trying to stop Starlink from stealing the election for Cuomo?
They did it for Trump.
Quick breaking news. Polling sites in New Jersey received threatening bomb threat emails. They shut down. They're now since then have reopened, but someone threatened the polling sites with bombs. This is crazy.
Of course they have. I mean, of course. Is anybody surprised? Is anybody surprised? That's what I want to.
Just real quick, ML, I agree with you. I actually think it'd be great for Alaska and some of the development of Alaska in the north, which we really haven't paid attention to. So, Katrina, I understand why you're against it, but to ML's point, old people die. Putin will die at some point. Can't keep hating Russians and Iranians and killing her for basically no reason. I understand why you hate Putin, but it's not. We can't ward ourselves off from the.
I'm gonna make it very clear. I don't hate Putin. Like, I grew up in that culture, right? It's the culture. You cannot act like you can. This is what a lot of Americans don't understand. It's not the leader, right, who is sitting there and poor people, they're just being suppressed, right? It's the people. That's what they want, right? Like, we had 70-something million people who came out and vote for Trump, and we have a ton of people right now clapping and saying, yeah, absolutely, do exactly as you're saying. Like, Russia is the majority, the biggest stuff, and you have the physical people are changing, but people are going to pick and choose what they want. And this naiveness of, it's just Putin is going to be gone and then everything is going to be like, Putin is just a figure. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you, but I'm here in Brooklyn, New York. There's a very vibrant and active Russian community. There's other Slavic nations, Eastern European nations that have carved out their own communities here. I don't think that what you're saying is the mentality of, you can't throw that over a whole country. Not everyone agrees with Putin. They have to, remain silent, right? Because we know what those in power do to people that go against the grain in that country, and many of them have left, and gladly leave because, look at our country. We're made up of many nations, right? Pluribus unum, right? Out of one, many, or out of many, one. This country, especially New York, every culture,
the overall culture and majority of people. Of course, there are some who are against it, right? Navalny was against Putin. And for some reason, the United States even gave an Oscar to him, right? Yes, he was against the Putin regime, but he was still had that, that Russia is the better, and, we are, like, he was saying, why attack Ukraine? We should go attack, other countries that are not white and Slavic. He was part of Nazi marches in Moscow, in Russia. By the time I was 11, I was already, ingrained so much into that culture.
Katrina, exactly. Siberia. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay, no, because you said when you moved there, others may know.
In
the transatlantic slave trade. So for me, I don't got no problem with them people.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
I understand you're looking from your perspective, but you know why they didn't partake in it? Because when the czars and everything else, because they had their people as slaves. Why would they need to go and bring extra when you have your own people that you enslaved? You don't need any extra. That's why. Like, I understand from your perspective, okay, they didn't do the slavery of particularly your nations and your countries. I understand. But that doesn't mean that they weren't just like they're more cruel. Think about it. That they're just doing that with their own people. So I mean, I'm just saying there is a lot of nuance, and I always see the American perspective, and an average American has a very, very wrong idea. I mean, this is based on me living there. This is based on me having family there still to this day. All of my family is still there. Like, it's not what you guys think.
I've had Russian friends growing up out in Brooklyn, and my boy, he used to teach me all the curse words. He said, "What was the one? Suka." I was like, "Yo, what is that?"
To the people in the chat, they're like, "I'm wild for saying that." Like, you're obviously not informed, and she even admitted it. Russia did not take Africans across the Atlantic and enslave them. Yes, they did have slaves. They had white slaves, but they didn't want any parts. Right? Any parts of that chattel transatlantic, meaning to the West Indies, South America, North America, Russia had no parts of that. I'm not saying that them enslaving the Slavic people was a good thing either, but people just don't know that piece of history.
It does, but you're right, Divine, but I feel like it doesn't make them good either, right? So just because they didn't use somebody else's people, but they used their own people, right? So think about it. I think it's even more cruel, right? Where you use your own people, right?
Better to use others? Like what? What are you saying right now? What?
What I'm saying is that usually the people in charge, or the government, or the kings, or whatever, right? They have to promote this somehow, right, to the people, and they go, "Oh, you, the people, right? Like here in the United States, you white people, you guys are gonna benefit a lot from having slaves, right? But over there, if you think about it, it was
them blacks off the train when it was time to leave Ukraine. I remember them videos.
Okay, Trent. Sure.
Trent, that wasn't actually in Ukraine.
They were kicking them Africans
That
off the
was
train.
in Ukraine, Trent. It was Ukraine, Russia, and Ukraine. Two different.
It's two different countries,
bro. Stop it.
It is two different countries. Do you not understand that?
It was in Ukraine, Trent.
I'm talking about Russia. You're talking about Ukraine. It's two different countries. It is not one country.
Hey, ML. When it was time in 2022, when everybody was fleeing Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, they were kicking them blacks off the train and leaving them behind.
That's Ukraine. We're talking about Russia here now.
I know what we're talking about, but I know what she's talking about.
Okay, just making sure you understand which country we're talking about.
She hates the Russians because of what happened in Ukraine, and I agree with her.
She hates the Russian because she's Siberian, one of the coldest places in the world. That's why.
Trent, I'm little.
I'm playing with you, sir.
Trent, seriously, I grew up in that environment. Like, when I say that I had to do a lot of soul searching and reflecting when moving to the United States, because at 11 years old, the racism, that Russia is the greatest, right? That whole narrative doesn't matter. Okay, I'm. You can Google me. Literally, I'm out in the internet everywhere. My whole point is that's literally what happens. Like, the history books are so rewritten that, like, I came to the United States 11 years old, and I was telling Americans, like, no, Russia won World War II. You guys had nothing to do with it. Like, you just jumped in right at the end, you know, because you wanted to be also a winner. But Russia is the one who won World War II. We're the only ones who, like, really fought. Like, everybody else just jumped on the bandwagon at the end. Because that is what is taught. Starting from kindergarten. We have, and every single daycare, whatever, or pre-K, has their kids dress up in military uniform and, like, do patriotic stuff. Like, it's forced, right? Plays, and tomorrow there's going to be another Putin that is going to come into power.
Katrina, we're not building an eternal anymore. We all just pooped on the eternal idea. Yeah. So funny thing, when I went to Russia a long time ago, actually, it's over 20 years, more than 20 years ago. It was that the Russians actually loved America. Yeah. I go to America. I want to go to America. I didn't meet one Russian that didn't want to go to America. It was kind of weird.
I agree with you, but you know what it is? It's only for I call them the dollar whores. So, like, people right now who have ran, like, I personally know people who have, quote unquote, ran from the Putin's regime after the full invasion into Ukraine, right? And they came here claiming asylum, and they got asylum, right? No problem. The thing is that person turns around and literally is like, well, right now, you know, with all the sanctions and everything, and they're pretty wealthy, I can't make as much money in Russia as I used to. So right now, for me, it makes sense to make money over here. But even if the regime doesn't change, even if the Putin stays, but I have an opportunity to make more money going back to Russia, I would totally do that. So that's the reason why they all want to come to the United States, is because of quality of living and making money. Jesus,
is there anybody here that's beefing with Russians though? Like I'm looking at the room now, I got you, Robert. Yeah, I'm beefing with them. I don't.
Yeah, I know, Robert. You're not able to talk about anything but what's going on. But Katrina, look, Russia and its sacrifice and the tens of millions of Russians that died during World War II, Russia deserves a lot more credit than we were around. I'm not discounting the contributions of the United States, because obviously once we entered, it turned the tide of the war. But Russia deserves a lot of credit for winning World War II.
Okay, it's just facts and history. How many of their own soldiers that they killed? Sure, you can say that, but all that means is just a very horrific military strategy that doesn't care about their own people. The same thing that's happening right now. They did it by a meat grinder, right? That's the thing. The regime doesn't care about its own people, right? So we're just gonna throw bodies, right, to the point where you get overwhelmed, like a horde, seriously. So, I mean, if you think that is the measurement, sure, I think it's bad leadership.
Katrina, did you say infactual? Girl, don't be having saying them words in here with these MAGAs, having them think we don't know vocabulary, girl.
The only reason why
I don't know where this new Lisa came from.
What are you talking about, Nate, now?
So, hey, Anthony, are you a Russian expert too?
To an intelligent person, there are many facets of that. So,
Lisa, you know she meant.
But I thought you were mega now adjacent.
Yes,
I'm mega adjacent for real, because I see how they be getting. Well, we'll talk about that later. Because I got a whole list of reasons as to why.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
And that's starting at 6 tonight.
Are you gonna vote?
I already did. Mandami. Okay. I told you I was voting for Mandami, guys.
Oh, wow.
Who did you vote for? Who did you vote for? I know.
Lisa, you voted for
You sorry to hear that. What's going on? That's your vote.
First lady.
Lisa voted for Cuomo. Is that what y'all saying?
No, she voted for Mondani. I voted for Cuomo.
Yeah, I voted.
How you vote for Cuomo? Say that again.
I voted for Cuomo also.
See, look.
Why?
They MAGA now. They MAGA.
Well, no,
They done joined the MAGA. They done joined the MAGA team. They done joined the MAGA team.
You guys Anthony voted against Mandela because they call him a communist.
Yeah, here's why.
Omari and Trent for this. I really do.
I'm not talking. Wait. I'm not talking about this recent shit that's going on with this man. I ain't talking about that. What I'm talking about is this. Is that the time he comes out his learning curve, it'll be 4 years from now, and that's it. So yeah, his learning curve, he doesn't have the structure. He doesn't have what it takes to really get the legislation passed that he's been talking about. So we'll see. That's
a lot of other New Yorkers that
living in the Williamsburg and all
Lisa
other areas.
is young, but she ain't that young, and Spirit is young, but he ain't that young. So now what?
This is just my opinion. I just don't think he's built for it. To be honest with you, I just don't think he's built. He's supervised 5 people in his life or some shit like that. New York is big. It's a lot of politics, city count. It's a lot of hurdles to overcome to push the agenda that he wants to push. That's all I'm saying. But all that MAGA shit and endorsement, I don't give a fuck about that. That's some new shit. I'm talking about before all of this. So
yeah. I'm with, is that Dupree? I'm with him. I made up my mind a while ago, and you've heard me say my reasons on this stage, but I'll go through it again. This guy, he's making promises that he can't keep, and people are going to be disappointed, and they're going to be up in arms. I know people say, well, politicians do that all the time, but this is an exponential disappointment with the things that he's saying he's going to do.
Trump?
Is it true that?
Okay, let me land, please. I live here, so the president hasn't really affected me in such a major way as this mayorship will, because with the mayor, you guys probably don't know this. Just like on a federal level, with the president comes a new lead person for the Department of Education. Every time we get a new mayor, we get a new school chancellor. The chancellor right now, we love her. She came up in the ranks. She's Latino, from the Bronx. She was a teacher, onto a principal, and is now the school's chancellor and understands how things work. The minute that the new mayor comes in, they're going to remove her.
Why do you know that? How do you know that? He said it?
No, they always do it. We're going to try to fight for her to stay, but they always do. Hold on, let me
she have to move anyway?
He could decide to keep her, but he's probably not. Yeah, the sitting mayor can leave these people in position. Also comes a new department with the police, chief of police, right? These are positions that change. They're very political. But again, this guy, he's following the wrong path. He's in the nightclubs. We don't need you in the nightclub, Mr. Mayor. We don't need that. No, we don't.
The man's a young man. Let him party his life away.
Yeah, he could party in your shit.
Divine was in the club. Mind Divine, he was in the club.
But it was okay when we had our mayor with the 2-3 carat diamond earrings in both ears and flying off to Turkey for God only knows what reason. He was in the clubs. Yeah, he was in the clubs everywhere. Clubs, hubs, tubs.
He was definitely in the tub.
Definitely in the tub, girl.
Anthony would act.
First lady. I tell Anthony to stay off of my jock. Oh, did you? He's coming.
Stay off of your
my G-string.
Okay.
I had to think of something that he would understand. A G-string.
You said
Stop saying my name. Stop saying my name. Stop saying my name. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. Stop saying
my name. Say my name.
I'm with Robert on the whole Trump.
Expressing my disappointment. I don't know when you changed up, Lisa.
I don't care that Trump endorsed Cuomo. That doesn't matter because he shitted on Cuomo during the pandemic, right? Cuomo's the man. I don't care what y'all say. I do not.
I do not agree with the sexual allegations, the whole shit with the women, but you know, shit happens. We always say we need to forgive.
No.
Look, he did what he had to do. He did what he had to do. He paid those women. He paid his dues to society. He didn't do jail time. This man's a politician. He knows New York.
No, he sounds like, oh, wait, I told you he was MAGA.
Y'all doing it again. He has the relationships, I feel, on a corporate level, because we know corporations in New York City go hand in hand. I don't know how they're going to react to Mondami. All right?
I don't know how we should react. Just ignore the fact.
He settled his case. He paid his dues. Hold on, Robert. Let me answer this, because I get this a lot. You're voting for a man that sexually harassed women. I don't agree with that. But when it comes to politics, I think he's the better candidate. He handled cold mishap, and I think he's the better politician.
Okay, so let's just, hold on. No, I'm talking to, Divine's talking to me. We need to overlook it because the MAGAs are saying it's no big deal. And here we are. Just because you're good in politics doesn't excuse the fact that your morality is in question, and we should just close our eyes to that because you're a good negotiator. Is that what we're saying right now? Or correct me.
That's what you're saying right now. I said what I said.
I heard what you said. I'm just going for clarification.
I'll clear it again. He's the better politician. I think he has the relationships that are needed to run New York City. I think the people who have sense and look at what Mondami has to offer and what Cuomo has to offer on paper with a plan and an agenda. We don't need free buses and city-run grocery stores. We need housing and educational programs. We need pathways to success. We need success for our youth. We need people who don't have houses to be housed, right? With a plan.
Cuomo was in there before. What happened when he was in there before? What all the things that you're talking about? He just got revolutionized.
He was governor, and the city was all right.
I know he was. Okay, I got that part.
The city was who was mayor?
But when Mondami went below the belt during the debates, that turned me off, because that means nobody in his camp said, "Nah, you don't need to go there." That was just a really, really low blow. He was not convicted of anything. This didn't even make it to court, right? So that's one. But when he reporting, the way he utilized technology, the graphs and the breakdown and all, that shit was phenomenal. He made mistakes. Now, let's be clear. He did make some mistakes. All of us do, right? And all of us would in that capacity. However, the leadership that he demonstrated during a crisis says the most to me. What is their decision-making process like? What kind of, like, I look at that. Like, all that emotional shit I don't even get into. And
Trump has threatened
Trump in office because of
I want to add one more thing. Let me add one more thing. I don't necessarily agree with what Robert just said.
And kowtow and capitulate. So that's not nothing we should be scared about. Should we be scared and run as them again? Once again.
Okay, as a Brit, can I ask you?
No one's asking about Brits right now, ma'am. We're talking about Americans and New York City. I'm sorry. Okay, am I done with my ISO?
I heard what you said. I'm not scared. We should not be scared. And again, I'm voting policy. If we went through the policies in here one day, Patty was here, we went line for line on policy and on paper.
And we went back and forth with Corey.
Cuomo's the better candidate. To me, that's just the fact.
Okay, all right. I'm good with that. I'm not here to argue or change anybody's mind. We're just having a discussion. So that's why I respect your vote. Private when you go in there.
Yeah, no, I respect your vote, and again, if he does win, which he probably is going to win, I just hope, the city can still prosper and he can address the issues that I have. Homelessness, educational opportunities, and access to affordable housing. Yeah, those are my issues.
Yeah, and I need my project green lighted. Like, we got legislation that's supposed to go to the governor, and man, I ain't gonna lie. I do have an interest in this shit like a motherfucker. We were right here, and then Adams, I don't know, he just fell apart. So we can't do anything until like we see what's happening with this election. But yeah, I want this affordable housing to be fast tracked in New York. So that means we can get approval for the shit that we working on. So we'll see.
And I have a question. Just you don't have to answer it. You and Robert. Was that you, Robert, that was just talking?
Yes.
Did you guys vote for Mayor Adams? I'm just asking. You don't have to answer.
Against. I don't. Oh.
Yes.
He ran against the Joker whose wife stole money and all that.
The thing about Adams, like him or not, he had a history of putting in his work. Like he had, and the scene went from one level to the next level to the next level to the next level. So when he got to the mayor level, his relationships were in place. He understood how New York worked, and he was able to leverage a lot of his experience. So, and I know a lot of people from his team. Like one of the persons that's helping us out with our project. I mean, these guys are sharp as fuck. So he has a competent ass team around him. Despite his,
I think I agree. He had a good start. And somewhere things went left with scandals and money and people resigning and lawyers resigning and people's houses getting ran up in.
No, Divine.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, scandals even before that, when he was the president in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn Borough president, yeah. Who did he run against? I can't remember his name. His wife stole mad bread. What was the mayor that Matt Adams ran against? I can't remember his name.
De Blasio left, right? Yeah, De Blasio left.
Yeah, De Blasio. He couldn't run again, could he? He just left. So I don't know. I will admit, I did vote for Adams. I did. He was the better of the who. That's to tell you, I don't even know who he ran against. So I chose him.
And not because he was black. Like, let's be clear. I don't be voting for people just
and he
because
had a claim from one of his subordinates that he tried to rape her. Sir, it's some problems with this type of situation, and politics that, we're now starting to excuse it as no big thing. So I don't remember. I'll go back.
There's a Puerto Rican female.
Yeah, I'm glad. One thing I'm glad about, if I decide to run for office, I ain't got to worry about no shit like that. Like, that's crazy. I mean, well, that would be legitimate. Let me say that because, people could, But, yeah, what a relief.
I don't know why people are saying we're MAGA if we support. That's nasty word. Supporting Cuomo does not make a MAGA.
Don't entertain that shit, Devon. Don't even respond to that. Like,
it doesn't make sense to me. For the record, I got to say it.
I just looked it up. It was Curtis. That Puerto Rican female that ran against him was
He's been running forever.
Full of shit. Man, ain't nobody voting for him ever in life. There's no New York. If you've been in New York, you definitely ain't voting
for him. My neighbors have a Sliwa sign in front of their house.
Foolishness. Fucking foolishness. What a clown. Like, he's a clown. Literally, no disrespect to him, but he's a clown. Shout out to his ex-wife, Lisa Evans. She's
love Lisa. We don't like her. We don't like her.
Yeah, she's made a great she carved out a nice angle for herself. So that might have been a Democrat and a Republican marriage right there, right? Because she's going on to do some great things and carve out a lane for herself. Shout out to her.
I'll say this real quick.
With the Democrats, he did run against the Puerto Rican chick, Catherine Silva.
I think she's on the ballot again.
Garcia, I'm not sure. Yeah, Garcia. It was Garcia.
So the rapper Dave East posted some video footage with Mondami, and they are roasting him in the chat. I'm never buying your music again. I can't believe it. So people are not everybody's feeling Mondami, guys. This is why rappers should not get involved in politics. Bugging, yes. Posted the video.
That's like Charlemagne the God. Like, I had a real big thing with Charlemagne today when he said that the Dems should just give it up and this and that. And I think there was a consensus. People were saying, ain't nobody checking for Charlemagne. He is not. And I wrote a thing and it said, dear racist, we don't try to shove Charlemagne down our throat. We the culture, do not fuck with him like that. So no matter how much y'all try, whatever he says, don't resist. It was funny. But yeah, that's what they're trying to do with Dave East right now.
So just saying that all these politicians are flawed, and hopefully some of the things that are like the words they use on this app, tangibles, maybe Mandami can get to it, maybe he can't. Mikomo is no guarantee that he would be able to complete any of his campaign platform. But hey, you say the right things and people go, oh, we're going to have this, we're going to have that. And half the time we get none of it. So I just like Mandami because it's a little shake up. We'll get involved in politics. And that's across everything. For me, they might be wrong. They might have some crazy ideas, but I think but I can't mute.
Yeah.
I got my jacket.
Sorry, your mic is on, sorry.
I'm muted.
Oh, yeah.
We got this. No, it's not working. The mute button.
If you need to take a swim, thank you.
We have a slew of talented young politicians here in New York. A slew of them, man. I mean,
but
like
they
this,
gotta
like
run.
age 40.
They gotta run.
Right. But Mandami is, I wouldn't consider him amongst that talent.
But listen, Robert, they have to run. They have to run. You can't just consider yourself great and you don't get out there and actually run. He ran. So why don't we just keep encouraging the younger people to get involved in the political process? Because Como needs to sit down. He's been around too long. All these people, we need to just start purging. We really do.
It's a barrier, guy. It's very expensive for mayor of New York City, just like it's super duper expensive to run for president. I mean, people say, yeah, run, but when you go to open up your wallet and open up your campaign fund, people all of a sudden got what they
New York's a little different.
Okay.
New York's a little different. Well, a lot different, actually.
It's 100% different than any other city in the United States.
We need young, talented people. Absolutely, I don't think anybody would disagree with you, but it ain't him. It ain't Mandami.
Okay, we shall see.
Reminded about the possibilities, so that goes without saying. If anything, we're more prepared for Mandami than we are for Cuomo, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, whoever's in office, we still going to do our things. We still got to build our relationships, and we got to work with the administration no matter who comes into office. I don't think he's going to be effective, but shit, we got to work with him. We got to work with him.
Yeah, that should be the spirit right there. That's the spirit. We have to work with him regardless. He is the Democrat. Well, if in fact he should win, he is the Democrat winner. So if you call yourself a Democrat, then you want to get behind him and support him. Thank you.
We're independents.
I'm a Democrat. But you lean democratically. Hmm?
I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm like in the middle.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the middle. You do hear them all the time. You heard them earlier. I got ostracized in the room earlier for my views about, I ain't going to say the T word again, but that might be considered a conservative position. I ain't gonna do it. Type it in the chat at least.
Yeah, let me know what the T word is. Does it end in P?
Type it in the chat. When we talk about trans, like earlier.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So I have very conservative views, but I think people need opportunities to really get ahead. Like, everybody is not like us, and we gotta accept that. Like, everybody doesn't know a thing. Like, this is a fucked up society, and a lot of people just haven't gotten the memo and are still trying to figure things out. And we shouldn't just ostracize them for that. Like, parading around because you take away SNAP benefits is just wild work. Like, literally attacking the poor and downtrodden and trying to punish them. That's just sinister to me. That's just sinister.
Robert, I'm not trying to start nothing, but this is a genuine question. Maybe I should ask you in the back about conservativeness and trans. You can't be conservative if you believe that a person needs autonomy. Well, maybe we have this conversation in the back chat.
No, we can have it later. We could definitely have it. But the point is, earlier, I got myself in trouble because of that. But I'm gonna stand on what I stand on. But we could definitely have that conversation another day. But tonight is election night in America, and that's where I'm gonna focus at. So
I guess
Miss Lisa means, what do you mean by autonomy?
I don't want to have the conversation unless it's with Robert, and then we can have it later on. Because there's certain people that got, their gun on their hip and a bullet with my name on it on the stage. I'd rather us have it in another. We can have it later on, like maybe at about 9 o'clock tonight when the other ones start getting sleepy, or you guys need to take your meds or whatever. But me and Robert can suss it out.
I'm just gonna say,
not that people need to take their meds. What is going on?
The way I live my life and like my personal views, what I would do in my family, I think I'm actually very conservative.
Now everybody must be
Well, what I'm saying is that the difference is what you do in your own home and what you do with your own self. Those are your views. It's not, we're against others. I think when somebody says I'm a conservative or somebody says I'm conservative, I don't know, it's about treating other people, right? Like, are we now at this point where, like,
Democrat, liberal, progressive, socialist, communist is so tainted with the stench of fecal matter, of dingle-buried assholes, that you'll take any position that you have, which is mainstream Democrat position, and call it conservative. If you believe that other people should have the choice to get if you believe that other people should have the choice to get an abortion and the government should not prevent them, but you don't want to have one, that is the definition of pro-choice.
Well, you remember Ben Carson on this one?
I listen to people on the app every day. There was a guy in here earlier who called himself MAGA, but believed in racial quotas. I don't know the kind of trick bag. I got to give Roger Ailes credit for it. People just won't say what you are. Abortion should be illegal in all or almost all circumstances. That's the conservative argument.
That's the whole point, though. But that's not
how can you go to racial quotas? Hold on, Katrina. Can I squeeze this in? I don't think I know MAGA, but MAGA. Aren't you MAGA if you don't believe or do believe in racial quotas?
No, the guy, his name was Man.
He's a social.
No. That's like radical racial quotas.
No, racial quotas.
Yeah, he believes that there should be jobs set aside for black people.
Yeah, so there's some social.
Okay. I get you. Okay.
How do you call yourself a conservative? Katrina just laid out, I don't want to get one, but other people should have the choice to. Quite literally pro-choice. So if that's the conservative position, I guess the Democrat position is every second pregnant woman that comes into Chick-fil-A, they should take the baby out and kill it. Is that the Democrat position? Like, come on.
So, isn't pro-choice somebody who rules as a policy?
No, pro-choice just have a choice. It's choice. Take the word choice.
Can I respond for 1 second, please? I was actually making that point on purpose. I'm not saying that I am, but if you look at the actual, how quote unquote conservative Republicans and the true definition of it, right? And the whole point of this society right now, how your choice is your choice, but you cannot force other people to your choice, right? So if I don't choose to be a certain way, if I choose to do a certain way, maybe the way I live is quote unquote conservative. But
no, because you believe in choice, though. You still believe that other people have their own choice.
Exactly, but isn't that
that is exactly what pro-choice is. It's body autonomy.
Conservatives say, hell no, you cannot get one, period. Bottom line. Mm-hmm. They don't care whether it's their body or anybody else's body. They say it's a sin. Abortion is murder, period. That's how they feel. That's their values. That's what they stand on. That's it. That's all. They can't see.
Statements like conservatism and, whoever can do good things, can do big things, can make people's lives better. If you're a Republican, you don't really, and most Republicans think, a lot of the stuff that's not being done right now shouldn't have been done in the first place, right? Like SNAP benefits and other things. These are things the government shouldn't play a role in. So in some sense, if you're a Republican, a traditional Republican, your base, it probably supports not doing some of this stuff. The problem is, added to the traditional base is Trump's base. Trump won people making under $50,000 a year, right? As Trump said, won them, not bigly, but he did win them. And, those people, a lot of them are on SNAP. And so, how do you sort all this stuff out? I mean, is it worth it to deprive people of benefits you think are a good thing if you're the Democrats, to try to preserve healthcare subsidies, which I think to some people seem abstract. I think to the people that need them, they're not abstract. But I think when you say to people, well, the subsidy, before the subsidies, before COVID, people make $130,000. Once you made over $130,000, you weren't eligible for the subsidies. They